Hey everybody, quick shot here looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today.
As the music becomes a little funkier, I'm expecting the draft to get a little funkier. So typically when G2 are on red side, they put a pretty heavy priority on the Senna ban. They'll also look to ban away the Kalista. Guys, just roll there. I'm flowing, I'm moving, right? So we'll see what they choose to take off the board. The fact that Zed has been banned away from Mad Lions, a little surprising to me. G2 also going to remove the Lux. Now, we are playing on patch on the
1016A.
B.
No, it's A.
Yeah, no, we got the B in. The Lux fix.
No, it's 1016A with the Lux fix.
With the Lux fix. That's
not 1016B. Caitlyn has not been nerfed. So it's A, but the Lux, I guess, bug has been fixed.
Yes. I see.
Thank you.
When you say it, he just is like, oh, yes, that's correct. But when I say it...
I misunderstood you, Rob. I apologize.
He's got to say it 4 times. It's the 4th time that he gets it.
4 times the charm.
Anyway, speaking of funky, TF is going to get banned. Ash is also going to get banned, so actually not that funky yet. We'll see if the first pick shows us more.
A really big priority on Kalista by banning Ash.
Oh, so...
Yeah, so, okay, G2 are like, you are not getting the priority pick of the Kalista, especially with the Ash ban.
So Senna is typically the priority here. That was what you would conventionally see anyway.
Lilia was banned last game on red side.
How much do Mad Lions value the Lilia is the question.
And do they play it jungle or top lane? Because we heard from the analyst desk, want to see Shadow rather on a playmaker. Lilia, not the biggest playmaker in the early game.
If you guys are new to Lilia or haven't seen her or don't have that much experience with her, she is a hard farming champion, typically seen in the jungle. Obviously, she was played, I believe, in the solo lane last night in LCS.
She was also played yesterday by Trick in the jungle as well. Got destroyed, but...
That wasn't necessarily... Oh, okay, some of it was Trick's fault.
But Lilia is a really interesting champion. We'll talk more about her as we get into game. But for now, that is going to be the priority. That means that the Senna can, of course, be picked up by G2 Esports. Now, typically, they would lock in their jungler here, something like the set, but with him taken off the board, it looks like they're going to prioritize their Nautilus.
So, still going really hard engage. Again, it's not a super defensive lane by having like Senna and Tom Kench or something like that. So, really still prioritizing Mickey having engage tools. I wonder if we're going to also see him roaming around, even if Senna doesn't have the push priority there.
Wow, the blind Shen. G2 could just lock in Gangplank right now if they wanted to.
But also remember that there were 2 other top lane bans thrown G2's way in the previous game, both designed to keep the Shen comfortable, the Mordekaiser and the Camille. So they can pick really anything that they want here to deal with this blind pick Shen. Surprisingly bold of Mad Lions. This pick must be doing well in scrims.
What if the Shen's a flex, though?
That says Kaiser, not Hylissang, buddy. There's no way that's a Shen support.
I mean,
it's technically possible.
That also says Kaiser.
I'm just saying, so like the thing about Shen is, one reason why I could see a blind pick Shen is with the expectation that they can flex it. It's something that Mad Lions, hey, Kaiser can play Wukong bot and they can flex Wukong, right? So I'm just going to leave the options open. We'll see. Nico is going to be the response from G2. We have not seen this from Wonder for a while.
Back to the Shen support, though. Also, the fact that you see Nautilus so early does lend credibility that it could be a support Shen because he does well into the matchup. Has the shield, obviously can also, the base damage champions, like Shen's base damage, Nautilus's base damage, for some reason, ridiculously high. They just kind of trade back and forth and just start punching each other relentlessly. Any 80 carry is kind of like, why? Why does this tank with no damage items beat me to death?
It's like Ornn, you know? Ornn's no longer here one-shotting carries and making them rage. It has to be the Nautilus. It has to be the Shen. Someone has to take the role of one-shotting AE carries, so they have to be something, or there's something to be mad about. But on the subject of Nico, as we do see the Azir and Akali bands locked in, Nico, of course, did get a buff on 1016, 10 damage on the base damage of her Q. Blooming Burst is an additional 5 damage on each of the secondary procs. So there's a reason that maybe we're seeing it now. I didn't think the buff was that big, but maybe it was just enough to put her over the edge.
I'm really excited. Wonder's always been a very talented Nico player in the top lane, and he plays it both on hit and a full AP, depending on the context of the matchup, so we'll see what direction he does go. We're getting to our final bans right now. Mad Lions taking away some of the safe blind picks. They're also going to remove Hecarim. Alright, so they consider Hecarim a pretty good matchup into the Lilia, so they don't want to give the that counter matchup options. We'll see what direction G2 now take.
I mean, you kind of saw that yesterday with Trick versus Gilius. Not to say that Hecarim just beats Lilia, but they're both kind of power farming junglers that have team fight emphasis in there.
Both their Qs are spinny things.
Oh,
That's
no.
True.
It's a theme for horses. And also boars. All right. There you go. Now we got the Jankos Sejuani.
Someone check on him.
Oh, we heard from Jankos. All Grabs has to do is say, "Hey, buddy, we need to win Worlds," and he'll lock in the Sejuani. So maybe Grabs watched the episode and found out the magic words, but there it is. Sometimes you got to swallow your pride, folks, and just play what's good for the composition.
So far, out of the 4 picks that we see from G2, that is a ton of engage. Yep. You have Sejuani engage, Nico ultimate, Mickey as well. And speaking of engage, the Cannonball comp.
The Camille. So this does suggest that we're going to see a Shen in the bot lane. Madlines flexing their flex pick muscles. Flexius would be proud as they're going to put the Camille up in the top lane into what?
Wait, but who's getting it? But who's getting it? That's the spicy question.
Aurelia, I like this. So the Aurelia did receive some small buffs. It was either this patch or the last patch. It was one of the last 2 patches. But that's going to be caps on Aurelia into the Galio mid lane, it's looking like right now.
But I think it's when you take it into context that it's Sejuani and Aurelia together.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's a great point, Frost.
It feels like G2's strategy, at least for these first 2 games, is super strong mid-jungle synergy. We saw how disastrous that was for Humanoid, how brilliant Jankos' pathing was to make sure that Caps was punishing there, and Mickey's still on the same champion that can roam there as well. That's what I think the game plan is between this Aurelia and this Sejuani, and Humanoid needs to know that there's going to be a huge target on his back.
Also, I've got a big question mark here because Mad, with their comp, lot dive ball, but into a Nico? Is that really going to work as well as they like it? I'm excited to see how this plays out because it was convincing from G2 Esports in Game 1. They're not going to have the same early game power, but it's going to be an exciting one. Mad Lions versus G2. We're going in for Game 2.
Welcome to my favorite draft of 2020. I am so ready because there are so many things that I have not prepared for because they did not exist until this series. Wow, Shen support is back. Aurelia mid is back. Nico top is back. You might think it's 2019. It's so exciting.
Hey, I told you Shen support was a thing like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but I didn't believe you because we also played
Oh, so it's not just Fedius.
We played Bard Soda bottom lane and you told me that was good. You can't be trusted.
All right, so while Mom and Dad argue,
yes, son.
Have a look at some of the stats on your screen. Both put. Wait.
Can you read?
It said
Perks.
No. I got confused. It said perks. Caps. Caps' Aurelia is undefeated here in the LEC. Wonder's Nico is undefeated. If you guys remember MSI last year, like this duo, the Wonder Caps duo, they had some pretty insane plays, and a lot of those insane plays were on these champions as well. So excited to see them back on it. But I'm also excited to see Shadow on Lilia. We haven't really seen some convincing Lilia performances yet, but this is something you often see on Lilia. Because her clear speed is so fast, because of her mobility, every jungler has told me enemy Raptors belong to you. And as you can see right now, Shadow is going to take those ones away very quickly.
I mean, the idea with Lilia is that she farms so effectively with the Q that you just make sure that you keep it stacked and you can just like sprint through the jungle, wander into mid lane, help your mid laner get control there, walk into the bottom side, and you just keep doing this over and over. So if you get lanes that give you push priority, Lilia could get really unlocked. And then because we're in a dragon meta, the one thing that she's kind of missing is usually ganks, although Shadow is going to take a look at Caps.
Ooh, going in for it. Caps still only level 1, not a lot of options here. Shadow gonna dive over those.
Oh, no.
Oh, no! 1 for 1, no!
Oh, that's not great for Shadow. That's really not great. I want the replay before I comment on it because I want to see exactly what happened there. Let's have a look-see. So I'm keeping my eyes on Shadow in this play. And notice the Humanoid will get level 2 first, so he has the taunt. Very clutch flash here from Caps. And then, of course, sidesteps the Q from Shadow.
Say it, Betty. Say it, Betty. Say it, Betty.
In. Oh my god, but he misses everything.
What did he miss, Betty?
Oh, he missed the watch out! Eep! And yeah, that was
an Eep play for sure, my friend. Definitely not the start that they wanted, especially after taking away the Raptors when Jankos was going to try to start there. That's a rough one.
So as I was saying, The one thing that Lilia really lacks is gank tools, so she usually needs setup. Now, Galio had some decent setup for her, but unfortunately, we pulled a bit of a trick and we kind of missed some key abilities there. She's still going to be very fast, but you can see the idea that Shadow had. As
He's mid again.
we said that Mickey would come mid. Oh, no.
Wow, absolutely flawless read there. The Ignite not taken down. Humanoid now going to be in trouble. That's going to be one more kill back. Shadow going to try to throw down a bit more damage. A lot of sustained damage coming up from the Lilith. Very fast, but just going to get locked up, stunned, and knocked out. The Shenton coming in. Caps will go down in the meantime, but Yankos another stun follow-up. Absolute, what is happening here? My God, I've seen less kills than an ARAM at this point. That's a double for the support Shen. It's certainly looking
Support
very
combat.
strong. You gonna dive him?
Oh, he had Aftershock, so I thought he would actually go for that, but wow. Okay, so...
Oh, no.
Oh, support combat, Mickey!
Oh, Kaiser,
Mickey!
what was that, though?
Lord of the double buffs,
Oh
Mickey
my
X reigns
word.
supreme.
Lord of the double buff. All right, so this...
2 supports enter, 1 leaves.
All right, so this is where the action kicks off. Good hook from Mickey, and then the combined might of Aurelia plus Nautilus is very strong. So they get that initial kill. Then the TP comes through from Arome, and this was just a really good turnaround from G2 onto Shadow. So squishy in the early game is this Lilia. But look, so many melee champions. The Sejuani just keeps getting applied.
The Sejuani and the Nautilus chain CC is just hell on earth.
Now, of course, Shen, he's an exceptionally strong duelist in the early game, so he's able to get away with this thanks to his passive as well. But then look here, he's trying to taunt Mickey underneath the tower. Oh, and then just the slight sidestep and the...
Read him like a book. Just
And the ludicrous Nautilus hook hitbox, of course.
Mickey's sitting here being like, who's the All-Pro? Tell me who the All-Pro is!
Oh my God.
living rent-free in Kaiser's mind right now. Just
Well played by both supports to get 2 kills in that exchange, but I guarantee everyone else on their team is furious right now. Like, what was that last play? Just go back to your lanes and support.
and now Mickey has double buff.
And now Mickey has double buff. It's 2-0-2.
Well,
They're just gonna keep running into
Wait,
mid
Caps
lane.
just gonna all in him.
Well,
go again. There's level 4 here, but 3 members of Mad Lions in the area. Humanoid, once he gets his cooldowns back up, should make this pretty easy. The stun connects, but now Mickey's here too. Again, one more time. 3v3 mid lane.
what is this ARAM?
I don't...
It's Nexus Blitz. It's Nexus Blitz.
It is Nexus
It's
Blitz.
battle for the double buffs. We have to keep them going as long as possible.
Wow, you know what? I don't really think anything right now. I think that G2 have a gold advantage. That's what I've surmised from this series of events. Can we bring up the lower third thing again? And let's have a look at the top and bot lane difference. So right now, Wonder has a slight advantage because Arome did TP down into that mid lane fight.
They're diving Carzzy.
Perks also is slightly behind, even though he has a CS advantage, but Carzzy doesn't
Ready.
realize
They're
that the
diving
Goon squad is
Carzzy.
coming.
Carzzy, 1 stack, 2 stack, 3 stack, and 4. That's going to be 1 dead. Ezreal, nothing for Carzzy to do there, and G2 just continuing to come out on top in these exchanges. Last time was a 2K gold lead at 5 minutes, and now it's a, well, 1.5 at 6. So continuing to be very dominant. But the flash out from Wonder. Now the level 6 coming in from Arome. Perfectly timed because here comes the Galio. Solid combo. But the response coming in sadly will not connect. Perfect Justice Punch coming out from Humanoid to make sure that one works.
I love the Lilia ball just because that's the fadeaway. Okay, finally Mad Lions get something on the board. Nice vision spots out that G2A had just massacred their AD carry up or down in the bot lane and then also rotated onto the Infernal, so they find a window to go all in with the Camille topside. And now maybe things stabilize, although I doubt it. This game has been LPL-esque, I'll say.
I think that what we would have said had the early game had not been as chaotic is we expect around level 6 Mad to be playing through top side of the map. You have Shen ultimate, you have Galio ultimate, and Camille is going to be your primary carry. Because of the combo that you have with Camille and Galio where you lock someone down and then you can guarantee that Galio ultimate, it is a tried and true combo. I forget which worlds it was, but it was like the go-to OP combo that if you got it, you pretty much all won. And it's been rising in popularity again this season, and that's kind of what we expected. So Mad, they get a good playoff, they get a little bit more gold into Arome's pocket, and they force the flash and TP out from Wonder.
Which is why I'm really curious about the Nico pick and how it's going to match up versus Camille. You kind of talked about it a little bit in Draft Vedius, this idea that the cannonball comp of Galio and Camille wants to go in, but obviously if you land on Nico, it makes it that much easier for her ultimate to just cause havoc. It is going to be the AP Nico as he's looking for the Hextech Revolver, but obviously he's going to get outscaled into the side lane. Eventually Camille will just take that over, so there will be a 1-4 option with 2 swings because it is Shin and Galio to play Camille in a side lane when this map gets opened up. Whereas obviously Wonder's going to be playing more for the team fights, which is why the hard engage is so important for G2's composition, because they can't let Arome just run amok on these side lanes without tools to punish the other grouped up members of MAD.
Well, so this is where the Aurelia pick thing gets interesting for me, because I think that Caps may very well be able to match the Camille later on in a side lane, but I don't have enough expertise on the Aurelia-Camille matchup. My gut says that Camille should be stronger in a straight-up 1v1, because she does have that true damage on her Q, but I could also very realistically see it being a skill matchup because of how many skill shots are involved in that 1 versus 1. So maybe that is the side lane insurance that G2 have for later on into the game. But honestly, I think G2 is just going to be looking for team fights. I think their priority is to look for the 5v5s, look to play around these Drakes, focus on these early neutral objectives, and the fact that they've been able to get this early lead, probably not part of their game plan. I think that, sure, they probably wanted to make a couple of ganks mid happen, but the way things have been playing out, I think definitely are just only favorable for how G2 is feeling with their comp.
And continuing to control every single objective on the map, and of course, while Caps has definitely been the benefactor of so much jungle attention, you have to give credit to the man who is giving it to him. Yanko's early game in game 1, 5K plus A at 15, huge number, incredible individual gold lead, and he's on the road to have a similar performance this time around. Already got first Drake, already got first Herald, and has already been a part of, I believe, 4 out of the 6 kills.
Yeah, the conversation, of course, with these 2 games kind of on the books will be about Caps and how crazy his LeBlanc was, and now maybe a similar thing that's starting to happen for his Aurelia. But Yanko's really set up Caps for success in game number 1, and like you just pointed out, Dracos has been doing the same thing in game.
Well, Shadow also helped, if we're being honest.
Helped Yankos, yes.
No. Yeah. What's really interesting here is Caps prioritizing the Wit's End as opposed to the Trinity Force that we often see. Now, because he's going up against the double AP threat of the Galio and the Lilia, that's, I think, to be expected. The Galio now making his way up towards top once again.
Rinse and repeat. Wonder will get locked up. The root will not connect with the Sentinel. Now coming in, Wonder will still get dropped.
Here comes Caps.
He goes on the way as well. Maybe they can get something else done here. The flawless duet. Find one quite yet. Will lock up Humanoid, force the flash out. Ulti connecting, max range, but really no follow-up. Maybe they can grab a few plates, however, in the meantime, because Arome is going to have a very tough time staying under this tower. Humanoid going to be forced to stay as well. One shot's the wave, and we'll be able to walk out, power that Galio early on.
Yeah, rinse and repeat there from Humanoid and Arome, continuing to abuse Wonder up into the top lane. He's able to land the ultimate, but he's not able to get away, even with the Senna ultimate on the back end of that fight. And with Aurelia itemizing for the magic damage, obviously that's not going to help her against the Camille in this case.
And I like these plays that we're seeing from MAD right now, but G2 want to try and answer back. They're looking for the dive.
Potential for Chain CC here. Locked up 1, locked up 2. Now trying to keep it going. Ulti can come in from Shadow, though, and lock Yanko's into the tower. He will be forced to flash from stage to Shadow. Watch out. Eep cleaning him up as well. Sweeping him. And now continue to run him down. Not going to connect, though. Ulti now coming in from Mickey. Should make an easy follow-up here. Lilia so squishy, even if she can dish out so much damage.
I thought that was going to be pretty bad for G2 there. Ooh, flash in bot lane.
Top flash, easy pickup. Wonder now trying to survive as much as he can. Shield coming in. Is it going to be enough, though? Sidestepping there on the Q. Carzzy can continue to step forward, but he has to be careful. The Blooming Burst. Tangle Barbs as well. Potentially could make his life more difficult, but that's going to be it. Wonder will get... No.
A fake.
Should be dead here now. Trying to find a kill back onto Carzzy, but is not going to get the opportunity quite yet. Carzzy sidestep, taunt through. Kaiser should just finish that one off, but tries to give it to Carzzy, so maybe risks a little bit there.
Yeah, I will say credit to Wonder right there for trying to deny the kill for as long as possible, then making sure that it ended up in Kaiser's hands and not Carzzy, as we take another look at that top lane dive.
So we can see here, Arome does what he can. He grips to the wall just as the stun comes through, unfortunately, so he can't sidestep it and land that stun. Then Jankos gets slept, is forced to flash out for the attack. And at this point, I'm like, oh, there's no way you're going to beat this Lilia in the 1v1, because she's so mobile, she can so easily chase you down. That is why Mickey chooses to flash ulti, to guarantee that crowd control, lock Shadow down, and then give Caps the kill. So G2 end up coming out ahead on that play, but then MAD appropriately respond on the bot side of the map. So I like the fact that MAD are matching G2 blow for blow. Last game, they just kind of rolled over and died in every single play, but this time around, they're only at a slight deficit. They have kills. Well, they have a lot of kills on Shen, but they also have kills on Arome, and that's the most important thing. This training force is going to be completed soon for the Camille.
Kaiser will get stunned over the wall, follow-up. not going to be there. But I think it's a good thing to point out, Vedius, is that while Lilia can do a lot of damage and she is certainly very mobile, she doesn't actually have a dash. So against a Sejuani and a Nautilus, it's actually going to be very, very difficult for Shadow to do a lot in these fights unless he's got a very strong front line ahead of him. But for now, Kaiser is going to be in trouble. Good dash out will nullify the ultimate coming out from Caps, but does set up G2 with priority access to the Drake. Kaiser and Carzzy really no room to step up here because their team is not in the area, and that will be the second Drake for G2.
We keep running into situations where the Shen ultimate isn't being used proactively by Mad Lions. You know, we keep seeing the Galio ultimate on top of the Camille ultimate, but I want to see Kaiser also getting involved with these plays and playing cross-map and making trades and not just finding themselves in situations where they're watching G2 take dragons away from them.
Well, it looks like Mad is trying to be proactive now. They've taunted up Caps.
The ulti now coming out, they can sleep the Aurelia, taking their time. Drowsy, but now not caught under the turret. They are going to finish him off. Quick shutdown, 800 gold into the pocket of Carzzy. That is massive.
Definitely a big pick there for Mad Lions. I like to. You can see Shadow came in through the lane.
Camille has ult.
They also threw down the ulti to guarantee that sleep. And then Mad is going to secure themselves their first tower of the game. So they're going to close that gold gap. Things are going to even up. The fact that Carzzy got that shut down is going to mitigate a lot of that deficit that he was put into. And experience-wise, gold-wise, Mad are definitely in this game.
Yeah, and I think a huge issue is the fact that Wunder is put so far down and so far behind. He's going to really struggle to find any sort of safe matchup right now. And again, because there's so many swings on Mad's comp with the Galio, with the Shen, like, you can just attack him and continue to abuse him. So can G2 hide Wunder or get him involved where he can be helpful? And can Mad Lions continue to exploit this weakness that they've created?
Will they continue to split up the map as well? Of course, we're getting closer and closer to third Drake, usually the time where teams start to try to contest, to force themselves from getting stuck between a rock and a hard place, dealing with a team at soul point. As you said, gold very much dead on even after a pretty solid advantage in the early game for G2. Rome and Humanoid making the difference to bring them back. Caps now shot out into the side lane, but as you highlighted earlier, Vedius, this is not a Trinity Force. This is magic resistance, defensive itemization in the form of the Wit's End. So the actual 1v1 matchup not nearly as favorable as it could be.
So the thing that we have to keep our eyes on, Mickey.
That taunt right there, because now Mickey's going to be in trouble. Perk's now trying to move in, has a little bit more shielding there, but Mickey is going to get taken down. Another shutdown for Carzzy.
Another really good pick coming out from Mad, and this is going to give them priority over the Rifthold and the top lane tower as well. I love that Mad is continuing to be proactive. We asked, were they going to go for more of an early game approach? And while they don't have the same sort of early game power that G2 had last game, they have a lot of early game agency, and they're finding repeated picks. They've been able to take an advantage now in the kills. Oh, but Humanoid may have overextended.
Potentially. Kong will still connect. Cleanse now coming out. Good damage on the backside from the Ezreal, but now flashing over the wall. Wunder in the midst of everything. Only going to find one, though, on the ulti. Caps debating. Flash over the wall. Very aggressive here. Kaiser taking his time, though, dancing around the stun. Kaiser set to get locked up here. Ulti now coming in. That's going to be stun. They are going to be able to finish him off. Caps on the backside, but they're very low. Orome now coming in. Has to be careful. Can't get bursted down, but can start to turn it around. Hextech ultimatum. Shadow going to take down Perks. Rome looking for the hookshot wall die, potentially the follow-up, but both sides will back away 1-for-1 at the end of the exchange.
Yeah, what started out as Humanoid maybe going too deep and out of position. Suddenly Mad Lions turn on its head, and Humanoid using the ultimate to escape. It now gives Mad Lions priority control over mid lane. The Herald goes down, and that's actually a huge swing in their favor. Very well played in kind of the extended trade and also securing mid tower.
Yeah, Mad Lions right now doing a fantastic job going toe-to-toe with G2 in a lot of these skirmishes, responding to some of the aggression that we're seeing from G2. And the thing that I wanted to mention earlier was QSS. Going to be very valuable on both sides. We see absolutely no cleanses, but with things like Lilia's Sleep, with things like Sejuani's Ultimate, with so much crowd control on both sides, the ability to remove it is going to be a very big purchase. But of course, it's going to delay those item spikes. So the faster you get to there, the faster you can get it, it's going to be a big swing in the upcoming fights.
And the good news is, Perks not only has a stopwatch, but he does have a cleanse, even if it is not available now. So that is at least one character who will not be forced to buy that. There's no suppression in the game currently, so he will still be able to get out of just about anything that they can throw at him.
I think a big concern, though, is that as the mountain is about to spawn, and obviously the soul's not going to be as impactful as maybe an Ocean or an Infernal Soul, of course. But ultimately, you can start to slow down these Dragon stacks, and Mad Lions are in a perfect position where they're very powerful right now. G2, even though they have the first two Drakes, should probably give up this Drake if this is just a fair, even fight where both teams draw the line of scrimmage and kind of run at each other. Unless G2 get crafty and try to curate a pick, this should be completely Mad Lions' zone of control.
Now you see Mad Lions, as said, moving in, taking control of the area that they have rights over. For now, at least. Wonder scouting a little bit with the fake. Now back off. Luckily for them, Scuttle Crab is there, so they know generally that Mad is in the area. Still will be around in 15 seconds when the Drake does spawn. Mad Lions can burn this down quite quickly with a level 11 Lilia.
G2 are looking to fight this. They're actually not trying to trade on CS or waves at all. They're all here.
Yep, we're gonna have a big fight coming up. Notice that Shadow level 11, Arome level 11, flash in.
Forward. Hook and the ulti gonna miss, so that's big for the fight to come. G2 may have missed the mark there. May not have the opportunity to fight anymore, and it looks like they will just back off. They thought if they found that pick, they could get more, but they will not find it, so Mad will get the third Drake for themselves.
And see, that's the thing. G2 had the option where, okay, we don't necessarily have the items. We probably can't fight this. We can go to the top lane. We can continue to try to get a CS into Wonder. It's not that important. You know, we still have 2 Drakes to our name. But instead, they decide to group up and then fish for a pick, and it doesn't turn out. So it's kind of one of those things that's just like, G2 just tries to do that. I think they wasted a lot of time, and now I hope that Mad Lions can continue to punish them for that type of performance.
Well, they are going to steal away a lot of the jungle away from G2. Jankos looking for a fight, but he doesn't have his ultimate, so he's not going to take it. Will be spotted out on a ward, and now Mad can make a beeline straight up towards the top lane, where that final outer tower is waiting. And you can see how quickly this game has suddenly swung into Mad Lions' control. Their mid game is so powerful, with the Trinity Force sitting on top of Arome, with the Iceborne Gauntlet, and the Muramana stacking onto Kazi. Like, Mad feel very comfortable, very powerful right now, and as Frosky was saying, G2 just kind of want to sit back, wait for the items a little bit more. They do have pretty good scaling on their side, but a lot of that relies on Senna and getting a little bit more AP and burst damage on top of Wonder.
Wonder just continuing to suffer. Obviously, is balancing things out in the CS department, but is only now hitting that first item. Does not have Boots 2 yet, just an extra amp tome to his name. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on exactly what this champion is going to do. Obviously, Glacial Augment is a big deal as we get later and later in the game. But this is feeling like a game where we might need to see a Zhonya's sooner rather than later.
I mean, he's utility, is all Wonder the name of the game is going to be for this Nico. He's been sitting in that lane forever, it feels like, with Sejuani just kind of creating a safety net of wards around him and just holding the wave. So either he's going to get dove, or Mad Lions are going to use the numbers advantage that they have elsewhere on the map to continue to eat up this map and pressure G2, like with the dive on Caps.
SaintCC is going to be clutch here. How long can they keep Caps locked down? More than long enough to kill him is the answer. Mad Lions with a very clean dive on the top side. G2 in no position to respond, will give up the topside tower, and the gold lead for Mad Lions will extend. A little bit more than 1,000 now in their favor.
Beautiful dive from Mad. Very little else to add. They used the Shen ultimate well, they had the Humanoid tank it, they noticed that Caps also missed the stun, so there's very little that Caps could do there aside of just expect the dive to happen and disengage. So really well played from Mad, and now they're going to sit and continue to build up this gold advantage.
And then it is one of the nice things about Mad's comp is that they have great dive tools. So if G2 do decide to kind of freeze on one of their side lanes, Mad have all of the tools on their composition to punish that type of performance with how fast they can get around to lanes and then how confident they are to punish you underneath your own tower.
Additionally, now you've got the Leandri's finish for Shadow as well as the fully stocked Muramana for Karzi. So Mad right now are just very, very strong. They're going to be very difficult to deal with for at least the next few minutes. Of course, Perks has 2 items, but does not have the fully stacked Muramana. And while Caps is certainly feeling okay about the 2 items that he has, he doesn't have really a big health pool. So it's actually very easy for Camille to just rip through that health bar anytime she sees an opportunity.
That's very true. Humanoid right now zoning G2 away from this blue buff. They will hand that over to Mad. Sorry, hand it over to Shadow, and you can see he's sitting at level 12 right now. And I think that after watching game 1, I was worried that Mad was just going to be straight up outclassed from G2, but I am happy to see that Mad is performing much more of Mad Lions that we got to saw this split. The Mad Lions that was sitting in first place, the one that was dominating so many other teams, the one that even in the last time they played up against G2 did actually win that matchup. And I think that many people have and have had high expectations for Mad. They still have to win this game, but they're in a much better position this time around compared to last game.
And if they are winning it, they're winning it in a way that we've liked to see from Mad in the past, which is aggressive, matching aggression with G2, and also showing us some new picks, showing us some innovation. Well, new old picks, but definitely Shen support looking very solid for Kaiser. A lot more agency on that champion than on the Tark in the previous game, and it's clearly paying off for the Mad Lions.
Also, individual performers stepping up, and that was kind of the big breakout success of this Mad Lions roster, is that you had such talent like Humanoid was kind of going into his realized form, and this type of performance versus his first performance, he wasn't punished as hard, he's looked great on this Galio right now, and really has set up the rest of his team to thrive in a Romy and Shadow.
Now, of course, however, as we get closer and closer to Baron being on the table.
Dragon in 30 seconds as well, 35, and I think that's probably going to be the big point of contention up next. Question is, did G2 feel strong enough to fight? Because the Mana Mune is now fully stacked into the Muramana, and Perks sitting with 2.5 items should feel pretty strong, but Kazi's going to be in a similar vein. The biggest issue I see for G2 right now is the level difference. You see 13 on Shadow, 11 for Jankos. You can see Kazi 13, Perks 12. So the level and the XP difference. Wow, Wonder's actually about to hit 14, fair enough. But for the most part,
he's been sitting in that lane for a long time.
Mad actually have a pretty large XP lead, which I think could be a big swing factor in this upcoming fight.
Look at Wonder, he's looking, oh, okay, I was going to say, he's actually sitting on base, possibly looking for a TP flank, but decides to just go behind his team. So G2 grouping up and just running front to back into this pit.
Right now, Mad are a little bit split. They're going to try to catch out Humanoid off on the side. Ultimate used. Fall-up CC will not be there. Humanoid with the Nimbus Cloak and the Flash will make it out to safety. Now Dragon, the center of attention, but they've already burned Mickey's ultimate for Humanoid's Flash. Wonder in the meantime, stepping behind Dragon, trying to get double value out of the root there. The Tangle bars. Carzy, perfect input buffer, and now a Romaine in the middle of the entire team, combining with the Galio. Wombo, combo, all too easy, but G2 aren't dropping fast enough. Wonder on the backside trying to get something done. Perks as well. In the meantime, Mad continuing to pull ahead. Ulti coming out. He's going to connect it on to 3. Wonder turning the fight right back in the favor of G2. And just like that, shutdown's coming through. Kaiser's still alive, but the Dragon will be given up to G2 Esports.
Close fight, but it's G2 that comes out on top, and what a beautiful ultimate from Wonder. Such patient play showcased from the man that was put so far behind in the early laning phase. Let's take a look back at this one. So Humanoid's just waiting for a good opportunity to use his ultimate. After the engage, Rome goes in, they land onto Cat, but look at how quickly he dies. He just gets blown up by the squad of G2. Perks' positioning is great as he lands an ultimate onto the entire team, and then Wonder waits for his opportunity. He sees that Mad are going to re-engage, flashes in, hits 3 people, and this then sets up for Perks to follow up with the remaining damage, to take out the Lilia, and then clean up the rest of Mad Lions.
Really a game of inches right there for G2. Like you said, Wonder coming up huge. But the thing there is that if you have a bad team fight and you just get destroyed, you immediately rotate into Baron. That was actually, I think, a very risky call from G2 to try to contest that one. And yeah, they didn't get the Drake, or excuse me, they did get the Drake, and yeah, they won the team fight, but that could have also ended their game right there.
That's also G2 Esports in a nutshell. You know, they have a habit of taking these risks that, you know, sometimes they just have to outplay and they end up coming out on top. But Mad Lion, like, I think one of the biggest things for me is realizing how much damage this Lilia can do. Like, it is crazy what she's actually capable of. She just has free reign in these fights. The Leandries very quickly stacks up. The fact that Q is so spammable, like, Shadow, again, is going to be a big carry in these upcoming fights, I feel.
And one of the things that's incredible about that champion is that for the most part, when you use her ulti, you're hitting 1 or 2 champions. But when you've got a Galio to set you up, when you've got a Camille to set you up, and a Shen, you can run into the midst of a chaotic team fight, 1 quick Q into the ult, you can be sleeping 3 or 4 people, which at best is a ton of CC, at worst is just a bunch of extra damage. So the value of the champion uncontested in a team fight is just insane.
She's just so fast. It's so obnoxious, especially with the phase rush. This champion's moving like 500 miles an hour, just like zipping in there, throwing the Q. It's like if you took Evelynn and Darius and Hecarim and all just smashed them into one champion.
Yeah, and now I'm looking at some of the itemization that's coming through as well. I'm still waiting for either a Mikhail's or a QSS to come through from either side. It looks like right now the priority is going to be some Death Dance. Maybe we get to see a Locket of the Iron Solari on Jankos as well. But 3 items done for Perks, 3 items done for Karzy. Both 80 carries are primed, ready to go, looking for a fight. Zhonya's nearly done for Wonder. That's going to be a big pickup. But the Death Stance on a Rome as well. He needs to be careful about how he approaches these next 2 fights because he has a lot of damage. But if he gets blown up like he did last time, he's not going to be able to contribute in these upcoming fights for Mad.
And that's why I think the Locket is actually super important from Jankos here once he gets it finalized, because surviving the burst damage of Mad's kind of like 1-2 punch is super important.
Oh no, hits him once. That's going to be a sleepy Aurelia. The follow-up is there, all too easy to take him down. Cat's getting lower and lower. The shield is too little too late. Now looks like Jankos is just next on the menu. Boar for dinner, not going to be a problem as a Rome finishes that one off. And Mad now poised to just take the Baron.
Yeah, that was such a great play from Mad, and it was so simple. They just sat in a brush, waited for Caps to overextend. They get themselves that kill, and with the jungler to boot, there's very little that G2 can do to contest.
Yeah, and you can see that Perks is immediately walking towards the bot lane. They're going to go ahead and give this one away to Mad, even though it actually feels kind of like a slow Baron. There we go, Karzy's finally hitting it.
Good sustained damage, but no traditional AD carry until RGE arrives to start finishing it off. So Baron going over to Mad Lions. Finally having a pretty substantial gold here, almost 2K in their favor. Of course, Soul is going to be the big deal for G2 in the next minute and 30 seconds. But because Mad are empowered by the Baron, hard to imagine G2 really having easy access to that objective.
And now the question is going to be, if Mad Lions close out this game, what is the adjustment? What is going to define this series? Because then we'd be sitting 1-1, and blue side would have won both times. Now, Lilia was banned on red in game number 1, priority picked in game number 2. Is this the champion that suddenly has to become permaban? Do G2 decide that it's too obnoxious? I don't necessarily think that Lilia's the problem here. I think it's more so some of G2's decision-making.
I mean, I've also been impressed with how Mad responded to a lot of the early skirmishes that G2 were trying to force, because after that chaos that we saw in mid lane multiple times, most teams would just kind of reset, take an opportunity to kind of catch back up, but Mad were like, nope, we're ganking top, we're doing it again and again and again, and they put Wonder so far behind and put a Rome in a position of power. I think my big question mark for Mad will be how they actually execute these fights, because I think their comp is actually quite difficult to play. G2's comp is just bundle up, press R, go forward. It's actually very straightforward, especially when you have such good players. But Mad, positioning is going to be key. Target focus is going to be key. How you use your ultimates is going to be really important. So a big execution thing is going to be necessary for Mad to come out ahead in these 5v5s.
Cap splitting in the side lane currently. Meanwhile, Rome matching, but of course has the Baron empowered creeps to back him up. Tier 2 will fail in favor of G2. Traded, of course, for Mad in 2 Tier 2s. So Mad continue to come out on top. But Cap's trying to get something done. Will force Humanoid to back. Of course, does have the TP if he wants to return to mid lane. Cap's going to have to respect that one.
There may be some people asking, why isn't the Aurelia coming back? Remember that Aurelia offers basically no wave clear in this situation. The only time Aurelia would be valuable is if G2 is getting dived. And as long as the rest of G2 plays safe enough, it's actually more valuable for Caps to split push than it is to actually group up. You're relying on Wonder to be the primary wave clear in a position like this, or you just kind of have to concede these tier 2 towers, which is by and large what G2 did.
Yeah, and also the fact that Caps traded 2 towers for 3 towers, I think, overall, and the Baron team kind of barely gets an advantage there. Also did get access into the Drake, but because the Drakes are split pretty even between both teams, it's not like the Soul is going to be a big problem coming up.
So it looks like G2 had just said, okay, fine, we lost the Baron, sucks, but with that Baron wearing off and Mad yet to break into the base, this game is still very close. This is what I think a lot of fans and a lot of us wanted to see from these two teams. Mad that pretty much sat at the top of the regular season for the vast majority of it until the very end. G2, a team that looks like they're returning to form. The back and forth is what we wanted to see between these two teams. So we're going to get one big fight, I feel, that's going to swing this game. And the outcome.
I'm not gonna lie, I was really scared when G2 came out and just sucker punched Mad in game number 1, but I'm with you, Vetty. You know, I want to see the Mad Lions that we were really building up to kind of be the next big EU team.
Hold that thought, though. These first getting engaged on Robo Golden to try to buy a bit of time, but a sleepy Yankees in the meantime. Perk's now running for the hills, but can't get out of the Camille ultimate quite yet. Now backing up, waiting for his opportunity to fire the ultimate, but he might not get one. Wonder trying to create as much space as possible to Rome is going down. In the meantime, Caps is still alive, but there's too many members of Mad left standing. Caps wants to turn it. Dash, auto, trying to finish it. Karzi goes down. Caps still alive on the backside. Can he find a miracle turnaround? The stun will not connect. Caps still running for the hill. Shadow has to be careful, though. Wonder on the way in. Caps is very strong, has so much MR. He cannot be stopped in this exchange. Triple kill coming in for Wonder, and Caps carries the fight.
Was that the Cheyenne rookie, or is that Wonder and Caps? The duo do it again. Beautiful outplay in the top lane as they stop Mad Lions with the Baron buff. Wow, 3 for 2 in favor of G2. A fight that landed on a knife's edge.
This is... We came into mid-split and we're like, Kaiser is going to be the MVP. He was our mid-split MVP. We were so excited about. Caps is just insane, though. It is now a big conversation. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Gillis? Is it Caps? Is it Kaiser? And it's performances like this where you're like, G2 should have lost here. Like, this looks great for Mad Lions. At first, you're like, wow, I think they're actually going to close the game off of this. And he just rips it back.
Wow, the flash usage of Caps in that final fight.
He sidesteps the Lilia Q,
even though he misses so many E's. And huge props to Wonder as well. He comes in a little bit later into the fight. He's killing people on the backline. He gets a triple kill as well. Like, this duo is just, can be so terrifying.
Wow. Wow. 4,700 damage.
Is that the Aurelia buffs? Is that what that is?
That's, I mean, yes. The 20% attack speed is that's it. It was before useless, now 4,000 damage.
We call it the Caps buff. Anytime he pilots.
Oh my god.
And now the gold is dead even. Drake, G2 is still 1 Drake away from At and Soul. Mad R2. And again, but this is what I was saying, right? Like, G2's comp, in a nutshell, is a lot easier to execute than Mad's is. And in that situation, what Mad actually did was dive a tower. So G2 had a bit of a buff because there was a 6th man there helping provide that additional safety. So Mad have to be careful when making these type of plays.
The issue, though, is I think they split damage. The fact that Arome dove back onto the
100%.
inhib tower, and I think if they had all done it together, they still would have been successful. But I get it. I agree with you, but I also am just like, was that really the composition doing work for them, or was that?
I mean, this is the thing, right? But it's one of those things that I look at where I'm like, if you mess up with Mad's comp, G2 have so many tools with their comp where they can swing a fight in their favor, which is why I feel we've seen so many close fights. 19 to 17 on the kills. These are our two teams that are so similar to how LPL approach the game. We're getting a very LP-esque style game. I love it. These next Drake and Baron fights are going to be huge to determine the outcome. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're only at game 2. There's at least one more game after this. But here's hoping that Mad Lions can bring us to all 5. They're in a great position to be able to win this one out.
Of course, Mountain spawning in 1 minute, it would be soul point for G2, as well as the Baron. That's also going to be a pressure point there. So maybe Mad Lions try to say, okay, you can have Mount
Yankos.
Soul.
Big hook though, gonna connect on the Kaiser. Follow-up CC is there. Spirit's Refuge buys a little bit of time. A humanoid off to the side. Keep your eyes on the hook shot coming in. They're not even giving the opportunity to kick off though. That's a lot of good damage, but in the meantime, Perkz uncontested on the backside means he gets to throw the ult across the entire team. Still, G2 are getting chunked down. Caps is getting chunked down. He's gonna get knocked out, but here comes Wonder one more time. But no, this time the Zanyas is there. Shadow and Carzzy untouched for now. Humanoid buying a bit more space. Carzzy wants to finish this one off, but he leaps forward right into the snare. In the meantime though, watch out, eat from Shadow, but Wonder gonna go on a rampage as he takes him down.
For the longest time, Perkz was actually untouched in that fight, and it was kind of a story about 80 carries. But the fact of the matter is that Perkz had the range, he had the through damage on the Senna, as well as also providing all of that healing.
Whew. What a close fight, though. G2 just barely coming out ahead. I thought Carzzy was going to carry that one. Oh, but the TP re-engages once again.
TP being matched, though, for now. Who's going to come in? Humanoid right into the midst of the team. There's no backup. Humanoid, no. He wanted to stop this. He wanted to contest it, but there's no option.
No.
They were already guaranteed the Mountain Soul, and Humanoid throws his life away as well.
Oof. That is a crucial death. Of course, as you rightly said, Dracos, the question is, why did he use the TP? His jungler is there. G2 is already in a position to secure that dragon. Maybe he wanted to try and steal it away, but with that gone and with him dead, this should be an easy access for G2 to go and get the Baron as well.
And this is a big deal because Mountain obviously isn't that important in the sense that there aren't very many true tanks on this team, but having a more upfront shielding on top of the lock of the Iron Solari to mitigate the combo of the Galio and the Camille together means it's that much harder for Mad to just blow up a member of G2 in any one of these fights.
I actually think it is a big deal because it's also a Senna on a composition. You know, like you're saying, it's hard to blow them up and to burst them. It's actually just super hard to beat G2. In an extended, long fight, I think they just win that every single time, especially because of the itemization you see from both teams. With the Baron on top of it, this is looking really ugly. This was like Mad's game all the way, and G2 find the picks, find the fights.
So let's have a look. Kaiser gets chunked out a lot initially, but then the TP comes through for Camille. Immediate ultimate, there's the Galio ult. So 3 people get knocked up, but again, Perkz is positioning at the back. His ultimate comes through, and notice how Carzzy and Perkz are just sitting at the back of each team fight. They're like, I'm dealing damage as much as I can, and you can see again, at this point I'm thinking, ooh, Carzzy can carry, but he gets rooted up here, and that slows his momentum. He cannot follow Shadow because as well, the slow that comes out from the Glacial Orphan from Wonder, and that is what allows G2 to actually come out ahead on this fight. Then the TP comes through, and G2 find an easy kill.
But here's the thing, G2 knew that that ward was there, and that's kind of 2 bad teleports from Mad Lions that G2 massively punished to swing the game in their favor. As soon as Camille's TP came down, Mad knew that they had to fight there. They forced way too hard, and then Humanoid does the same thing, thinking that he can assassinate Senna, and not seeing Nico on the control ward TPing in, as well as Yankos hiding on the Raptor camp.
Meanwhile, in top lane,
Mad trying to set the bait though. They want Caps to step forward so they can try to find the follow-up, but they don't have the wave.
who's baiting who, Dracos?
That's a damn good question. In the meantime, towers are dropping left and right for G2 Esports as they push into the bottom lane. There are 2 members here on the top side. If Caps continues to push forward and stops the recalls, there's not going to be a lot of recourse here for the Mad Lions. Now stepping forward, though, they are going to break at least 1 tower, break an inhibitor. This is going to be huge, especially with Baron coming up, or with Baron on the team. Breaking bot side inhibitor means they can go straight to top side. 3 minutes to the Elder as well. Rome now hooked up. Follow-up CC will not connect, though. G2 debating if they want this fight. Without Caps in the area, it is difficult. A little bit more damage. That's going to be a sleepy Perkz now. The ultimate now used. Ezreal coming off the top, though. Breaking the sleep a little bit early, so there's no follow, but now it's Mickey in trouble. Perkz over the wall. Can't offer a lot of healing, and Wonder with a massive ult to try to turn it back, but Arome for now untouched. Carzzy untouched. Perkz now trying to get in the middle of the team fight. Caps rather. Perkz running for the hills. Mickey finds the hook onto Carzzy. Perkz still just healing up. Double kill coming over for G2. They're absolutely slaughtering the Mad Lions. It was such a close game, but Mad cannot find a fight in their favor. Rome just barely making it out.
Wow, another huge teamfight win, but Carzzy staying alive. Oh, the damage from Fergs is so huge, though. And G2 will just obliterate Mad in the fight.
Senna is way too powerful at this point. Credit to Mickey as well. I know you already shouted out Wonder's ultimate, but he also played that team fight very cleanly. And suddenly, in what looked like a Mad Lions game, G2 rip it back from them on red side.
Back and forth. Mad thought they had the advantage. Mad winning team fights, Mad finding kills left and right, but it is not enough for the Mad Lions to win a game versus G2. They stood their ground. They turned the game right back in their favor. And Mad Lions now pushed to match point.
We'll see if Mad Lions can turn it around. I think they showcased a lot of great stuff in Game 2, and I'm optimistic that they can put on a good performance here in Game 3. We're jumping into draft. They put a high priority on the Lilia last game. Let's see if they do the same for us.
Yeah, reminder, Mad Lions were also on blue side. Their bans were Set, Twisted Fate, and Ashe, so you can already see the TF coming out there. And as Vedius just said, are they going to continue to put high priority on Lilia? I'm actually really surprised. SK did something where when they got 3-0 by Schalke, they decided to swap to red side just to try out a different strategy. Usually when you're preparing drafts, you prepare a draft for blue side, you prepare drafts for red side, and SK didn't feel that blue side was working for them, so they just last-ditch effort ran to red. Mad Lions like, no, we think it's execution, let's run it again. Well,
they have made a slight pivot by banning away the Nautilus. They're going to remove that from Mickey. As you mentioned, Frost, he has had a very good Nautilus performance so far this series. The Set's going to be taken off the board as well, means that Ashe will be left available. And we'll see how this shifts the bans. It won't at all for G2 Esports, so Lilia, surely the first pick here for Mad Lions.
Ashe, though, up and available, taking their time debating on this one. Ezreal up to, of course, 80 carry champion pools we know can go deeper, but a lot of meta power picks still up and available. Lilia going to be locked in again, most likely into the hands of Shadow. Could still be a flex, but I got to say, I already like that Mad Lions have taken the Nautilus off the table, removing some of the point-and-click CC that could shut that Lilia down.
I don't necessarily think it's just the Lilia, though. It's the fact that Mickey was just terrorizing them into the mid lane, constantly roaming up there, and Nautilus just had so many tools to make his life such a pain, and this is a very different departure. Obviously,
this is a complete 180. This man is not leaving a lane anytime soon.
But now that, how does that change G2? Because Mickey was a big part of the blitzing that G2 were doing at Humanoid in that mid lane, and yeah, the game plan has still been to get a very strong mid-jungle duo for G2, but at least you're not also then bringing a support.
Wow, okay, so Ashe plus Lulu plus Lilia. We're going full magical journey with Mad Lions and this composition.
Listen, let me tell you about Lulu Ashe and how the fact that you never get away from that.
Yeah, and then there's a Lilia on top of it as well. Like, the movement speed, the utility, just from Lulu and Lilia in conjunction, like, it's crazy. So we'll see how G2 respond. They're going to lock in the Shen. Of course, with the Yuumi locked in, you expect this to be in the top lane, so I imagine we're going to see a Gangplank ban. There it is, coming out from G2.
There's also a potential that you ban Kha'Zix here. Now, I'm not quite certain on the Lilia versus Kha'Zix matchup, but I will say that Yuumi and Shen plus a Kha'Zix probably going to be pretty terrifying.
That's fair, yeah.
A champion that can jump in right now when you have two backpack champions that can join them, I think is kind of the game plan.
Have to see what they want to opt for. For now, the Hecarim actually going to be taken away. G2 Esports not going to get the opportunity to play at Mad Lions. Of course, know the strength of that pick themselves. They've tried it before, mounting the kitty cat to the pony.
Yeah, champion that you can ride. Hecarim, Shen, and Yuumi can ride that.
It's true. That's very, very true. I'm really curious. Renekton ban. Wow, the Renekton ban going out from G2. Okay, so they're going to deny that one array from Arome. What's the final ban here from Mad Lions? The Kha'Zix, as you predicted for us. Good shot there. Now, what direction did G2 go? Obviously, they're going to save their mid lane pick for Caps, try and get him a counter, put him in the best position for success, especially with the series that he's having.
I think you can just go Sejuani here if you want and get the hard engage anyway, and then you can give Caps a champion that can dive into the back line.
Perhaps, yeah.
Maybe you go Nocturne? Okay,
Ooh.
so it's still a diving champion.
I mean, this comp is definitely a little bit different. When we talked about last game, G2's comp felt very easy to execute, very straightforward. You're already seeing a little bit more complexity here with G2's comp. It seems to me like that they have a lot of options in the early game, but this mid lane pick is going to determine a lot.
Camille coming out. Let's see the final pick for Mad Lions is going to be, they're going to run it back Of course, even more tools, arguably, with the Lulu here to make sure that this combo really connects. Ashe, the sustain damage they're looking for. But of course, Jankos on the Lee Sin, a big deal, taking it away from Shadow, who most likely was going to play the Lilia anyway. But now, Jankos, a man who's been having absolutely flawless early game performances, is now set up to do so again on the Lee Sin.
Here's the issue. If you go Aurelia again, you're missing a lot of magic damage, and I feel like that's why they're flashing between the Syndra and the Aurelia. Like, it would make sense because he wants to take the matchup again of the Aurelia and the Galio, but Syndra Lee Sin gets him the magic and physical damage profile that you need in mid-jungle, and it's also incredibly oppressive at level 6. Syndra Lee Sin, that duo still blitzing.
That's level 2. QE, okay, I'm good to go. Like, that's all you need with the Syndra Lee Sin combo.
But
I think it can be very powerful, but again, the thing that G2 have to be careful of is Mad Lions level 1. They're going to look to invade once again. We see it time and time again with the Lilia, and we expect Mad Lions to play through the top side of the map. They're going to want to try and shut this Shen down by utilizing the Galio ultimate to make those roams happen and try and attack these side lanes.
And not just the level 1, but also in the mid lane, Caps has to be carried, because we saw how Wonder was picked off time and time again on the top side of the map. This time, he is the one with the target on his back, and it is time to see, can Mad Lions bring it back? Can they take us to a game 4, or will G2 complete the sweep? Welcome. Humanoid has changed skins. This is the serious humanoid skin. This is the I ain't taking no crap from your Caps in the mid lane skin. I don't know that. I'm just assuming.
This is the I survived that teleport.
That's what I noticed for some reason. Anyway, level 1, of course, something, Vedius, that you highlighted that could be very important.
I shall enhance the minimap for you.
Thank you. Expecting to see the Lilia contest these early Raptors. Of course, important to note that Sin level 1 is quite strong, so I can't imagine Lilia is going to feel super comfortable to run in there on her own. It looks like Shadow will back off.
This is why they put me in the middle of the Tricaster cage. It's so I don't get to touch the
the boop-de-boop. It's what I call the boop-de-boop. Kevin and I have agreed on the official stats.
Okay. I'll advance us. It's fine. Lilia, hard farming jungle. The thing is that she needs gank setup. So again, we talked about that in the last game. Galio has that gank setup potentially for Lilia, whereas Lee Sin, very heavy gank jungle. So the two different styles should be Shadow kind of quietly waiting for setup for his lanes. Otherwise, he's going to be power farming through his jungle, making use of the wave priority that Galio can get, and then playing towards that top side. Whereas G2 probably blitzing mid lane once again and trying to find early kills.
And in the brief break before level 2s come in and Humanoid potentially has to fear for his life, I gotta ask the people at home, Mad Lions, they want to find a game 4, but who's gonna take him there? Who will carry Mad this game? It's a tough one to call. A lot of sources of damage, a lot of sources of playmaking, but you at home can do it. Reminder, you type any player's name you want and it'll contribute to the vote. Just remember that Shadow has a 0 and not an O. Don't let that stop you from voting for the Lilia. Vedius, you can go. We'll check in on the votes in a second.
So again, you can vote for any of the Mad Lions players. Which ones do you think will need to step up and who can carry? Because I think a lot of the responsibility falls on Arome once again. I feel like that he's in this position where he's on the Camille, and last game where he got a lot of resources. When it came to those team fights, he just didn't have the same impact that Wonder had, and I think that right now there is a bit of a top differential in terms of the outcome. So I think that a lot of responsibility is falling on his shoulders right now to help Mad Lions come back into this series.
I mean, I think the series has been a solo lane difference between these two teams. So I agree with you. It's not just Arome, it's also Humanoid. Now, we've seen some bright flashes of these two from the previous series, but now they just need to make it count when their backs is against the wall.
They're out of chances. You're 2 games down against G2 Esports. This is where no one ever wants to be, and it's a bit divided in terms of who actually people expect to carry. It's not Humanoid at all. It appears to be mostly leaning towards Carzzy, and might shift away from Arome in a second if Jankos can find a successful gank here. He's used the hook shot, he's used the wall dive, he's committed now. He's probably going to have to flash here. Flashes to take him under tower, however. Jankos going to get that one for free.
But they're going to be happy with that, and that early flash means that G2 can look for another play up towards the top side of the map a little bit later on into the game. But very quickly to come back to this vote, I will say that Carzzy was very crucial in that last fight.
It's so
Kaiser
easy.
has 24% chance
He's
to carry on a
Lulu.
Lulu over the Camille.
Okay, I didn't notice the Kaiser. I saw the Kazi 30%, and I was like, yeah, okay, we can talk a little bit about Kazi from last game. They were like, no, the Lulu is the carry. I'm like, all right, chat, we'll listen in, okay?
They're like, this name's easy to spell.
Like, this is why we don't invite you onto the broadcast, okay? All right, he's
Okay,
getting
chat.
more votes. Get rid of it. Kevin, get rid of this now. We don't want this anymore.
Take it down, Kevin. The votes were only growing. Now Humanoid, though, going in. He might need some votes of his own because 1, 2, 3. Caps burning slowly but surely. The tick, not enough. First blood to turn back. The white flag and the Nico emo. You can't do that to him.
That is twice Shadow has missed crucial abilities in trying to dive Caps.
Pain.
TP now coming
So much
in.
pain.
Yankos maybe now in trouble. Humanoid wants to get this one down. They're going to have some follow-up CC. Yankos will get traded back.
Hit that one.
All right, nice. Okay, Humanoid needed that. That was, he really needed that one. You know, like you've had a bad day at the office and you find ice cream in the fridge and you're like, oh yeah, this is it.
Are you
needed
12?
that kill back. Hey, ice cream makes me feel good. Oh, this is a good trade for Wonder right now.
All right. Rome is going to walk his way out as a
Was
pull-up
he stuck in the minions?
He might have been. League of Legends is a great game like
Ah, yes, the game working as intended.
Yes.
No, I don't know. I don't know about that one. But in any case, let's go back to that mid play. So, really clutch flash that came out from Caps to be able to avoid the taunt. But as you rightly said, Frost, like, Humanoid needed to land that. That was such a good
Shadow.
setup from... Wait, it wasn't Shadow. The Humanoid missed the taunt, right?
Or, no, I think it was Shadow that missed the Q.
Oh. Unfortunately, we don't have a replay
don't
for this
replay.
one.
Yeah,
We don't
that's
have
the
a replay.
unfortunate thing.
Yeah, so...
I'm sure someone in chat.
Yeah, you guys are going to have to help us. Something was missed there. There was an execution error on Mad Lion's
Vote
part.
now in the chat.
Don't do that.
Is it Shadow
Here's a
or
list of
Humanoid?
5 skills.
Don't
Who
do
messed
that.
it up? I'm kidding. There's no vote.
But the thing is that Caps got first blood and he didn't die. So this Syndra now sitting on double Doran's ring. This is also, by the way, one of Caps' best ever champions. He has an insane win rate on this Syndra. Do you have it for me, Dracos?
Oh my god, it's going to take like 30 seconds. Don't put me on.
But
The internet
Caps
is
has something
slow
like
today.
17 or 18 wins on this champion, and like the fact that he got that first blood is only going to make this lane matchup so much harder for Humanoid.
Checking into game state, however, you can see that the Drake has been started by Mad Lions. They're using the priority that they got into the mid lane, as well as that bot lane in particular there. Meanwhile, Yankos has decided to full piggyback behind Wonder, who had a freeze on his side of the lane. Now the wave has slowly grown and is slowly rotating back towards Arome. So Yankos is also here just to protect Wonder, so he can crash this wave and get a reset.
Notice that Humanoid's even moving up because he's like, they might dive Arome here. With that huge wave stacking up, there was a real risk that G2 is going to put him unbelievably far behind. But fortunately for Arome, nothing is going to come of that. Humanoid.
Taunt coming out will connect with the Caps to fall because there. He can make Caps sleepy now, but the Shen ultimate is now coming in. They want to turn this one back. Shadow taking a lot of damage in response. Caps burning his ult, though, just to keep himself alive in that exchange. And will have to walk away.
So I like the repeat gank from Mad Lions. This time around they couldn't get the kill because the ultimate from Wonder did come through. They're going to burn that one, but Wonder's also not going to lose a huge amount because of where the wave state is. And now Wonder's going to help Caps push in mid as his wave is being pushed in his favor back towards topside. So this early game, I think going pretty good for G2. It's Perks.
Polymorph has to flash out to safety. Yankos is here in the nick of time one more time, and this time he hits Kaiser. Flashing in, going to find the slow. Will they get anything else? Mickey now mounted to the blind bunk. He's his eyes. See for him, Mickey. Kaiser will get taken. No! You can't kill him! This is why the chat voted for him. Kaiser's still alive, and now the rest of the team has to run. There's no ultimate available for Shadow, but he's prancing in. He wants to finish this one. A little bit more damage. Ticking, 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 but just enough health for Perks to make it out.
Beautiful play there from the Mad Lions bot lane. They were definitely the ones that needed to clutch up in this situation. They were able to punish Yankos once again. This early game Lee Sin not working out for G2.
Yeah, and the thing is that this Ashe and this Lulu will scale exceptionally well. And you have to have kill pressure onto the Ashe, kind of like Ezreal, where if the composition can't dive in and deny her, her scaling is actually quite powerful. And if Yankos isn't popping off and doesn't actually have kill pressure, then you're entirely reliant on Caps. And Ashe is one of the safer champions against Syndra because of her long range.
It's true. So Mad feeling pretty comfortable, even though some of these early game shenanigans have not looked great for Mad Lions. The fact that Arome is falling behind, the fact that Caps gets his first blood. Bot lane has been doing exceptionally well in the 2 versus 2. Lulu at the beginning of the split was considered a very strong answer into things like the Yuumi, and it's cool to see it come back in Kaiser's hands.
Also a great answer into Syndra. Like, how is he going to burst anyone when you have the wild growth?
Such a great point.
And you have to remember, in a meta full of melee supports, it was G2 last spring in the playoffs who brought the Lulu back, paired it with the Kog'Maw, showed the power that this champion can have. Now paired with an Ashe, as you mentioned before, Frostgurn, this champion's impossible to get away from. And once she gets a lead in this lane, you know, Perkz is just going to be out of options in terms of sitting here comfortably ever. The Yuumi's going to have to use all that movement speed just to ferry him out to safety. It's going to be very, very difficult for G2.
All right, chat. So you were right with the first Kaiser play. We'll give you that one.
Fun fact, the chat voted Kaiser so hard after we took the graphic down. He got up to 70%. So maybe they knew all along, and we should continue to ask them. Maybe we should invite them to cast.
All right, we'll see. We'll see as the game progresses. It's a long time, chat. You haven't earned my trust just yet. Shadow right now looking for a dive. Humanoid has the ultimate. Arome no TP, but they don't really need it, because at the very least, Kazi's getting more plates.
And it's just constantly Mad Lions cheating down River with Humanoid and Shadow and allowing Karzi and Kaiser to take advantage of that pressure and the earlier, faster rotations that Mad's mid-jungle can make to continue to eke these plates away. So very well done playing the map game for Mad Lions.
Very solid. And as we talked about in the second game, it felt like individuals stepping up as well, and we're continuing to see, outside of some hiccups in the early game, Kaiser continued to step up. So Mad Lions on the trajectory to find their first game win here in a series that will decide one team that is going to Worlds. You do not want to fall down to that lower bracket, or you could become the next meme to die at the hands of the Schalke Miracle Run. You could also beat them, but fans probably will not be in your favor.
We see Jankos moving into the fog of war, looking for a play. No flash on Kazi, but Kaiser just hit level 6.
He does have arrow.
Coming in. Now the ultimate coming out as well. Ezreal ult, of course, going to mitigate through the stun. Now knockup coming in 2. Shadow warming over the wall. He's going to find 3, and he's immediately going to go for the sweep here. The follow-up, that's a drowsy Perkz. Perkz now immediately cleansing, trying to make it on safety, but there's no time. Shen now coming in. Watch out, Eve will connect, but not enough damage quite. Perkz is going to get ticked down in the end. Kaiser actually going to snipe the kill. Shadow now running forward. They don't have recourse here. All the team now coming down. Humanoid just going to use his ult to escape from Caps in the meantime, and Mad Lions are dominating again here in this early game.
I'm going to say it. Twitch chat was right. Kaiser played that so ridiculously well to allow Mad Lions to turn that around, holding the wild growth until Lee Sin had procced the Q to come in and get the knock up there, also hitting amazing fadeaway Qs to pick up the kill when Shadow flashed away. That was beautiful cooldown management from Kaiser.
Let's also appreciate that Jankos was only level 6 in that play. Shadow's level 9. He has been farming like a monster in this game. Look, he's almost matched Ashe in terms of farm, and he's setting himself up to be a huge carry in this game, and it's going to prove a big part as we look back at this replay. So the moment the ultimate comes through, Jankos comes from the bushes, and then a great ultimate comes out from Kazi. The ultimate then pops from Kaiser, and then a level 8 Shadow gets knocked back, but the damage from this champion can just keep the chase going down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Caps and Humanoid are going at it. Caps is trying to stop Humanoid from
I think Humanoid was stopping Caps.
And then the stun comes through, but with the stun gone, then Humanoid has nothing that he has to be afraid of, so he can then ult towards his teammate and get out to safety, even burning Caps' flash there. So extremely well played from Mad Lions squad. They're going to get themselves more kills, they're going to get more plates. And if we can quickly swap over to the gold, we should see that Kazi right now sitting in a 1k gold advantage in the jungle as well. Mad Lions looking much more convincing in this early game, in Game 3.
And obviously Shadow is incredibly strong right now, but Karzi and Kaiser are basically unstoppable in any skirmish where they are evenly matched 2v2, you know, 3v3, whatever, because they have Ardent Sensor plus Blade of the Rune King. They were already inescapable, and now they have so much damage to back themselves up. This is incredibly oppressive from the side of Mad Lions.
Damn it, Dracos, why do you gotta steal my points? I was like, the Ardent Sensor of the Bork! Ashe is so powerful right now! And they're just gonna move her around. Throwing arrows from Fog of War as well.
Wow.
Mad Lions are in the power position, the driver's seat. They should have control wherever they want this little Ashe to be.
They even TP'd Ashe bot to get her even more plates. Yanko's going for another play.
Oh, the flash.
Clean flash out, but the kick back into the wall. Now they're still going to be able to find the snare. Orome's here, but there's no Lulu to protect the Ashe this time around. However, Humanoid now moving in. Jankos will get taken out. Humanoid has to run for the hills. Kaiser now there for the backup. The stun will not connect. Seed coming down to the bottom lane, but will not hit either.
So the flash was good, the arrow was not. I think it was just a slight mechanical mistake where he threw the arrow after the flash, and so that's why it didn't connect on the target. But if he flashes, then throws arrow, and that connects, I think that's a completely different situation there for Carzzy.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Shadow update, level 10. This guy, yeah, has the, okay, not the most farm in the game, but the most farm on his team.
Oh no, here we go.
He wins this 1v1, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, he's missed one ability.
He has to hit a few abilities here. Well, one, where's the watch out Eve gonna go? He's gonna wait until he's sleepy. Dunks him down, that's fat damage. Sweep him up. Just like a speedy horse, Darius, running through your 80 carry.
I was just gonna break down Lily. I thought we were gonna take a look at this one. Again, I think the issue was that he threw the arrow after the flash. Because it's flash, yeah. Oh,
no,
that was so close.
How did that not hit?
Because he flashed over the arrow, I guess? Because he flashed past the starting point?
Listen, League of Legends working as intended.
Yeah, so...
I take it back, Carzzy, that was sick.
Yeah, Carzzy actually nailed that. Really well done there. All right, well, Mad Lions are smurfing on G2 in this early game. 3k gold lead right now. They have advantages in the jungle, they have advantages in bot, and right now you're kind of looking at G2 solo laners, and it's very much like, okay, can cap someone do it again? Because while Wonder has been doing very well in lane, I don't know if Shen is going to have the same carry potential that Nico had in the last game. Meanwhile, Carzzy and Kaiser are just set up for success.
Absolutely, and when we look at Caps, the man who has, I think, over the course of the series, had one of the strongest, if not the strongest performance coming in from G2. He no longer has a champion full of dashes, like the Aurelia, like the LeBlanc, Syndra. Very easy to understand what you can do. Of course, there's a high skill ceiling on the champ, but not nearly the amount of mobility to outplay, to outmaneuver the opposing team. So if he ever gets caught, there's no fancy footwork this time around. He will just go down.
Mad Lions also taking this opportunity to pick up the Cloud Drake, looking for their Drake stack run. The next one will be spawning in 5 minutes, and that will time nicely with a lot of their item breakpoints. So in full control of this game, and G2 need to kind of figure out where they want to attack. I would expect it would be around Syndra. Jankos has tried to really force bot lane, and I think we need to switch up some tactics and get aboard the Caps train if you're a G2 fan.
Problem is, I think it's a little too late for that, because the Galio now, level 11, even if you put him behind, he's at a point where he does his job, right? Like, even if he's like 1 or 2 levels behind Caps, his purpose in fights is to be obnoxious, soak up damage, and ult for Carzzy, or dive alongside a Rome. I think the G2 need to be trying to find picks onto Carzzy if they can, but again, that's going to be difficult because Kaiser's going to stick to him like nothing else, so I'm kind of in the same boat as you, Frost. I'm like, I don't know what options G2 really have at this point in the game outside of finding a good pick. And by the way, Shadow level 11. Like, the guy is just, he's also a huge threat that you also have to be very cautious of because of how well the champion will scale into the rest of the game.
Very difficult to deal with. Of course, one thing I want to put attention to again is Carzzy. Ashe is a champion that we know internationally has been so good, but here in Europe, it sucks. Like Zoe in past weeks, EU Ashe has only found 1 win. We'll hold that thought, though. The engage now coming in. Yanko's trying to find a pick onto Arome. Lots of damage going down, and G2 will find a kill back into the game.
However, on the Shin, now back to your Ashe point.
Yeah, so Ashe right now in EU, folks, 1 win, 9 losses. And at this point, just pretty abysmal performances. But every time I want to talk about it, it gets interrupted. We're going to hold that thought. Carzzy, not quite enough burst damage to get him down. Caps trying to finish the job and will be able to do so, but a sleepy Caps will get dropped. And there it is. Never mind. You know what? We'll talk about EU Ashe later. My point was, if Mad Lions can play Ashe, if they win a game with Ashe, it changes the draft a lot, because for the most part, I don't think EU teams had to care. Outside of Neon, no other AD carry has actually won on this champion, and it was not really as present in our meta overall.
Don't worry, Drake, because we're going to need that superpower in a little bit. So you just get ready for the Ashe graphic, because when I want a fight to start, I want you to cue it, okay? But overall,
I'll say that was my fault.
Yeah. Let's have a look back at what happened in this mid lane play. So Carzzy applies the slow onto Caps. He's trying to get some control back into mid. Meanwhile, Shadow and Mad are looking to set up the pinch. Oh, he flashes out, still gets hit by the ult, but because of how close range it is, the stun does not apply for that long. The burst comes down onto the Ashe, but then the stun comes through from him as well, which is what gives him enough damage to actually get that kill onto the Ashe, making it a one for one.
That was like the Nautilus hook of Ashe arrows.
Yeah.
But to be fair, after that one in the bot lane, Carzzy earned it. Like that was mad questionable. The Wonder perfectly flashed through the hitbox.
Carzzy, good damage coming out from his Ashe right there.
Yeah, getting closer and closer to the Rune Hands as well will further improve that wave clear. And already it looks like Shadow starting up the second Herald. And we'll be able to clear that one out on his own. So the goal lead should continue to extend for Mad Lions. 2 Dragons as well, and we're working towards Ocean Soul. Mountain Soul was important last game, but Ocean Soul is game-defining if Mad can secure it themselves.
Now, if we've slowly been watching Mad Lions kind of ramp up more and more control as the series has progressed, surely this game they have the most control as that Ash Arrow connects.
Follow-up, though. Difficult without the Camille there to instantly jump on that one, especially if the wall is there to block Humanoid from pursuing. Yanko's going to get sped up. Mad's still hunting as they lay vision down on the top side. The Herald now use mid. Of course, no plates. It's not nearly as important as the first Herald.
But opening up that mid tower, especially when the Ocean Drake is about to spawn in 1 minute, is kind of the big prize for Mad. And the thing about G2's composition is they're not going to be very powerful when this Drake fight is going to come about. It's really only Syndra that is powerful.
They're holding on to mid lane tower for now. They're still trying to force the engage here. So much damage traded back onto Perks, however. Oh my god, Lily is so strong. Level 12 now for Shadow. Wonder now TPing in. Yankos has him on the back. Shen in the midst of the entire team, but Humanoid has stunned up so many. Luluwalt coming out as well just to stop the fight from going in. Wonder, rather Yankos burning his flash for that as well.
Yeah, trying to burn his flash to position Wonder better, but again, Drake fight is in 40 seconds. You now are missing massive key ultimates. This is Mad Lions being set up ahead of time for the Drake Soul, and meanwhile, Arome got all of that free experience, all of the free tower. I think that was a huge wash for G2.
Yeah, I think that Mad pretty much had full control over the map there, and anything that G2 did, they were going to lose something for it. So good setup coming out from Mad. I think they also just stole the red buff. They can now reset, set up for Drake. They will be a little late on their setup, but it doesn't matter because G2 is also delayed thanks to having to catch all these waves, and Humanoid is going to push out bot as well. So Mad perfectly set up for success right now, and it looks like G2 aren't even going to contest this, given that Perks is still sitting in top lane. He has no flash. Sorry, he has no teleport, and yeah, I just don't think that G2's in a position to contest.
Also, there's no ult on Mickey, there's no ult on Yankos, there will be no ult on Wonder for the fight to come, so they just don't really have any tools to kick this fight off, whereas on the opposite side for Mad, Arome wasn't there, so he still has the Hextech ultimate. You still have Gallia with his ultimate as well to get things started, so Yankos checking just a little bit greedy. Shadow's ult not quite up yet, but still the Camille will be more than enough to lock down the Lee Sin and take him out. A bit cheeky to check it at all, but Mad Lion's going to punish.
I think greed is the right word there. Yankos not having the best game, as he has been repeatedly punished for pretty much every play that he has tried to make, and right there once again. Now with Baron up, Mad could just go straight for it if they wanted to. With the enemy jungler dead, there's a real possibility they can force this, but it looks like they're not going to take that gamble.
They're against Syndra, let's be honest. EU teams approaching Baron.
That's a great point. Great point for us.
I just don't think that they need it right now to even close out the game, especially as they're now setting up a dive on Wonder.
Dashing back, trying to buy a bit of time with the Spirit's Refuge. The taunt is there, and now the ult will be from the Lilia as well, so easy kill pickup. Ezreal now coming in. Doesn't look like it's going to snipe anybody here. Back away in the end, but just flawless picks coming in left and right from Mad Lions and this Camille Galio duo.
Yeah, and the only trade that G2 got for that was Perk slowly pushing the top tower down. He burned his ultimate there, he pushed through 3 waves, he eventually got the top tower down, but G2 kind of running face first into Mad Lions, giving them the setup for Soul Point, and then giving them those 2 kills and the tower on top of it. Big yikes.
And now we're at a point where we've been talking about Shadow all game, but I'm going to do it one more time because this man, in the past, it was just the Shadow Lee Sin we were getting hyped for, but this game we can be excited about the Shadow Lilia because 5-0-2 on his way to Azania's highest level in the game, almost 14 now as he's starting to clear through the campaign faster.
God, yes, speedy builds too.
He's so fast, he does so much damage, and if you ever catch him, he Qs you, Zanya's, or ults you, then Zanya's comes out, you're asleep, turns around and one-shots you.
The highest level in the game right now, level 14. Wow, Shadow is insanely strong.
How much we want to take bets that if G2 loses this game, Lily is banned?
Yeah, I think that you might have to, but bear in mind that the loser does get side selection. So
G2 are absolutely going to blue side.
Go back to blue side and make that pick a little bit more contested. But we'll have to see. G2 not quite out just yet. Mad in a convincing position. The Ashe is strong, but so is Perks. He's been sitting off in a side lane. He's ahead in farm. He's got his Mura mana fully stacked, ready to go. Caps is working towards that death cap. You can see more itemization starting to come through. One of the biggest problems for G2 right now is that Yankos is not a champion. He's going to offer very little in these fights. And we'll see how, if at all, G2 are going to be able to navigate around.
But it's also situations like that where G2 are also losing a lot. They're using Wonder as bait, and they allow him to pick up the entire wave. And you just said that Caps is that close to death cap. Obviously, funneling the wave into him, maybe you get that much closer to it. Maybe you actually get that item breakpoint. But it's G2 that are falling over themselves, trying to force or find plays, and Mad Lions just playing a really great defensive game, you know, not giving them any sort of opportunity. And it's small things, but those small things are starting to really add up in favor for Mad.
And there it goes, once again, a Seed running down mid lane trying to snipe. And this is the other big thing about Mad Lions' composition is because they're in such a dominant position, things like the Ashe Arrow, as well as that Seed coming in from Lilia, when she has ult available, just mean free kills. So as we may see here, well, they're going to get the cleanse for now, but that cleanse no longer available. The arrow comes to follow. Next time, Perks is just dead.
There's a lot of really strong pick potential on Mad's composition, and I love how they've been using the Ashe Arrow, like, very proactive with the champion. And I think that's one of the biggest things we don't see from many EU Ashe players is Wonder going for the 1v1. He's definitely winning this skirmish against Humanoid, but look at Ashe on the way down.
TP coming in as well, wanting to shut down the Shen, moving to the global. Wonder is going to be taunted up. A Rome here as well. Wonder going to try to dash back and try to bring it in. Spirit's Refuge, not enough, and Carzzy will find the kill. Once again, Ezreal ult coming in too little, too late.
The continued march now with the minions behind them if they want to start to chip away at this tower, and just zero response from G2.
And just have to praise, again, Mad Lions. We wondered if this was, Game 2 was the game that broke them, because it was so clearly in their hands, and G2 just outplay them in a few fights and turn it back. But no, Mad Lions showing us, reminding us they're the team that took G2 to 5 games, that they're the team that beat G2. It's just Mad Lions and FPX who have been able to do that. Now, they're trying to do it one more time. Perk's gonna be in trouble here, not nearly enough help to survive, trying to stun, trying to run, trying to get out of this exchange, and he will just barely survive. Turning back. Ooh.
Wow, so close there. Oh, and the TP now coming through from G2.
So many low health bars too. They'll be moving in here pretty quick. Going over the wall, trying to chase. Wonder can try to find this one. Lee Sin coming in as well.
Ezreal ultimate.
Oh, Rome, good sidestep there, but G2 not gonna be able to find anything else.
So the biggest thing about this play, though, is it actually gives G2 control over the Drake. So
there's enough time for Mad Lions to reset,
that's the other thing. So while Mad have been shoved away from this Drake for the time being, they have the opportunity to go back to base. We can see TP available on Carzzy. He's already making his way back. They've spent a lot of their gold, and they're in a position right now to actually challenge. And it looks like that G2 is either looking for a pick, or they're actually just looking or forcing Mad to actually walk into them.
Yeah, and one of the other issues that G2 are also facing with is the wave issue. You can see a Rome probably going to hit that wave, get it to push in, and G2's mid lane tower is also very weak.
G2, though, starting this one up, pulling it out of the pit. Mad Lions trying to figure out exactly how best to play this fight. Shadow level 15, incredibly strong. Almost 3 points in the ultimate, and now Humanoid off to the flank. They knew the blast code was there. Do they know Humanoid is coming? Perk's now caught out. Perk's in trouble. The chain CC is flawless. Carzzy flashing in fearlessly, running down G2. They don't have enough damage to heal. He's healing off the dragon in the meantime. Oh my god, Carzzy absolutely dominating that fight. Beautiful from Mad Lions.
So well executed. That's going to be the Ocean Soul for Mad Lions. That's surely going to be the Baron, and now full control. G2 may have clawed back the game in game number 2, but I don't think there's a chance in hell they claw back game number 3. We finally have a series.
Mad Lions, that was clean. Love the execution off the back of that, and they're going to very quickly convert it into a Baron as well. Mad Lions showcasing that they can go toe-to-toe with G2, and it all comes back off a great early game, which they've snowballed beautifully. So have a look at Humanoid as he looks to move around behind the team. He's setting up for the flank, and the ultimate taunt that will spell G2's demise. So Perks gets caught out, he gets knocked up, he gets knocked down, CC after CC.
Look at that taunt.
5-man taunt. The only reason it's not onto Yuumi, because Yuumi's inside Perks. And then Carzzy just goes in on the offensive, flashes in, does almost dies to the Drake, but gets the heal. And then they're able to clean up the rest of G2. G2 effectively gets stuck inside a pit with Mad attacking them from every angle.
Humanoid's throwing the book at Perks. He's got his own Magi's now.
I was just about to say, I thought that was a Caps move. No one else is actually allowed to do that. I thought that was in the rules, but Humanoid at 19 stacks is going crazy.
Well, chat, 273 damage. Nice carry, by the way. Great voting in that one.
Wow.
I hope they flame it.
Of course, only a bit of banter, chat. I love you. I love you. Please don't yell at me.
He earned it.
The coward, the fear. Okay, at this point in the game state, we've already talked about it. Mad Lions, full control. They siege exceptionally well. They're very powerful in these individual lanes. Shadow is an absolute monster.
So fast. Kill them all.
He's so fast.
Oh, he's gonna land on him.
Burn combined with the Leandries is just disgusting. And then meanwhile, Mad Lions are just pushing in. Everyone now gonna use their ultimates together. Kicked out though. Perks can now run to safety. Shadow Not going to push in quite yet. Lee Sin will drop, and the rest of G2 will survive for now.
Beautifully played by Mad Lions. Shadow, the split pusher, level 16. He's had a fantastic game. Really impressed with this Lilia performance. Really showcasing what the champion can do. And what happens when Jankos does fall behind? It's dangerous picking Lee Sin into Shadow. He is the best Lee Sin in our region after all. And now Mad Lions have their eyes set on the Nexus. They want to get themselves a game on the boards. They want to match G2 in this best of 5. And they're looking poised. They're looking ready to do it. 1 lane left, 1 inhibitor left. G2 at death's door.
Mad Lions set up to bring us to game 4, not taking any risks this time around, not pushing too far, want to take it slow and steady. All 3 inhibitors.
You say that, but as soon as that tower goes down, I think Arome is just going to pull the trigger.
They could. Perk's not going to find the ultimate there. They're starting to step forward just a little bit here, but have to be careful. Shadow level 16 now with the ultimate. That's a 3-second sleep and a significant amount of bonus damage when you wake someone up from it as well. Humanoid now going in, trying to fish forward. The taunt going to be massive, but he has been pushed back. Now all on his lonesome. Arome jumps forward. They're trying to disengage. G2 trying to hold on, but Shadow finds so many people with that ultimate. That's going to be 4. Should be an easy follow-up now. Shadow, of course, obviously very squishy, but still holding on to life for now, and that's going to do it. Mad Lions turning the series back. Not going to falter after a rough game 2. They will bring it home here in game 3. They will take us into game 4. They will make it a series as they find their first win versus G2.
How BM is it if Shadow gets hold of Lee Sin and just absolutely destroys Jankos on the champion?
I mean, it could happen. It could happen. We'll just have to wait and see as... Ooh, G2 going to ban out the Ezreal. Okay.
And frankly, I like to see it. Do not love the G2 bot lane not having a lot of reliable engage tools. Yuumi ult is not enough for me, so would not mind seeing the Senna again, especially now that the Kalista has been banned alongside the Caitlyn.
I'm wondering if... Oh, G2, they don't want to play the Lilia themselves. That is fascinating. So I guess that their priority is instead going to be the Senna. Surely.
Lux is... Oh, never mind.
No.
So Ashe is also up and available, but Senna, of course, has been the more successful pick for G2 so far this season, for almost every team, actually.
I think that G2's goal should always be to get perks on a champion that is comfortable on, and that he can have agency over. And I think that Senna, he's already showcased this series. His positioning has been fantastic. He had a great Senna game in game 2. And you can see that by banning away the Lilia, they said, yeah, okay, it's fine. We would rather put perks on Senna and just prioritize that rather than get ourselves the Lilia.
And that means that the Ashe is kind of the other big champion that goes through. Hecarim has also slipped through the bans. We've seen a lot of attention onto that. So, you know, Shadow doesn't necessarily have to go towards the Lee Sin if he doesn't want it, even though Lily has been pinched. There's the set that has also fallen to the ban, so Jankos immediately grabs that. When we had Jankos on Euphoria, he talked about how putting a jungler on a tank when a lot of top laners were kind of struggling to find engage tools that were working shores up a lot of the team fight tools that you need. And so Jankos taking that responsibility usually as the set and being like, I will start the fights, I will have the agency to be the team player.
And obviously a huge performance from Jankos in game 1. Mickey X limited to Braum this time around, so not quite the same amount of aggressive playmaking. And now we have the Shen. We now know also that it is not just a blind pick for Arome, but in this case it will be, because the Thresh is already locked in. So G2 will have some options here. See if Mad Lions will once again ban the Camille and Mordekaiser, or if maybe the GP hits the bench this time around.
Well, your question has been answered, Dracos. No free scaling lane here.
I think the thing that surprises me is that Thresh is currently sitting in Mad Lions' draft. They have Ashe Thresh bot lane. That is so strong. And G2 responding with Braum is not what I expected. Because I think right now, in terms of their engage, it's actually quite weak. And their 2v2 bot lane is also not great. And something that we talked about at the end of last game was that I think one of the formulas for success is having a winning 2v2 bot lane for Mad Lions. So I think that Mad Lions are sitting very comfortably right now. They have the Shen that can also play through bots. They have the Ashe arrow as well. Like, this is already looking like a very bot-centric comp for Mad Lions. And what we've seen is that when you set your bot lane up for success, that is how you take down G2.
Absolutely is, and very surprised that we have not seen a Bard yet this game, and the Thresh was only banned in game 1 and has not seen any attention until now in game 4. But with the Braum already picked, bot lane's decided, as you said. We have to see how G2 wants to support their bot lane. What picks will come through for the mid and top lane?
I like the fact that G2 immediately started pinching champions that dive deep and have a lot of mobility. Champions that work really well with Thresh are things like that Lee Sin, because you can go in and you can throw the lantern and then immediately pull him back to safety. Same thing kind of works for the Akali there. It's kind of one of those fun combinations. There's Sakura.
Yeah, I mean, surely we're going to see either a Azir again from Mad Lions, or we're going to see a Galio once more. Because, like, Mad Lions already have more than enough damage now. They've got Ashe, they've got Hecarim, they're good, as long as the Hecarim doesn't fall behind. So, like, just chuck a Galio in there, you offer more peel, you offer more dive, you've got everything.
And that's why you see the Zoe coming out to try to dissuade an Azir. I agree with you, Vedius. It feels like that seems to be what G2 think Mad Lions is going to be doing.
And Perks' Zoe, or rather not Perks' Zoe, but Caps' Zoe. I'm sure Perks' Zoe is good too. But Caps' Zoe coming in here, obviously one of his big champions. Only he and Avidaga have really found any success on the champion so far this season. So we'll get the opportunity to pull it out once again, as it looks like we're going to have double AP solo laners from G2 Esports, trying to mix up their damage profile a little bit. Have to see if they can find as much success as they did in Game 2, where they managed to turn it around with the power of this Neeko in the mid to late game.
I think that's a bit dangerous from G2. It's pretty easy to itemize against them, and they frankly really need to outplay here with Humanoid then grabbing the Twisted Fate. You can already see kind of the global pressure that Mad Lions composition can throw out. Ashe, Twisted Fate, Shen, the mobility of Hecarim. It's a very disgusting composition. Frankly, I feel like just looking at draft, we might be looking at a potential Game 5.
I really like Mad Lions comp. I think it's super strong. I think one of the biggest things is going to come from how well can Humanoid get outside of lane? Is he going to be attacked like he was in Game 1? The mid-jungle duo, of course, still very strong. Caps on one of his most played champions this split. It feels a lot like comfort for G2 versus what seems like a very solid comp for Mad Lions. Strong dive, strong globals, playing through the bot side of the map. I'm looking forward to seeing what Mad can do with this comp, because I think if they get a lead, they can snowball with it.
And here we are, G2 versus Mad Lions, getting into Game 4. Mad Lions grouping up, looking for a strong level 1 to get them started here in Game 4. One more win takes them to match point and silver scrapes. Remember, a Worlds spot on the line. Loser will drop down to the lower bracket, have to fight their way back up to the finals.
Of course, as a reminder, if Fnatic lose tomorrow, both of these teams will qualify for Worlds because of how our playoff bracket works. So neither team will be knocked out, but the winner will guarantee that World spot, which is, of course, very important for both these teams that have been working for Worlds for the entire year.
Speaking of Fnatic, if you watch the LEC broadcast a lot, you're probably tired of hearing about these two teams. The G2s, the Fnatics, the pillars of Europe, the two big giants that our region has had for so long. But I want to propose a new story and a new rivalry, because we've always talked about Fnatic versus G2, but as Mad Lions are possibly on the cusp of taking us to Silver Scrapes in Game 5, that would be twice now that they've taken G2 to Game 5, and while we always talk about G2 versus Fnatic, you might be witnessing the birth of a new rivalry, of Mad Lions actually being that team that we've set them out to be, this new European power. So all eyes on these little breakout cubs to see if they can truly be the next great European hope.
And of course, the only two teams G2 has ever lost a best of 5 to with this roster since the start of 2019 is FPX in the Mad Lions. Not quite there again yet, but they do have one of the better head-to-head records against G2. I believe they were 6-7 rather from the Mad Lions perspective coming into this series. Now looking to balance it out, potentially tie it up if they can win another best of 5 here, but pressure is on. They do not have a game advantage. It is G2 at match point, so single mistakes from Mad Lions. Mistakes that we've seen a lot, actually, in the early game, especially around the mid lane, could cost them dearly.
Well, in this early game, what we've seen is that the blue buff was stolen away. Oh, we have a bit of a playing bot.
That thought, the hook now going down, Unbreakable blocking a decent amount of damage, looking for the 4 stack here, but Perks' autos are incredibly slow, forcing double sums out from Mickey in the meantime, in exchange for Kaiser is going to make them very vulnerable to any follow-up
So
ganks.
I'll come back to the jungle matchup in a second and highlight, again, this Thresh Ashe 2v2, very strong. They weren't able to get any kills here, but they forced both summoners out from Mickey. Kaiser the same as Shadow looks for gank mid.
Gold card.
Forced to flash away is a very big deal. Zoe without flash, very vulnerable in lane.
So already we're seeing Mad with action across the map. They make the gank happen bot. They try to make a gank happen mid. And even though Shadow did lose his blue buff, he doesn't care. He's going to move into Jankos' bot side, going to steal away a couple jungle camps. And now Jankos looking to go on the attack.
Once again, Hook connecting, Unbreakable blocking most of the follow-up, though.
That's
Kaiser locked up 2, 3, 4. As his dash comes in, Kaiser's going to be in trouble. The Ignite already gone, and that's going to be first blood going over to G2. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's a trade back and forth. Humanoid blows his flash, but will hold on to his life.
And like every other game this series so far, we knew it was going to be bloody when Mad Lions and G2 took the Rift. And again, very explosive early games. Now, hopefully in the replay, we get a bit more extended runway time to see what really happened with Kaiser there. Obviously burning his flash in the initial engagement. I think he was just caught out of position by Mickey on the Braum and got walked down, but very unfortunate there to be punished for his aggression.
And it looks like G2 for now going to be sitting on top as we see a lot of action moving towards the bot side of the map. But Jankos in a good position there to cover Perkz and Mickey as they push out that bot wave, stop Shadow from being able to make a counter gank happen.
Now also that wave just way too big for Carzzy to walk past. Here's the runway time, thank you observers. And I have a feeling that Kaiser probably just gets stuck too close to a minion.
Oh, so he just hooks Perkz while he's applying the slow. And of course, Kaiser already used his flash earlier, so this then makes it easy for Perkz and Mickey to chase him down. Now, in an ideal world, great position. Props to Perkz' positioning. Pretty much this entire series has been fantastic. They wanted to give the kill over to Perkz, but in this situation, this early on into the game, Perkz is probably not flaming Mickey. He's probably like, it's fine. As long as they get the kill, they're happy.
And now we have to see what they can do with any kind of advantage. Of course, not quite what they wanted to get, but it's not about getting a tier early on for the Senna. You will just go for the pickaxe, so it is most certainly not the end of the world. He's able to buy the item that he wants and now continue to lane against Kaiser and Carzzy. In the previous game, Carzzy and Kaiser were able to shove in the wave so consistently. They were able to be such a nuisance, but without the Lulu this time around, they may not have quite as much all-in power, and I'm wondering if we eventually get to see some roams from Kaiser. We'd spent so much about the mid lane in our first 2 games, but Game 3 was much more individual lane focused, and the lanes, or the roaming rather, could start to come out.
Dragos, it's the caster classic when we say level 6s, baby. Like, that's all you got to keep your eyes on, especially with Mad Lion's composition. Twisted Fate, Shen, no flashes, Ash Arrow, you hit that right. It's just, there's so much on Mad's comp when they hit that level that G2's got to be on high alert. You can already see, let's bring up the minimap and have a look at some of this vision. You can see Control Ward already sitting in the river. They've got the bot scuttle as well. Mad is already setting the scenes and saying, hey, we have our eyes set on making a play for the bot lane.
When you're against a Twisted Fate or a champion that does have heavy roam potential, the Control Ward that Vedius just pointed out is so important.
X-Flash, Facebreaker will pull back, will connect. Humanoid potentially going to be in trouble here. Haymaker will land. Jankos taking a lot of damage back, but Humanoid holding his ground for now.
Yep, really good positioning there from Humanoid. He was in front of minions, so he couldn't get bubbled, and now Shadow looking for a gank top.
Rome could go for the taunt flash here. Shadow, though, denied on the devastating charge there by the stealth from Wanderer. Clever use.
And now we have a moment where Mad are just going to crash this wave. Jankos making sure that Wanderer's probably not going to get dove. Using Blast Cone, though, he's going for the gank.
Double snare, that's so much CC. Now they're going to be in trouble. That is the power of this champion. The pullback. Arome now trying to run to safety. Facebreaker, where's it going to go? Jankos waiting, trying to find 2 kills, but it will just have to settle for 1 as Arome gets knocked down.
On the very tip of his fingers right there, Jankos manages to find Shen, pull him back. So good cover from G2. They gank mid lane. They immediately run to the top side, find the kill, and are starting to alleviate a lot of this pressure that Mad Lions are throwing.
And that level 6 now gets delayed because Humanoid, he doesn't have the HP to look for the roam. Arome also forced, well, he's dead. And we see Wonder getting the outplay here. Shadow and Arome is basically just trying to push in the wave so Arome can look to a reset so they can make this level 6 play happen, but then the double binding into the ultimate, into Jankos showing up. Beautifully executed there by Wonder, and you can see why this is a comfort pick for Wonder and why he does so well on the champion.
And G2 are so confident in this play that you see Wonder, or Jankos rather, waits on the E because he's hoping he can hit both the Hecarim and the Shen to find the double. Of course, only grabs 1, but a very solid start for Jankos. Now, 1 kill up in the jungle matchup has to be feeling good.
It's kind of one of those situations where unless Nico's just like popping up everywhere in scrims, she's kind of a champion that you forget what they do, or you kind of forget how the matchups work because you don't see her as often. And then you get caught out by things like that where you're just not thinking. Because the thought process for Mad Lions was clear there. They're like as Betty is saying, crash the wave, get the back. But because you're against Nico, that binding just ruins your whole day.
Yeah, really at that point, Wonder had no damage. That is just base damages and a flawless combo there. Of course, maybe they could have seen him coming on the Scryer's Bloom as it was popped by Jankos, but they disrespected a little bit, and as a result, they are going to be in trouble.
But here's the thing. Perks and Mickey now need to be on their best behavior because you know that Humanoid's going to be picking up his blue buff here. Everyone's keeping track of the jungle timers, and that Carzzy has just tipped over into level 6. And so this is going to be the big window. We're constantly going to be clearing waves and then looking for the roams and the kill setup bot lane for Mad.
And so what G2 is going to be doing is, number one, they're going to keep top pushed as much as possible. We don't have time. The play's already happening.
Lands, Perks now walking away. Of course, when he's into stealth, it is hard for Shadow to actually follow up. Oh my god, that's actually such a solid interaction. Curse of the Black Mist denying the Hecarim devastating blow unless he gets into absolute closest range possible.
So I know that Senna has a lot going for her, but I'm just going to put it out there that I think the Curse of the Black Mist, probably like the top tier in my opinion, like top shelf ability. That ability ruins so many champions' days.
And I think that in that situation, it's what really helped G2 able to get out of that situation, but also the clutch exhaust from Mickey mitigating so much damage and slowing Shadow was pivotal in allowing G2's bot lane to get out with their lives. But the other big thing, and this is why I wanted to bring up the minimap, was top is permanently being pushed in, and so is mid lane, which makes it so hard for Mad to actually utilize their globals, because if they ever do, they're either losing all their HP or they're going to lose so many plates for it. So G2 are trying to utilize their strong soul laners, as we see another play in the mid lane.
Good sidestep there coming in for Jankos. And Vedius, I think it's a really good point because when we first saw the Nico come out, Matt absolutely demolished it with the Camille Galio combo. So they actually haven't gotten a really good sample to set expectations for what this champion can do. And now that Wonder's ahead and Arome's stuck on the Shen instead of the Camille, he doesn't actually really have any options to contest this wave up against the Nico.
But that also means that Mad Lions need to really rely on Shadow to get Arome and Humanoid kind of out of these lanes and into playmaking opportunity.
Yep.
Now, the Zoe pick is obviously going to be huge because she'll have push priority or at least be able to answer. I'll hold it.
Perks in trouble. Good flash there coming out, but now the Shen on the way down. Perks is going to get taunted up and knocked down. Mickey on the retreat, but no, the heal. Not quite enough. Mickey will now retreat. Arrow now coming in. He's going to have to flash out to safety. Meanwhile, Nico pushing on the top side, but a solid play kicked off there for Mad Lions.
As we were just talking about, you need to get the Shin and the Twisted Fate out of the lane phase because they're never going to be able to contest the priority. Mad Lions found their window. In response, though, G2 picked up the Herald, funnel all of this gold into Wonder. This is no longer the 0-4 Nico that we saw in the previous game. This is Wonder who's going to be on clock, if not ahead of clock with this Herald behind him.
And this is why the pushing lanes was so important. You can see even in the mid lane, look at Caps continuing to push, they found Shadow.
Oh, sleepy.
Whoa, anti-synergy.
Oh, Jankos, my dude, you gotta wait for Caps to land the Q there. Otherwise, no damage is going to come through. So Shadow forced to use his ultimate, and Wonder, he's going to get himself another tower. But again, this is why the pushing waves are so important, because the moment this play happens, sure, Perks lost his life, but he lost his life for the team. They now have a 2-3K gold advantage after what was a successful roam from Mad.
Oh, wow. And that's a 2K lead for Wonder individually in his lane, and he's at almost 1,300 ahead of the furthest ahead person, which is Humanoid. That is one massive Nico, and also closer, the faster she gets to level 11, the more devastating that ultimate is going to be. G2 also going to grab a Mountain Drake in the meantime. Mad Lion, they were fighting blow for blow in Game 2 and Game 3, but this time around, G2 are absolutely dominating in terms of raw gold in the early game.
That said, Mad Lion's composition, even though they have fallen behind, is still very strong at kind of creating their own windows of opportunity to take the plays that they want because of all of their global ultimates. So because of the composition that they're playing, yes, everything is looking very good for G2 right now. Mad Lions still have plenty of opportunities and choices to make to get them right back into this game.
Arrow lands.
Locked up. Taken out, and it's very clear once again, it feels like Mad Lions always paint a target on the back of one of the G2 members in the early to mid game, and this time around it is Perks. Lens, of course, available this time, was able to use it to walk away, but Wonder now ready to spread his advantage from the top lane to the bottom side of the map as Shen is left farming under his inhibitor tower. Wonder can start to walk forward here. Lantern there to pull Carzzy out, waiting as long as possible before taking it.
So, okay, Wonder is... So could we very quickly look at the Shen in the top lane observers? Because I believe he should be setting up a freeze right now, and his whole goal here is to try and maintain the wave here so that it doesn't push back towards Wonder, he gets no farm, and Aroma can get back into the game. What's interesting is how Wonder now uses his time. And what we've seen is that Wonder's now roaming into the bot to help take down this tower and secure more plates for his team. And because it forces Matt into a numbers disadvantage.
Oh no, that is one big Nico meet. Oh, cool, the highway now coming out there from Mickey X. Yanko's now pursuing in, and Carzzy will get taken down.
Arome didn't have his ultimate there. He had to TP in, and now he's stuck in a very awkward spot.
Oh, he's marked up 3-4, suplex down, knocked. It's gonna be one sleepy Shen. He's gonna be one dead Shen in a second. Surgical play on the Surgeon Shen from G2.
Mad Lions are not having a good time with their teleports this series. It has been a very rough day. Obviously, Arome immediately regretted that one. As you said, Vedias, he didn't have the stand united, and if he had, maybe that situation doesn't turn out as favorably for G2 as it did, but you were just talking about the freeze, how it gave space for Wonder to use the numbers advantage across the map, and then it's just on the team to be proactive enough to punish it. Yes, if you freeze, you deny a lot of gold, but you need to account for the fact that Wonder's not just going to sit up there and watch you freeze the wave.
Yep.
He's going to have a champion like Nico that can set up those dives and still be devastating on the map.
And what's crucial is Caps went with him. It was not a 4-man playbot, it was a 5-man playbot. They committed all of their members down there because there are still a lot of plates, and it was the only way that they could force these kills and plays to happen. So they lost a couple of plates mid. Humanoid was able to get some experience back, some farm back, which is great for him, but at the end of the day, Mad got punished for trying to freeze that wave there. So really well played by G2. Now they're looking to play on a Perks.
Perks caught out the chain. CC flawless from Mad Lions, looking to burn him down as quickly as possible. Mickey there, not quite fast enough. The Unbreakable will not body block the final shot there, and he will get taken out.
Really
Still
good pick.
Constantly abusing G2's greed. That's multiple times that G2 members over the course of the series have been caught greeting for waves. In particular, great vision control also from Mad. They have complete control behind that dragon pit. They just stood in fog of war, waited for Perks to step forward to the wave and said, thank you very much. I'll take that one.
Brutal. Perks, of course, still doing fine, all things considered, just scaling really at this point in the game, but can't afford to fall too much further behind. He's giving a ton of gold over to Carzzy. Perk will just barely not connect, but Mad Lions will be able to break this bottom lane tower.
I still think it's just huge credit and compliments to Carzzy and Kaiser because they're able to create advantages for themselves without access to a Shen ultimate, a Hecarim, and a Twisted Fate. As we've been talking about, Twisted Fate hasn't gotten to roam. He hasn't gotten to use the Destiny in any other lane, so finding those picks is actually really crucial. This, however, speaking of greed...
X-Flash available, Chilling Smite on the way. No mana for Carzzy. That's going to be a big deal, but Kaiser can just play him back and use the box as well. The suplex back down, though. As they're going to try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect now. The rest of the team now coming in. Yankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's going to be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because an Unbreakable comes in at the perfect time. He's going to hit 3 members with the ultimate. No, Carzzy with the sidestep will survive, but here comes Caps. Big damage as he flashes in. 3 stacks, 4 onto Humanoid. He will get stunned, but he will go back onto the tower. Perks trying to heal up Mickey, trying to keep his support alive. Big shield across the entire team. Carzzy stepping forward once again will sidestep the snare. That's going to be massive. An absolute brawl on the bottom side, but not too many deaths in the end.
Such a great play by Mickey and Perks in particular to turn that play completely around there.
And I'm kind of just reeling that more people didn't die. That was... Oh, here we go. It's not done. We thought the play was over, but now it's just Mad Lions' turns. Mickey X and Perks absolutely caught out here.
Die for your support, Perks.
No real chance to retreat on this one. Perks just next on the list. Just point and click him down. Gold card and wild cards to finish the job.
Okay. I don't think Perks had to run into the bush. I think he could have just died.
You've died together.
Mickey could have just gone away. But because they overstayed, because they greeded to try and secure the tower, Mad are able to punish G2. And now they're the ones that are in position to challenge Trick, but Shadow's low. The TP coming through.
Oh god,
G2
it never
still
stops.
Fight this.
Wonder chasing. X-Flash used. Humanoid has to choose who he's going to stun up. Wonder will get locked up, and now Humanoid just getting run down. Protobelt as well for Caps. Can just pop forward at a moment's notice. Going to come through. Nice sidestep from Humanoid, but not quite enough to finish the job. In the meantime, it looks like Mad Lions did take down the Infernal.
So let's have a look back at this play and how this all came about. So Yankos, he sees that the position that Kaiser and Carzzy are in. He thinks, okay, I can make this play happen. Uses ultimate to get through the threshold, which is really good. Sidesteps the hook and is able to burst him out. Then the stun comes through, but the heal from Perks keeps him alive, along with Mickey's flash into Braum ultimate, timing just as Arome arrives, and he's taken a bunch of damage from Wonder. The minion is what blocks it and saves Mad from actually losing more members. Then the stopwatch from Mickey, the ultimate from Perks as well. And then some good sidesteps here from Carzzy. A lot of cool mechanical plays here that end up working out in favor of both teams. Ends up only being 1 kill. But then, of course, you see Perks him like, I can get this tower, doesn't respect the humanoid, wasn't in this fight, the TP as well. And this is where I'm like, don't go in the bush.
When you're swimming with your friend and they kind of lose it and they're like, oh, I'm starting to sink, hold me up.
Yeah.
It's like, you're just making us both drown. No one is being saved here. I am not your lifeguard.
I mean, to be fair to Perks, Humanoid was like so deep behind them, they were gonna find me. You know what I mean? I don't think Mickey was getting out of that one.
A man can dream. Frosco. All right, they will grab the Herald in the meantime. Of course, Mad Lions did grab the Inferno, so it's a trade back and forth for objectives, but still a 3K gold lead for G2. Remember, they are on match point. If they can close this one out cleanly, they will secure their spot at Worlds. For Mad Lions trying to bring us back to Game 5.
And so what I do think is interesting here is that in Mad's comp, they do have strong split pushing aspects, but they also have pretty good team fighting because of their ability to dive the backline. Now, of course, Twisted Fate in team fights is always a bit of a weird one because he can either be really valuable depending on his positioning, or he's just very awkward.
We have a scale. You're either a nemesis or a messiah.
I mean, yeah, there's good damage. Caps is here, though. The Lantern is likely just going to keep Kazi alive. But yeah, basically what I think is really interesting is you have a dive comp, but I think that Braum and Nico exceptionally good versus dive. So I think that Mad want to avoid 5v5 fights if they can, and I think they're better off utilizing size to generate pressure and then trying to look for picks. Instead, use the TF ultimate, use the Asher, use the Shen ultimate to try and pick off people on a side lane, and then rotate into an objective where you have a numbers.
You also have to be very careful about when you Shen ult, because it is so easy if you are running in as Hecarim for Jankos to just ult you right back out, and if the Shen is ulting in at the same time, you can shut down all of the reliable engage and team fight options for Mad Lions. I think you're so right, Betty. I think picks probably are the better decision at this stage of the game.
But I think kind of the difference in the last time that Mad Lions, or excuse me, like the reach of Senna and what Mad Lions have for them is even if the engage or the dive doesn't land, you still have great reach and control in front of you between a Thresh and an Ashe. I just think Mad Lion's composition is really well balanced and kind of everything that it can do. And even if you don't get the most successful Hecarim into Shen, like Ashe and Karzi, with the help and protection of Kaiser, can just fight you and walk you down front to back. She's going to have great kill pressure on set.
So I agree, but I think that when you look at the range, Caps and Perks should have more. Which is why I think that, like, that's the biggest difference for me, because last time, you're right, when they were funneled into those choke points.
What front line dies faster?
Yeah,
and you have two tanks versus one.
Sure. And I think that I think the Zoe pick is what really changes a lot for me, because I think that her range is kind of unrivaled, and like, Shadow's like, I'm ready to start a fight, and then all of a sudden slapped by a bubble, and you're like, I'm no longer ready to start a fight, right? And so that's one of the biggest things for me, and again, it's also in the hands of Caps, and this is one of his best champions, so that's probably going to be one of the biggest champions that I keep my eyes on when we look at these fights and these neutral objectives that are going to be coming up in the next few minutes.
Cap's no stranger to that kind of pressure. His Zoe, more often than not, is stacking Medjais. At this point, it is just a Dark Seal. We'll have to see if he wants to tick over to the next tier of that item. Important to note as well, Wonder with the Glacial Augment now has 2 item actives to go for, so Karzi and Kaiser, as strong as they are, have to be careful about where they position. Could be very easy to catch them out. Kaiser consistently staying very far back from Karzi to make sure he can use that Lantern to take him to safety. That said, Cap now potentially caught out. They're trying to get the fight kicked off. Mickey looking for that disengage. Shadow caught in the midst of the entire team, but Humanoid on the backside trying to dunk down. Cap's still alive. The heal coming in from Perks, but not nearly enough. G2 now has to run for the hills. Shadow still going. Wonder coming in. 3 stacks. Not quite going to find the 4th. They tick away. Jankos will go down. Wonder wants to find something. He's going to have to use the ult shortly just to save alive. A nice flash taunt comes in. Wonder going to be in trouble when Mad Lions grab a kill, and just like that, only 1K difference in goals.
So well played there from Mad Lions as Caps is trying. Ooh. Okay, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Caps on Zoe. Need to remember that one. Karzi, though, playing like a madman. That is the aggressive Ashe that I like to see.
Mad are going to come out ahead in this fight as well. A much-needed team fight win as they look to secure themselves the 3rd Drake of the game. Beautiful stuff, and a lot of it just comes off the back of punishing Cap's position there. He was the one that got caught out first. He was the one that had to use his flash very early on, and he was one of the players that we were going to be watching. And because he gets caught out here, this is where Mad Lions were able to turn it into such a successful fight.
And obviously, you can be that far forward down the lane when you're playing with the Lantern just like that. And as you said, G2 trying to take the pick onto Karzi as he's playing with fire around the Lantern, then opens them up to get engaged on by the Hecarim. But we talked about kind of the front to back fighting, and even though this fight is messy, ultimately Carzzy is not under any sort of threat and pressure right now, and he has the damage and the confidence to step forward and to cut through the tank line. Mickey and Jankos all falling down there, and then a sick flash taunt from a Rome to then hand off Wonder.
And it's important because when we talked about G2's ability to disengage any kind of fight, you talked about two things, Vedius. You talked about the Braum, and you brought up the Nico as well. And the Nico just was not there. You can see only 462 damage in the fight. Meanwhile, Carzzy, as you said, Frost, monster performance in the fight. Well, the numbers most certainly back it up. 4,400 damage coming out from this Ashe.
We're in for another very close game. Mad Lions fighting to take us to game 5, whereas G2 looking to secure themselves a spot at Worlds and move on to face the winner of Rogue versus Fnatic, which will be happening tomorrow. Right now, with the Rift Herald, they're using it to push bot, and they're threatening the base of Mad Lions.
So I think it's about kind of reorganizing yourself for G2, not necessarily trying to force the 5v5 or the fights, but making the most out of the siege potential, which is why anytime that they have the Herald with a Zoe is always going to be quite devastating.
Goes in, he's trying to buy space. That's so many towers taken down. Humanoid in the meantime is split pushing in the side lane, but that bot tier 1 or bot inhib tower rather is just so low. If G2 find another push down there, it should be easy to take down. Humanoid though getting more farm, getting more time to himself to scale up.
I mean, in my opinion, Twisted Fate doesn't get ultimately that much stronger. I mean, obviously, getting things like Azanya's Hourglass is going to help with kind of his playstyle and how he wants to play out the map as well as the team fights, but it's not like when you're funneling farm onto a Twisted Fate that he has the potential to just 1v9 a game like other hyper carries in our game.
I think one of the scariest things about Twisted Fate is his ability to take towers so quickly in a side lane. And, you know, the more AP that he has, the faster he can take those down. But I agree with you, Frost. When I look at, like, team fights, I think Twisted Fate is one of the champions that's just so difficult to play, and positioning is going to be extremely crucial. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. We've had some intense fights already this series. The kills are very even, the gold is very even, itemization very similar, very comparable across the board. I think the biggest player I'm looking at right now is Wonder, with the Leandry's done, with the Spooky Ghosts and the Frozen Hose. Everything's kind of coming together for Wonder, and he has the ability to pretty much just single-handedly win a team fight, depending on how many targets he can land that ultimate onto.
And it's going to get easier and easier for him to land if they continue to group up. Once again, the Glacial Augment makes it so difficult for the team to play against. G2, a hard team to escape, but I think, remain to a certain degree on caps to try to find these picks, to try to find these opportunities. But with the Ghosts coming out, G2 are going to get a lot of free vision, a lot of free information. Find out that the entire bottom side is uncontested, can set up a bit of vision there. Still 2 minutes away from the next Drake. Neither team on sole point, however. This Perks just starts to poke his head over the wall and see what he can find.
And that's what we're in position to do for G2 right now, is you're fishing and you're acquiring deep vision while you wait for bigger objectives to spawn. So obviously Baron is in play, but it's not the fastest Baron taking team. It's more about playing around Fog of War or pockets of darkness where you can find those big picks.
Mickey gonna get hooked here. Immediate cleanse coming out though, courtesy of the Summoner's Spellbook. Fat damage down onto Carzzy. That's gonna be a big start. Shadow now immediately gonna take that as his cue to get things kicked off. Carzzy's still alive on the backside, but he's so incredibly low. Wonder gonna find 2 immediately. Humanoid's here,
4v5.
but it's too little too late. Humanoid showing up, but just like that, he's gonna get slept. Oh no, this cannot be how it ends. G2 absolutely obliterating Mad. One small mistake and G2 pounce on it, looking to turn it back. Carzzy finally here on the backside, but he's the last man standing. 5 members of G2 strong as they push into the base, and they might just end the game just like that, neck and neck, but G2 are poised to end.
In the blink of an eye, G2 go from being even to staring Carzzy down in the eye and being the lone man to hold the G2 onslaught as they look to end the game.
Pushing in, breaking down the base. There are no new rivalries today, no new challengers. G2 remain unstoppable, undeniable, and they will find themselves a spot at Worlds 2020 and the upper bracket match.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
Finally, another rap battle, and your old boys Fnatic are finally in it. Why don't we kick this shit off?
Here's a reminder that I'm still here. At least recognize that I'm top tier. Respect from the fans, it's all they cheer. Fnatic is the name that you will fear. 200 years to close out a game. I thought for a second OG was your name. You do like objectives, you don't like to fight. Wanna bore us to death, or is it just spite? The people don't love you like they love me. I'm the epitome of what you could be. 7 tiles, world final, we look like a gem. They only know you cause of TSN. No hope in this series, boy, you should abstain. Starting to think you're a sucker for pain. Starting to think that it's over and lame. Now I just know you ain't winning a game.
Say what you want, this how we play. Still finish first at the end of the day. We win games, we take names. Crush them slow, got no shame. Sleeping on us like you're taking a bubble. We gonna pop you, this damage is double. We gonna hit you up now, you in trouble. A knife in the back, cause we spec and subtle. Roxa died for this, but Graves lock in, barely making fifth. Soraka bot with Sinner picks. Does Reckless need his John a fix? Cause L9 barely 9-9. Dragged across the finish line in 50-50 for clear reasons. Coin flipped your whole season.
We're the Mad Lions and we're coming for the top. You're an old has-been, why don't you stop? We're original, we're visible, a goddamn miracle. You're cynical, you're pitiful, your play is criminal. You belong in an institution, or at least a fine for caps boosting. Cause Perkovic, he ain't doing shit. Even Mickey was better with a broken wrist. Top, AD, support, whatever. Doesn't really matter cause we're just better. Can't come close to the man named Kaiser. Leave you defeated and none the wiser. You're an ocelot and we're the real deal. When we're done with you, all you'll do is squeal. Hakuna Matata, you're not going far. Mad Lions make you feel like Scar.
Oh boy, an angry little kitty cat. Spin a series getting neutered, how's that? You'll never stand a chance, just facts. Might as well quit now, relax. Humanoid Inton, he's just getting worse. Hope that his contract included a hearse. Thought we might get an opponent for caps. Guess that's naive when you're playing like crap. Drop quicker than a fox, that's a fast fall. Chase you down like Wooly, get mauled. You're a team without Syndra, no balls. Try and best G2, your call. So tell me, are you mad, bro? Some anxiety that maybe you should let go? All the stress just prepping for a big throw? Playoffs are a bit harder, you know. Still the king, want no debate. Don't need no fans to liberate. Cut the bullshit, you're just hating. Playoffs now will be dominating. Damn, Fnatic, you're here? After a whole split of playing like shit?
So what? We struggled just a little bit. Got knocked down, took a few hits. Took our time standing up, now I admit. Not here to pretend had a bad split. Maybe it's time that we shift gears. Show them the Fnatic that you fear. The one with the penners and the big plays. We could bring him back for a few days. G2 is just a name on a list. Revenge for Fnatic, got time, this is it. Can't wait to watch your reign collapse. What you gonna do, just buy another cap? I'm sorry, but this rivalry still lives in me. Acknowledge me, Fnatic army, come to end your party. I will always be your adversary. You should be very wary, your carry's kinda scary. Take it to the cemetery as we return to glory.
Back to back to back, you know these titles start to stack. Just like all your failed splits. Start to think that this is it. Fnatic, you've lost the magic, it's tragic. Once a classic, now just over dramatic. A soap opera, I'm on the edge of my seat. Who the fans gonna ask to bench this week? Nothing to discuss, Cap chose us. You don't have to trust, your team just sucks. You two getting trophies, Fnatic getting mentions. Maybe it's time for an intervention. Fnatic, let's make one thing clear. You're only rivals in the mirror. We don't beat you, you beat yourself. Pathetic, go and get some help.
Wait, so when did this become a G2 Fnatic party?
Oh, isn't that the team you knocked off in round 1 playoffs last split? I think I've seen them before. Supposed to be the best, press X to doubt. Maybe 03 finals just chasing clout. These silly Twitter games that you're all about. Catch me on the rift and I'll knock you out. So please don't question us, say what's best for us. World's already, this is just a test for us. Okay, boomers, you wanna see more? We'll hit our ceiling where you hit the floor. Yeah, Fnatic like to spit hot shit from their lips, but they seem to forget their roster slips. Reckless chances looking gloomy. Can't win a title that caps so horny. This is an assassination. No more G2 domination. No more kings, no legacy. Just a bit of you toe to toe with me.
Your rivalry is so outdated. Your history now looking faded. EU fans, we know you waited. Rogue and mad, now activated. G2, what are you without caps? Couple inters fighting over scraps. New kids are here, got that fresh blood. We'll beat you down, leave you in the mud. Listen, you've done all you can do. Players change, burn out, retire too. But you look like you're playing from a garbage can. It's time for that NA pension plan. Time to kill the monarchy, giving you anxiety. Thirsty for variety, decapitate the dynasty. We're nasty. If you ask me who the last be, it's not you. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Fnatic and G2, f*** you. Look, we're done with your shit. United in rivalry, you little bitch.
charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
Je vais pas me négliger. Si c'est fini, c'est la vie, bientôt j'aurai tout zappé. Oui, jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Moi j'ai le truc, je sens les pipeaux, oh yeah. Ils m'ont dit bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde. Ils m'ont dit bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Honor, duty, glory. These are the principles that define us. Top, jungle, mid, bot, or support. Together, we are all summoners.
Cut! Summoners don't even exist anymore.
Dynasties of the...
Cut!
In the alleys, the kings of...
Dude, what's going on with you today? Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We are EU, and this is the LEC.
Still no friends, huh?
League of what?
Why can't you do something normal?
How did you get past the login screen? You feeder!
You haven't got what it takes.
Recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Manger le truc, je sens les pipeaux. Oh yeah. Tu ne vas pas me manquer, toi qui croyais me connaître. T'es rempli de charabia, tu ne sauras plus rien du moi. Je ne peux pas supporter, t'as osé me comparer. T'inquiète pas, je vais tout niquer, c'est la putain de la... Mais qui va se négliger? je vais pas me négliger. Si c'est fini, c'est la vie, vie. Bientôt j'aurai tout zappé, chérie, oui. Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Moi j'ai le truc, je sens les pipeaux, oh yeah. Ils m'ont dit bête. Je suis tombée la première, merde. Ils m'ont dit bête. Je suis tombée la première, merde. Si t'as les critères, ça me va. Je suis pas dans les délires de vice. Si tu penses assurer, c'est bon. Tu peux déposer ton CV par mail. Mais qui va se négliger? Je vais pas me négliger. Si c'est fini, c'est la vie, vie. Bientôt j'aurai tout zappé, chérie, oui. Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Moi j'ai le truc, je sens les pipeaux, oh yeah. Ils m'ont dit bête. Je suis tombée la première, merde. Ils m'ont dit bête. Je suis tombée la première, merde. Chacal t'a bien Kuma, mais j'avoue que c'est mort. Toi tu fous la merde, tu veux que j'avoue mes torts, lol. Mais à qui tu vas la faire? Moi j'ai le mental, ouais, à qui tu vas la faire? Retour à la réalité. Moi je retourne à la réalité. Ouais, j'ai le mental. À qui tu vas la faire? À qui tu vas la faire? Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait? Je suis pas très mytho. Moi j'ai le truc, je sens les pipeaux, oh yeah. Ils m'ont dit bête. Je suis tombée la première, merde. Ils m'ont dit bête. Je suis tombée la première, merde. Ils m'ont dit bête. Tombée la première, merde. J'ai un nouveau jour, merde. Ils m'ont dit bête.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Or would you walk away this time?
No, Kevin, that's the wrong intro, Kevin. Hey, Kevin, I'm over here. And Athea's not in this one. It's just unbelievable, Kevin. Hello, good evening. Welcome to LEC Update. Breaking news. The spin-off show of a show you never thought you needed, and once you've seen it, you'll know for sure. And once you've seen this one, you'll know for extra sure. I'm your host, Christy Frierson, and I'll be bringing you all the breaking news from yesterday or the day before. This first particular piece of news broke no more than 48 hours ago. Schalke smashed SK, but I'm sure you all knew that. But what if I told you SK didn't look that bad? Well then, I would be a liar. It started in game 1 when SK went for the lane swap, but really their entire game plan looked upside down. If only they could have taken the lane swap a bit more literally and traded Zazi for Abadage, things might have turned out differently. Now, I know that Crownie is a disciple of LS, but to go as far as to convince Zazi to literally throw away Morellonomicon, that's one step too far.
Just look at the initiation once the TP's come in.
Whoa! Look out for the book! It's a giant book! Oh my god!
But you see, Schalke don't read. They play games, and that's why they won the fight.
Boris strikes again. Although I have to agree that it did look pretty useless. Good news is, Crownie will have plenty of time to show up on an LCS co-stream near you, which is great because LS needs him to carry. Sidebar, LS ruined Fnatic. More on that later. At the end of the day, SK ran out of tricks, reached their limit, and shot their last shot in the hunt for the crown. You see, you can't spell suck without SK. You also can't spell Schalke with SK now that I think about it. But I guess, hey, Schalke were roughly 3.5 times better than SK the other day, so that's a math joke for all you sports ballers out there. Yep, 24 hours ago, this news dropped, along with our expectations for the Mad Lions. They lost to G2. But wait, there's more. We also received this hot tip. G2 are going to Worlds. Considering the strength of this organization and their international performance, this is not only breaking news, but it's also great news for fans of the LPL. One fan of the LEC sent in a video of what he thought G2's playoffs would look like.
You know how it is, we out here repping G2 today. This is a model for how the playoffs are gonna go for them.
That's pretty accurate.
Yep, sports ball. Kind of weird, but we like him anyway. Who asked? No, I asked. Okay, whatever. This just in. I'm being told we are 30 minutes away from Rogue versus Fnatic. So who do you think will win? Better yet, who do you think won? Frost and Rogue or Vedius and Fnatic? Let's check it out.
200 years to close out a game. I thought for a second OG was your name. You do like objectives, you don't like to fight. Wanna bore us to death, or is it just spice?
L9, barely 9-9, dragged across the finish line in 50-50 for clear reasons. Coin flipped your whole season.
Woo! Coin flipped your whole season. Yeah, who won? Let me know. Frost or Vedius? Frost? Yeah. Vedius. Ugh. I mean, Vedius. Ugh. Sorry, that bit was unprofessional. It wasn't breaking news, it was crushing dreams. For LEC Update, breaking news! I'm Christy Frierson. It's a joke, Vedius, come on!
Welcome back, everyone, to Berlin, Germany, where we are closing out round 1 of the summer playoffs. Now, Rogue have already secured a spot at Worlds, as have G2, but now Rogue's eyes are set on the LEC title. And today, Fnatic stand in their way. There we go then. G2 qualified for Worlds, which must mean that they won yesterday, which they did.
They
G2,
did.
They did. They came out on top over the Mad Lions. And was it convincing or not?
I would say overall quite convincing. I think game 1 especially, G2 came out and absolutely smashed Mad Lions. The next couple games were a little bit more competitive, but I feel like overall G2 seems like the much better team.
Yeah, I think Mad Lions tried a lot of things as the games went on. They tried picking and prodding at G2's kind of playstyle, trying to match them in mid, trying to ban out Mickey X a bit, ban out Jankos, get winning jungle matchups. But in the end, I think G2's raw skill individually, their team fighting was just superior.
And individually, Caps, because the rest of the team, don't get me wrong, I think not Alfari. Wonder was playing quite well. Hey, you know, sorry, little slip right there. But Caps absolutely smurfed this series. He had 25 stacks Magi, it seemed like pretty much every game. He was smurfing on the Aurelia too. I think all around, he delivered.
I mean, we talked about it in the pregame, you know, when Caps is ahead, he just snowballs super well. And that was the difference maker. When Caps got ahead and the jungle's support always came mid, the AD carry was there was 4v4s at minute 2, minute 3. Caps was picking up kills here and there, and he just took over.
Let me put some, more emphasis on the fact that we think that G2 as a whole did step up, because I feel like in the past couple of weeks, it was the Cap show because it kind of was out of necessity. But I really feel especially the back half of the games yesterday, people like Wonder and Jankos stepped up a lot more than we've seen them and helped elevate that Caps performance.
Yeah, exactly. I think elevate Caps performance is great because obviously he played well, but I think especially Jankos and Mickey playing through mid lane early on, you know, really camping Humanoid in those first couple of games. He did not get to play League of Legends very much, and that's a big reason why Caps jumped out to such a big lead.
Yeah, I think Jankos' early games were exceptional. I think the only sort of flaw he had was the Lee Sin game against Lilia, where he did fall behind. Most of his plays didn't go so well, so you can't really blame him for falling so far behind. But yeah, his early games were clean. His ganks were really good. I think that his setup in team fights was really good. Maybe they overchased a little bit in the first game, but yeah, I think he played super well with Mickey.
Yeah, just needs to practice that Lee Sin, as we know. This does mean that G2 are now ready for round 2 in the upper bracket. And of course, G2 locked the World's group stage. They cannot place lower than 3rd place in these playoffs, and thus will start in the group stage of the World Championship. I do want to take a minute to kind of focus on our bracket and the playoffs. I know the race for Worlds is important, but what is this race looking like right now? Oh my God.
Well, I mean, right now it's no one wants to play against Schalke in the bottom bracket.
No.
That seems like a dumpster fire waiting to happen. I mean, I think when you look at it, because Fnatic are the lowest seeded team coming in, if they lose today, they would have to play the first match against Schalke next week, which would be really, really rough because that's the one to try and qualify for Worlds. And I think everyone's looking at Schalke and what they can do.
Yeah, but holistically, what do we think about the playoffs as a race for the championship? Is it a one-horse race, or what are we thinking, Pedro?
I think it all depends on today's series. I think Rogue have a lot to show. I think they finished first place. They look super consistent, super strong. So if they can do a good performance today and just smash Fnatic, I'm super excited for G2 versus Rogue. But if it's a close series, we might think that Rogue and Fnatic are on the same kind of level. I think whoever goes against G2 is going to struggle. But yeah, Schalke's in the lower bracket. God Gillies is down there, so you have to be afraid of going up or down.
Yeah, I think right now, as you said, it is G2 and Rogue at the top until we see them clash. Don't know which one's going to come out. And then as far as Fnatic and Mad Lions go, I feel like they are in a little bit of a tier below. The team I do not know the ceiling of, though, still is Schalke, and that would be the dark horse to keep pushing through.
Yes, and as for Worlds implications, of course, if Rogue wins today, that means Mad automatically locks Worlds. But if Fnatic wins today, they lock Worlds, and then that final spot will also go up to Mad versus Schalke next week. Let's also take a look at the meta and what we've seen so far in terms of key picks. Let's start in the bot lane. What has been jumping out to you, Kedro?
So, I mean, Caitlyn's been permabanned every game. It's not been given a single time in playoffs, and I think there's a big reason for it. She's so strong right now. And on top of that, Kalista, I think, is also super strong. Those two champs paired together are really, really strong. And I think that either you ban them on red side or you first pick them on blue side.
And that's where we see champions like Senna start to pop up. I think we've seen a lot of crazy champions, especially like Crownshot was pulling out the late game scaling of a Jinx and a Kog'Maw. But to me, Senna is that go-to AD carry because she can do anything, right? Her laning phase is going to be super strong with her sustain and her ability to trade nicely with good pairings in the support position. And also, her scaling in teamfights can't really be matched in terms of the teamfight tools you give your team. Your frontline can't die because you have a million shields, you have a million heals, and she also pumps out a ton of damage.
Yeah, exactly. When those two AD carries are down, Senna is the go-to. You saw yesterday G2 first picked it on blue side, first rotating it on red side when possible. And paired with Nautilus, it just has such a good lane, such a good team fight. And yeah, and then moving on to jungle, you've got Hecarim and Lilia. These two champs are tier one champs, I think. You saw Lilia being first picked, being banned out, Hecarim being first rotated. I think they're probably arguably the two strongest junglers as far as playoffs are concerned. I think Seth is also up there with them, but I think these two are the best farming junglers right now.
I think the question is the team you're playing against capable of smashing you through the early game? We saw G2 did that in a couple games, and the scaling junglers looked much weaker. But if you can't do that, then it's going to be Lilia versus Hecarim in a lot of games.
And summarize the Shen situation for me shortly. What's going on? We've
lots
seen
of Shen.
it.
Yeah, I feel like
lost.
No, I think Shen, he lost a lot of games, but I do think it's a solid pick. He got some buffs a couple patches ago, but he has like pretty solid laning into most matchups. And then I also think in a game that's so focused around bot lane and early dragons, like his ultimate offers you so much utility in those.
Yeah, it feels like Shen only really has one counter in the Gangplank, and apart from that, his lane phase is strong. He has the ult if you want to play side lanes, and he has the ult if you want to play team fights for Drake.
Indeed, a couple of picks we're keeping our eyes on, but today we're also going to learn some tricks from one of the pros, not Ender. It's Kadril. He's going to be pulling out the jungle handbook, and we're going to be talking specifically about farming junglers who have been so active and so present in these playoffs. First off, Kadril, as you're going to break it down for us, tell me which champion specifically are we looking at here?
So you can see on screen here, you've got Hecarim, Nidalee, Lilia, Nocturne, and Kha'Zix. There are a few other farming junglers sort of out of the meta. You've got the Echo, the Karthus, and stuff like that. But these champs are the ones that are rising to power across the world. You've got Nidalee in the LCK, Nocturne in the LPL, and Kha'Zix, Lilia, and Hecarim popping up a lot in the LEC.
What do these junglers provide for a team?
So the strength of the farming jungler is, obviously, I think if you just keep farming, level 6 or even your jungle item spike is the key. You can see the clear is so quick. You can do raptors really fast. You can do all these AoE on the camps a lot. So you can pick up the camps really quick. And I think that once you hit 6 and you got your jungle item, you're so strong in team fights. You're so strong in 1v1s. And you just provide so much more than these early game junglers.
Sounds all like good news to me, but there must be some weaknesses as well.
Yeah, obviously there's a big weakness to farming junglers. First of all, they don't have a lot of CC. And if you don't have a lot of CC, you can't gank. So they're kind of stuck in their jungle. And also their kits are really weak in the early game. So if you do get invaded or you do get slowed down, like the farming junglers like to grow exponentially, you know, keep the farm up, get faster and faster and faster. But if you get slowed down, you fall behind quite quickly.
We have seen it can be devastating. Yesterday, Shadow on Lilia, that was quite the sight. How can you, as the enemy team, weaponize yourself against these junglers and what they can bring?
So Lilia and Hecarim are being picked a lot now. So you can either choose to pick something like Set into it and try to use your laners to invade them, slow them down, force them out, and just get them sort of like a level behind, maybe invade their second buffs, invade their second raptor spawn. And once you do that, you can get to level 5, 6 first as the early game jungler, and then start to force dragons, start to force drakes, and just make chaos around the map.
What if everything's banned out and you can't counterpick?
Well, Set is quite a common ban, so you could also just opt into going for farming jungler yourself. You know, you can just pick up the Kha'Zix, you can pick up a Nocturne into sort of like the Hecarim. You can just keep going for the out farm. And I mean, as we see in this clip here, Jankos just goes for the mid gank onto Humanoid, flashes on him. Even if Humanoid doesn't really die here, the whole concept is so good because Caps will always have the push now. Luckily, they get the kill, so when it comes to level 3, Caps has the push on Humanoid, which is kind of uncommon in this matchup, and is able to sort of give Jankos a favor in a buddy system. Now I'm going to gank your jungler for you. So he pushes Shadow out, Jankos gets the second Raptor respawn, and not only is he already a level ahead, he's going to get even further ahead.
And that's the buddy system, just helping each other out to snowball the game. You also wanted to look at an example from FlyQuest's win over C9?
Yeah, so in this clip, we've got Sandstorm on Lilia. He goes for an early level 1 invade, which is really powerful, and Blabber tries to contest it. Now, it is sort of a 50-50 here, but Sandstorm's brought his laners with him, and he knows that Nocturne's weak level 1, because obviously he's a farming jungler. So now that Blabber lost the Raptors, and he gets forced out, and he actually dies, Sandstorm takes his red buff, and now he's already 2 camps down running from base. And now Solo's ward, you can see on the top side of the map, is just next to his blue buff, and Sandstorm doesn't see him, so he runs through mid, brings his friend, the buddy system's inactive again, is here again, brings Power of Evil with him to the blue. They see Blabber started, and he has no flash, and I think if it was just a pure 1v1 here, I think obviously Sandstorm could win with the red buff, but just having Power of Evil for that safety is so important, and now Blabber is 0-2, no buffs, level 2, he's out of the game.
TLDR, these junglers can be incredibly strong, but as we saw also with Lilia, you do have to watch out. You have to have a plan. You can't just run in and not track the enemy jungler, because that's going to go bad for you.
You have to be very careful with these farming junglers. You need a lot of setup on your lanes. Things like we saw yesterday with Mad Lions, Camille Galio with the Lilia. It provides so much engage, so much frontline, and it's not so much volatility. I think if you have volatile lanes and you have these farming junglers, it's really hard to help them out because you need the resources. So you need sort of self-sufficient lanes, things that can just play on their own, keep the push, or just play safe.
All right, thank you so much for that. We'll look out for those junglers today. And while the LEC playoffs are well underway, over in the LCK, they just closed out their regular season. Here's Law with our international check-in.
Thank you very much, Shox. And Wadid, I know you had a long day already at the broadcast, but thank you very much for taking the time to drop by today.
It's really good to see you. So, I mean, I don't care if it's like tired schedule.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I mean, you keep on shining on the broadcast, so thank you for coming here and giving us some insight about the playoffs, because you guys just wrapped the regular season here, and we're going to take a look at the brackets here, because we will have T1 facing FLICKR in the round 1, and then the winner will face Gen.G, who will face Dragon X, and who will face Damwon in the finals. Now, I know we talked to Ashley quite a while ago about the regular season as a whole, but do you see any surprises when you look at the bracket as it is right now?
I felt like DRX is kind of far down, but actually they stayed in the second place, so it was quite impressive. But at the same time, their performance is not on point right now, so there is a lot of worries going on. But I think especially T1 comeback was the point, because with the new mid laner, they are popping off with their performance right now, so it's pretty impressive.
It is something that I will mention a bit later, the fact that FLICKR is missing right now. But before that, yeah, you were mentioning the fact that Dragon X looked a bit shaky lately over the past few weeks. I know that Damwon absolutely dominated the season, and Gen.G looks strong as well. So what can we expect when it comes to playoffs here in Korea?
Yeah, I mean, DRX, the reason why they're shaking is that they tried too many tryout picks, and that kind of ruined their consistency, in my opinion. And I mean, I won't say it's a bad thing, but it's CV Max Classic, you know. You remember Talia Pantheon 3 games in a row in the finals when it was Griffin time, right? So, I mean, I won't say it's bad again, but I cannot like predict them to be in the finals and like those kind of things happening, you know?
All right. Well, not counting FLICKR out, but I remember that Ashley tweeted something about the fact that we will have T1, Gen.G, Dragon X, and Damwon, but only 3 teams will get to go to Worlds. So who will it be?
Oh, I mean, it's really hard to not think about Damwon Gaming, but maybe 2 teams are going to be really close. And I think it's going to be probably Gen.G and Plus, or T1 and DRX, but it's really hard. I think, yeah, I would really want to see T1 versus DRX, especially in the playoffs. And I think it is going to... I don't think it's going to happen, though, because Gen.G is going to win it. So.
Oh, okay. No, nice predictions here. But okay, let's come back a bit on T1. You were mentioning Closer. He's been doing fantastically with T1. We saw that this morning FLICKR played during Game 2. He went back on the bench for Game 3. So what's going on here? Do you have some insights?
That's really spicy, yeah? Spicy topic, obviously. But anyways, it feels really bad for FLICKR, but the Game 2 was not on him. But the thing is... when Closer is in, every single players in T1 is completely changed, you know? Like they're proactive, they're making so many proactive plays, and maybe like different atmosphere or different draft plan. I'm not sure, but the truth is when Closer is in, T1 looks better. So, I mean, still question mark on his champion pool, but for now, I'm pretty sure Closer is gonna play playoffs for now.
All right. Well, thank you very much for all these answers and insight. And before I let you go, tell me one team you want to cheer for in the LEC, if you had to pick one.
I mean, Rogue is my ex-team, and Fnatic is my old rival, right? But for now, I'm not G2 player anymore, so I wanna support for Fnatic because I love Reckless and Hylissang.
All right, Fnatic, Reckless, and Hylissang. Wadid, thanks again for the interview. And for more on the game today, actually, let's send it over to Shox.
Thank you very much, Laura. I do want to take a second just to talk about, the possible Worlds implications. As said, possibly T1 not at Worlds, but they do seem to make it more often than not. Also from the LPL, top esports qualified, so that means we're finally going to get to see Knight on the international stage. Finally!
I'm just ready for this. I feel like Knight versus Caps, a matchup I would love to see break out. Probably can't happen if they're both first seeds, but that is something that I feel like everyone, if you're looking at Worlds, you have to look at that matchup.
I mean, top looks so strong. You've got Knight in the mid lane. Karsa seems to have stepped it up so much in the last couple of years, and then you just throw in JackeyLove, the world champion, and Invictus Gaming aren't even there anymore, so yeah, he's just going to take over.
Yeah, JackeyLove's story is so incredibly impressive. Also, JDG, of course, qualified earlier today, and a fun fact, because FlyQuest and Team Liquid qualified from the LCS. Also, Ignar, Hansama, and Power of Evil, who all played for Misfits during Worlds 2020. 2017 are now all going to return to Worlds. That is so cool.
That's a throwback. I love it, especially seeing it from the other side. You know, this was the team that almost took down SKT. It began the downfall of the LCK as an entire region, so EU and LPL could get on in there. But yeah, seeing these teams play against each other is going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a lot of hype, but Rogue could, of course, be facing these teams at Worlds 2020. And tonight, they will take on Fnatic in the LEC Summer Playoffs.
To get out of here, and Toure is left all on his lonesome with an incredible quickness into the knockback. Goodbye, Excel. Patrick gets taken out by Reckless. It's a triple for him.
You're fighting through like what goes well, what goes right, and it's all a matter of finding, okay, this is our recipe for success and expanding from there.
But the average survivor is going to do so much work. Shadow's already gone. There's two as Kaiser falls and Finn is still stepping into Kazi. Flashes off towards the back. Bandit able to survive. There comes the damage. Kazi, goodbye.
I really don't care what other people think about us. We're not Mad Lions, we're not G2, we're Rogue, right? We play our game. I just want to win, and that's all.
There we go, Rogue versus Fnatic. And Rogue, they ended last in the first LEC season back in 2019. And now they are first seed heading into the LEC Summer Playoffs. Crazy stuff, and what a growth from that team.
Yeah, I love the Rogue story. I mean, last and Infinite 2 players I actually played with on my first team in Ninjas and Pajamas a long time ago. And the fact that this roster's been together since the Academy days in Rogue Academy 2019, the start of spring, there were 4 out of 5 of the players were all together on the same roster.
Yeah, and the insane thing was they came in and last year almost made Worlds. They were 4th place in Summer, but this year completely turned things around, only elevated themselves on top of that. You say 4 out of 5 were on the same team. Now 4 out of 5 were on our second all-pro team. So it's not like this is just the teamwork team. They're also stacked with talent.
Yeah, they're fantastic. We're going to go deeper into their playstyle in just a second, but they're always underestimated, but they still are #1, and they're up versus Fnatic. For Fnatic, it's a bit of a different story. It was really a fall from grace, I think, this season for the lineup.
I mean, Fnatic, after, you know, getting sort of demolished by G2 in finals last split, couldn't figure it out this split. Like, every 2 weeks, it seemed like they tried to come in with a new strategy. Selfmade was trying to carry on all these special picks like the Graves with Reckless on the Sorokin bot lane, and they just couldn't find anything that meshed together at the end, and they come into playoffs yet again without a cohesive style.
Yeah, I completely agree. They tried loads of different styles, the Graves, the Soraka, even the Karma mid at one point. They were trying out these carry jungles so much, but one thing that's been consistent for them throughout the whole split, I think, is Reckless. When he got taken off the Soraka, put on these marksmen, and he was doing really well. He's got really great stats, and I think he's really popping off.
Yeah, they've got fantastic ingredients. It just hasn't seemed to come together yet, but that's why you also can never count Fnatic out. But the question is, will they be able to find something for today? You started talking about their playstyle, Cadril, but they have tried to find something that works for them. But do you think the plan that they've cooked up most of the games has worked for them?
Well, Selfmade on these carry junglers has been sort of reliable. I think he's a really good carry jungle player. Whippo's been on sort of tank duty recently, and Hylissang's been on these engage pick supports like the Rakan, the Pyke. The playstyles are coming together pretty well. I like Rex on the Senna a lot. The only thing that I'm not sure about how this team functions is they just love to fight so much. They always fight non-stop. They base, they fight, they come out of base, they fight again. And I don't know, they love to pick these skirmish champions, and it kind of works. They get a good team fight, they get a few towers here and there, but it feels like there's no real like consistent macro.
Yeah, because when you look at how they draft, it's not the typical team fight style where you have a front line and a back line, you go for the big 5v5s. It's about the skirmishes, and you have a lot of different champions with really high agency. So players like Selfmade and Hylissang can individually pop off, but if all the pieces aren't working together very, very well, you're just going to get beaten by a more coordinated effort.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Jankos did let slip yesterday that from scrims that there is something, that a style that they found that they're going with, so we'll see what kind of spicy picks come out today. On the other side, we have Rogue, and when you talk about lack of cohesion and everyone going out of their own, it's a complete opposite for Rogue. They are such a well-oiled team fight machine.
Yeah, this team's got it on lock right now, and it starts in the early game. Inspired loves playing around these objectives. They secured those with strong early play, but then when it comes to the team fights around a Dragon or around the Baron, they just know how to approach it so well. The draft favors it. They're always going to fight you in worse when Larson hits 3 items in the mid lane, and they're just better at it than anyone else.
And I feel like their carries are just such good late game insurance. Hans and Larson, I think these 2 carries are so good in team fights. Their positioning is good, they're always doing insane amounts of damage. And Finn, although he hasn't been having the best of lane phases, I think that the champions he's playing fit the team so well. He's been playing Gangplank, Sion, Ornn, these kind of engaged champions or just huge team fight damage champions. I think that their style is really good.
Yeah, while Fnatic are playing team comps with like 4 or 5 damage dealers, Rogue are going to have 3 tanks in almost every single game. But you can see, it's not that they're just the late game team, because they also love to play for lane advantages. Inspired likes to invade with early priority, secure those objectives, which puts them on a fast track to the early dragons.
That it does. Super impressive stats, first in the league in terms of those. But when you talk about key players, we have to go to Larson in the mid lane for Rogue first off. Such an absolute rock for that team.
Yeah, Larson's a beast. I don't know. You can't shut him down in lane phase, you can't shut him down in team fights, and you can't shut him down in side lane. So this guy is just so consistent. This guy never gets caught. He never dies 1v1. He never gets ganked. He just plays the lane so well, and when you press tab, he's either even in CS or he's ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he's a phenomenal laning player because he knows how to control the wave, so he'll hold it by his turret when his jungler wants to play around him. He'll also push and then roam with Inspired. That's been something that Larson has really figured out this year, and a big reason why Rogue are finding so much success. But I've said it before and I'll say it again, he's the best team fighting mid laner in the LEC right now on picks like the Azir that like to go late.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the mids in Europe, they sort of play everything. They can play split push, they can play team fight, they can play 1v1, whatever it is. But Larson on mages is just so good that it's like surpasses their ability on every champion in general.
That's a high praise for Larson. We'll see if he shows up in this best of 5. Someone who has shown up in every single game for Fnatic this season has been Reckless. The man's been playing forever and has been the best performing member on that struggling team.
Yeah, I mean, everyone else has been wildly inconsistent, but he has been the rock for this team. And I think that Reckless continues to show that he's never going to get washed up. Like every single split, he's going to continue to perform and continue to impress. And it's amidst a split where a lot of the time Hylissang has been struggling, has been getting caught out a lot in the bot lane, but Reckless still performs.
The thing that surprised me about Reckless is he's always either even or ahead, and his support's constantly roaming. You know, first base, Hylissang's the kind of guy to just, I'm going to run top level 4 and gank top lane. And then Reckless is somehow even in CS or ahead all the time. So, I mean, you can look at the stats, they don't really lie. He's part of loads of kills, he's part of basically everything, and he does so well.
Yeah, fantastic from him on Fnatic. Now, we also have to talk about the junglers. We got 2 phenomenal junglers here. I let you at home decide who's who and who's better. But when it comes to Self-Made versus Inspired, 2 very different junglers and what they bring to the team.
Yeah, they influence their teams in very different ways because Inspired is like the team jungler, you know? He does get out to an early lead, but he plays for his lanes, he plays for early objectives. When he's, setting up to invade the enemy jungle, take blue buff, that does help him get a lead, but it's almost always by working with his lanes, and this is great for Rogue. Self-Made, on the other hand, also gets out to leads, but it's because he's a very selfish player, so sometimes his lanes will get in a bad position, not be able to help them out, and that can hurt them, but he's always going to be a level or 2 up.
Yeah, I agree. I think Self-Made is quite selfish. He likes to get these carry junglers, get himself ahead, and he does so much damage in team fights, so you can't really blame him for it. He does his job super well. But Inspired, on the other hand, he's just so flexible. This guy will pick a carry jungle, or he'll just pick a tank and just do the job for you. So the thing I like about both these junglers is they're both similar in playstyles, but one is more flexible, one's more selfish. But I think Evelynn might be a huge pick in this series, because I think both of those junglers are super good Evelynn players, and it just got buffed. So
let's see what happens. I'd love to see some Evelynn today. We also want to hear from you guys at home. Who is going to make the next round? Is it Rogue, RGE, or Fnatic FNC? Spam now in the chat whilst I get my predictions from my analysts. Kato, do you want to start today? Who's going to win and why?
Well, I would say spam the static to help Fnatic, but I think Rogue's going to take this series. I think it's going to be a close series. I think Fnatic probably stepped it up, so I'm going to say 3-2 to Rogue, but I just think Rogue's consistency is going to pull them through.
Look, people have been saying Fnatic are getting better behind the scenes, but I have not seen it yet, and I think Rogue are so much better on the team level and the individual level with the consistency of their performance that I'm actually going to give it to Rogue 3-0. I'm going to go big and say they're going to win every single game today, and we're going to have an early night.
3-0 again from Ender. Let's check in with the vote. Usually, Fnatic wins these by a landslide, but this is not the case today. It's actually pretty close, and that shows how also the people at home aren't exactly sure, even though Ender is. Huge stakes on the line today. Rogue, they have already beaten Fnatic twice in summer, but now the stakes are much, much higher. Let's see who comes out on top.
This is the closest Europe has ever been in the history of 1 in 10. Why would anyone really believe in this team?
Why am I still trying? Odoamne is going to get taken down. I want the miracle run to happen. I don't think that it will.
It wouldn't be a miracle run if it was easy.
Abadage, who was jumped on first.
That's a triple!
When we were 0-8, people called me crazy in the team. Gilius, stop all of this.
Impossible odds, and they do it. Schalke take down Fnatic and keep the dream alive. Wins in a row.
I can't believe it, you know. Holy moly, what a ride.
You just looked at Trick on Lee Sin, you're like, please, no, just stay.
From the resonating strike, and the ultimate comes down.
But this team was placed 9th in sprint.
Oh, check the perfect face breaker. Wombo combo. SK, they're not taking from OG.
And they are fighting to make playoffs.
System performance, and I think we really got to see what Crownshot is made on.
SK Gaming, I think they fly under the radar.
My teammates play a huge part in why we are successful now.
Fnatic look pretty bad right now.
For Fnatic, it may be the very first time this team misses the playoffs.
Fnatic gift wrapping a Baron for the Mad Lions.
So anything but winning the split would be unacceptable for me.
One of our sleeping giants seems to have woken up.
What can he do? Trying to shut down the team. They're grouping up. They're getting absolutely murdered.
They stepped up when it mattered.
Worked out, we're top 4. We take those.
Pretty bad. A lot of work to challenge top spot.
Oh, I said
G2.
dumpster fire.
We never lost confidence. Even if we enter playoffs with 6th seed, we're gonna win playoffs.
G2 still have a lot left to prove for me.
Stop it, but the Aphelios is down. The Tom Kench is down. You could do nothing.
Caps, who, while his team has been absolutely terrible, has consistently carried.
Larson caught out G2 playing at their own pace. Tempo, tempo, tempo.
Hey, remember when we said that G2 wouldn't win finals in spring?
Yeah.
And then the night before they come in and just absolutely smash Fnatic?
It feels like we are slightly back.
Now Humanoid gets one, but Genex is going to answer it. And this is it. The show has been stopped for Mad
Spring
Lions.
Split, when we talked about Mad Lions, we said they have their single play style.
Mad Lions are super scrappy, always trying to innovate and to find different and interesting ways to attack you.
Defensively,
Shadow!
That's the that works. He got him.
They should be one of the best in Europe right now.
And Kaiser, this boy is so clean.
We as a team just work really well together. Winning the LEC would mean we are actually the best.
Where a lot of the teams around Rogue are saying, I'm not worried about them, I'm not scared.
Running forward, he's got a black shield, eyes on Crownshot, he's throwing so much down. Mark's taking a lot of damage.
I think the Rogue have a lot going for them.
Rogue have made significant improvements.
It's really good that I'm playing well and that my team is playing well. Yeah, we're gonna aim to win the split, right?
But what an incredible call! Rogue have done it! Rogue, ladies and gentlemen, will be the first team to qualify for Worlds.
This is the closest the league has ever been, just ever.
All freaking summer, we've been sitting here going, we think we know what's going to happen, and then we get surprised.
This has been a crazy season, one for the history books.
Came from. Never forget what you went through. Never forget all the work that you had to put in just to get where you going to. Don't let nobody consider that they ain't trying to help out the whole crew. You know that most people just trying to link up because they want to take everything from you. Running it up, no looking back, making them plays, that is a fact. I'm on the way. Part of the grind is coming up strong and no going back. Stay out the way, don't get in the way because we bringing pressure. It ain't no slack. Stay on the grind for that masterpiece. I'm going strong, not here to play, that is a fact. Stay on the move, part of the grind, never give up, ain't going back. Stick to the plan, bringing that pressure, it ain't no slack. Stay on the grind for that masterpiece.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of the LEC Summer Playoffs. I'm Medic, this is Frosk, and that's Vedius on the end, and we are here for Rogue versus Fnatic, and what a series it's going to be.
It's going to be a banger. I'm really excited. It's Rogue versus Fnatic, and based on what the fans said, they think it's going to be really close. But fans, I've got a bit of a reality check for you. Rogue is 1st seed, Fnatic is 4th, and that's kind of because of the points that they got last week. They finished 5th. Like, Fnatic has not looked good. I think on paper, Rogue should be the clear favorites coming into this series, and based on Ender's prediction with the 3-0, I think that a mini analyst kind of believe that as well.
Which is why I think today is about faith. The Fnatic faithful have come out, they say, the playoff buff, the plot armor, whatever it's going to be, Fnatic, they can pull through it. Whereas on the other side for Rogue, at what point will European fans finally give them the benefit of the doubt that this wasn't just the one-hit wonder of taking first, that they are the real deal, and you have faith in them to represent Europe on a world stage and to take down Fnatic?
And although this series might not prove that in its entirety for Rogue, it is definitely a step in the right direction for them. They would lock one of the top 3 seeds to Worlds, and we'll see if they can start it off with a win here.
So we have to talk about blue side, how powerful it's been. It's been powerful all weekend, all patch long, it feels like, and it's because of these bans right here. The Caitlyn is going to come out. Kalista is another champion that we expect to be banned. I did not, however, expect the Aphelios. Now, obviously, Hansama's #1 played champion, 10 games on that, but that does mean that either Kalista or Lilia will get through, and Lilia was a big deal yesterday.
These bans, Shen and Gangplank, both taken off the board. Rogue saying, you, Whippo, we've seen this before. We do not want you playing towards the bot side of the map. They're going to prioritize the Senna. With so many strong AD carries taken off the board. Notice that Kalista has been left open, and Rogue is saying, all right, Fnatic, do you play it? Will you challenge us? Because if it's a G2, if it's a Mad Lions, they insta-lock the Kalista here, but let's see what Rogue do.
I mean, we've only seen Hansama play the Senna twice this split. Aphelios, as you said, Frosk is his most played. The Ashe is going to get locked in for Reckless. It'll be the first time he plays that, and there's a Lucian alongside it.
Now, obviously, the Lucian is a flex pick. I don't assume that Ashe is a flex pick, but I've seen weirder things. I myself play Ashe support, so
Ashe,
maybe. But I do assume that that's probably going to be Nemesis' pick, or even possibly Whippo's.
Blind Renekton on 3 as well. Like, oh, and the Evelynn insta-lock.
Oh my,
wow.
okay.
Okay, there's a lot to think about here. Because I've got, so, first things first, the reason why I was scratching my head at the Renekton is because you've just seen a Lucian locked in. Remember that Lucian could be sent up to top lane, it can be played in mid lane. Like, you can send that Lucian into Renekton and you've got yourself a pretty good matchup. Unless Finn is saying, I feel pretty confident in that matchup. That's the only reason why I could think that. But also, we get to see an Evelynn. And notice that they've picked it here so they can ban away some of the potential bad matchups. They also have priority on locking in their support first rotation. So they're picking in a relatively safe spot. And we know that this is one of Selfmade's solo queue best most played champions as well.
I find it really interesting also the fact that they allowed the Tahm Kench to slip away from them. Obviously, the Senna Tahm Kench has been a big duo that we've seen down there. And like you're saying, to prioritize the blind Renekton when that is still a flex pick, I do suspect it's Nemesis' Lucian. And obviously, I think Rogue think that as well. I mean, when you ban Orianna, you know for a fact that Larsen's going to go into the Azir. So it's not like it was probably a, oh, I wonder what he's going to be playing this time.
I do love this from Fnatic, though. They're picking 2 champions that were buffed on 10-16. They're bringing something a little bit unique to the table. And we always say in a best of 5, if you're going to bring something surprising, do it in game 1. Bring out your haymakers. Try and put Rogue in the dirt right from the off.
And that's the question. You know, what is Fnatic's identity for playoffs? We heard it on the analyst test from Kadril and Ender that everyone knows what Rogue's identity is. That's why they've been so successful and so consistent. But Fnatic have been struggling to figure out what they want. And the only kind of common thread has been a carry jungler. And like you were saying, Vedius, Selfmade is given all the tools to pop off on this eve.
So that is 4 top lane bans, potentially 5 if you consider Lilia a top laner as well. And like 4 of them have come from Rogue. How deep is Whippo going to have to go into his champion pool here? Because we see a wide array of crazy picks from him, but he's going to have to dig deep in order to challenge Rogue right now.
I think an issue as well is they need to find some sort of hard engage, because right now the only thing that you have is your bot lane with an Ashe Arrow as well as a Death Sentence. So without having Ornn or Camille, what does Whippo grab hold of to allow Fnatic to force engagements? I would think that that would be something like his Zac.
I think the Zac is definitely a possibility. Wukong is someone we saw fall out of the meta as well, who can provide at least some flank hard engage, and we have seen Whippo play it already this split. Rogue will lock in the Nautilus to team up alongside the Senna, another quintessential pairing when you're picking the Senna, and now they'll be looking for their jungler. Still a lot of the traditional jungles left up and open here for Inspired.
So I would say Lee Sin, but Inspired's really a Lee Sin play. Wow, picking Sejuani into Eve. So my only concern here is one of the things about Eve is that she's very weak in the early game. You can typically, like many AP junglers, usually you want to try and attack them early because their skirmishing isn't that strong and you want to try and steal away the jungle camps. And Frosk, you mentioned that Olaf, that would have been more in the wheelhouse, not only for Inspired, but also if you want to try and shut down Evelynn. But it seems that Rogue is drafted a lot more for the team. Again, you know, we heard it from Kadril. Inspired's the type of player that will play the tank, he'll play the carries, he'll do what the team needs. And they're saying they want a little bit more team fight power, and we are seeing traditional Rogue. You've got the straight front-to-back team fight, long-range DPS carries behind you, big, beefy front line. Renekton can also peel versus Fnatic, I feel.
So the thing is Fnatic can cause a lot of chaos with this draft, obviously, but they're missing a couple of key things, a couple of key tools. Number one, that reliable hard engage. It's just not there. And for a team that loves to skirmish and love to have scrappy fights, I feel like this draft is still really reliant on individual members of Fnatic really stepping up and popping off to allow them to have success with this.
I think their pick potential is pretty devastating, though. An Arrow into an Eve, into an Urgot could do a huge amount of work. We'll see if Fnatic can bring something a little bit eclectic to the table here in Game 1 as Rogue try and take them down.
And obviously, as we finally take to the Rift for Game 1, because Fnatic and Rogue are in the game, you have to talk about level 1s. Now, we have seen this iteration of the level 1 before throughout the LEC, placing that ward into the bot lane rush, seeing if you can find a pick there or catch people's movements, especially if they go for delayed invades. But otherwise, a standard 5-point from Fnatic. And I do want to point our attention towards the Eve and the Sejuani, because on the analyst test, they were talking about the difference between these two junglers, Selfmade and Inspired, how Inspired is kind of the more flexible guy, but has usually been going towards the tanks. Selfmade, the very selfish jungler, the guy who is all about playing the carries. Graves' priority pick was such a big deal for Fnatic for the longest time, and now on something like his Evelynn, one of the champions that he's famous for in solo queue. And I feel like it's a perfect example of kind of the two different jungle styles that we're going to see in this game.
I think one of the really interesting stats that kind of ties into your point, Frosk, is the XP difference at 15. Notice how far ahead Selfmade is. This is why we kind of dub him as that selfish jungler. It's not really a negative term, it's more of just a play style where you as a jungler play very much for yourself rather than your laners. That doesn't mean he never ganks. That doesn't mean he doesn't try to work with his team. It's just that if he has the choice, he's going to focus on himself rather than someone else.
That ward already paying off.
He's been hooked and exhausted, has to burn the heal. So that's two summoners down from the Fnatic bottom lane. They're going to try and chase onto Hans Summer. Hylissang with the flay. Hans Summer has to flash away.
Here's the big thing. As an Ashe, you want to trade hyper aggressively in lane, because obviously her back timers, if she gets sent back early, it's not as punishing as a traditional ADC. Now, you could also maybe say the same for Senna, although she's not going to have as many battle stats, so that's why Rekkles and Hilly are going to be fine to be hyper aggressive in this lane and to really trade on their health, because they can't really be punished for it.
I think also in that trade, so much focus went down onto Rekkles that Hylissang wasn't touched. So the moment a Rogue tried to disengage, Hylissang was more than confident to be like, I can go for this because I have such a massive health advantage. And he got that Flay cooldown back up, and they were in a very positive position. So what should have been a good start to the lane for Rogue has now swung in favor of Rekkles and Hylissang.
Yeah, and just to put the cherry on top, the fact that Hilly's playing with a whole other pot on top of Nautilus right now is going to be a big deal. So I expect Hilly and Rekkles to continue to be hyper aggressive here.
For the moment, Hans Summer and Vander will just be pushed underneath their turret. You can see Fnatic going to get this wave to crash as quickly as possible. A slight CS lead for Rekkles has been built up, and Hans Summer once again just getting flayed away. Rekkles eats at the bad end of some damage there from Hans Summer. I do want to look at the junglers as well, as we've seen Selfmade did a total topside clear, has now moved down towards the bottom side and is going towards his blue buff. Inspired actually pathing up towards top as the hook lands on Vander, but Vander should be fine.
That's actually a really good move from Vander. Yeah, he's going to potentially lose his flash.
Coming out, he's going to flash away. Hylissang flashing forward. Rekkles going in as well, and Fnatic are looking for first blood. It's taken. Hans Summer just can't do anything.
What started out as a really good play from Vander, denying Rekkles and Hilly the free back, because what Rekkles wanted to get there was the cheater recall. Force the wave forward, then get back, get one of those item advantages, and continue to abuse Hans Summer and Vander in the lane. The issue was he was outplayed by Hilly, he got caught up into the CC, the big minion wave, and now is flashless in the lane.
Oh, Selfmade's also just hovering around the bot lane for now. Wants to make sure that Rekkles and Hylissang can push this wave in, but really good performance from Rekkles and Hilly. I do think the Ashe Thresh is one of the strongest 2v2s you can get in the current meta, and Vander ends up overstepping, and Hylissang looks like he's showing up today in this 2 versus 2, and Fnatic already with a slight gold advantage towards the bot side of the map.
It's also a very big departure as Vander tries it again. A very big departure of what you normally see from Rekkles and Hilly. Usually this is about unlocking Hilly on roam-oriented champions and Rekkles playing weak side. This time around they are playing very strong side with the power duo of Ashe and Thresh.
Well, the cool thing about Hilly is he does the same thing pretty much every game. First back, level 3, level 4, he looks for a roam. He's already looking for the roam top as Rogue is looking to dive.
Inspire's going to try and turn on Selfmade, flash away. Inspire chases in with a flash of his own. Fins trading onto Whippo, as you said. Hillesang's on his way up here. The Selfmade, the stun's going to land onto Selfmade as he tries to get away. Whippo going in with the disdain, but he's taken down first, and now they're going to turn their attention over to Selfmade. The Evelyn's going to have to try and get away. The hate spikes raining hell upon Rogue. That's 2 for Selfmade, and the carry jungler is unlocked.
And the throwaway lantern from Hilly to be like, please give me an assist. I participated.
And Whippo, he's not going to lose that much topside either because he's going to TP back in. He's going to get all this farm, and this early game not going as planned for Rogue so far. I think Rogue really need to be afraid about the fact that this Evelyn just got 2 kills. Like, the level 6 mark is super scary for her, and now she's so much closer to it. Let's have a look back at how this replay actually unfolded.
It's also the fact that, like you said, Whippo didn't really lose anything. So I think it's really just the amount of time that it takes. Finn, obviously, they're not focusing on the same target, so the CC goes down on Selfmade. Finn's are forced to burn his flash to gap close, and then just chasing them around the walls. Lasts long enough that Hilly shows up just to get the assist, but that spike, the hate spike cooldown.
Yeah, there's the buffs coming into fruition right there. The Q cooldown reduction really being valuable for Selfmade, but I like the target focus from Rogue initially. Remember we mentioned that Evelyn, a very weak duelist early on into the game, and so trying to shut her down quickly, I think was the correct play, but Whippo did a really good job of acting as interception, getting in the way, making it harder to just execute Selfmade, and Fnatic were able to get the turnaround. So all in all, Fnatic now sitting with a 1.2, 1.4k gold advantage, and this is kind of the best situation for them to be in this early game.
But this is classic Rogue. They immediately find their resets. They make sure that they have the priority in the lanes necessary, especially because Larson's still on his Azir, and then immediately translate it into the Infernal Drake. Now, Rogue have some of the best early game stats of any team in the LEC, particularly around their objective control, and we should see a Herald swap around the 8-minute mark. And so Selfmade's ready, which he already has his completed jungle item. Maybe Rogue don't get that so much for free.
And that's the thing, now that Selfmade's 6 as well, he's going to have that invisibility. He's going to have the ability to get into some of these lanes and start picking people off. Because,
he's dead.
As you say, Finn might just be dead here. He's going to get caught out by Whippo. Selfmade going in. There's the charm. Dominus is popped, but he is bid beyond his death.
Okay, so both Selfmade and Whippo used their executes onto Finn, and the only reason why Whippo got that was because Finn became untargetable. Like, that's just overkill right there, but that's the power of Evelyn at level 6. Setting up those ganks becomes so easy, and now Rogue has this extra thing they have to be afraid of. Eve is so obnoxious to play against because she can show up anywhere at any time. You slightly overpush a lane, Eve can show up. You try to push out a side, Eve can show up. So Rogue gonna have to be extra cautious moving forward.
And really, the guy who's at the most threat of that, if you actually look at their champions, is still always going to be Finn, at least for the time being on this Renekton. Still relatively difficult to gank or execute on the Azir due to his ability to dash away and force you back. And Nautilus and Senna with the ability to use Black Mist and just kind of disengage back into the lane. I expect them to continue to put the hurt on Finn, especially with the executes. That tankiness of the Renekton doesn't really matter.
For the moment, Selfmade is on the bottom side of the map. As you said, got that completed jungle item. Inspired has just finished his Cinder Hulk on his Stalker's Blade as well.
This should be the Rogue reset up for Herald.
That's what it's going to be. 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic. They do have the Scuttle Crab. Inspired on his way up to try and help out Finn, but you have to think if Fnatic were to catch wind of this, they could do something about it. However, with Selfmade being on the bottom side of the map, might be a little bit trickier, and I think Rogue should get this one pretty easily, even though there's a ward. Fnatic going down towards this bottom side. Actually, I love this from Rogue. Like, bringing Senna and Nautilus up because you know that Selfmade's on the other side of the map because he could go for a dive under this tower, accepting you're going to lose quite a few plates, but then trying to pressure on the top side of the map.
One of the differences, though, is that Rogue are a team that traditionally give Hansama the Herald. Obviously, it makes less sense this time around because he's not on a champion like Aphelios, he's on a champion like Senna, which means that this type of play isn't getting Rogue as much in this iteration of the game versus in their previous ones because Hansama isn't on one of those hyper carries. As they find Whippo.
He's going to be stunned up here. The depth charge comes out as well, and I thought he was going to survive, but the Dawning Shadow says not today. Inspired gets the kill. Whippo a little bit too close to the wall.
No flash available on Whippo, and as you mentioned, there were very few options there for Whipper to get out. I think that he thought he was safe walking through his half of the jungle, wasn't expecting the Rogue members there, and Rogue looking to secure themselves the first tower of the
I actually think it's just a huge mistake. Whippo should have expected them there. You saw that they weren't there bot lane. You know that they're probably going to rotate up for the Herald. He should have expected 4 members to be hunting for him, and Whippo should have just disengaged off that tower much earlier.
We do see the gold being given over to Hansama, who was about 500 gold behind, and now with that Rift Herald going in, Hansama's actually equalized the gold with Reckless in the bottom lane. Reckless, of course, unable to work through all of the tower plates in the same amount of time as it takes for the Herald to charge in. So we see Rogue trying to claw back some of this disadvantage. They're about 2,000 gold behind just a moment ago. Now, back within 1,000, and we're getting up towards that 10-minute mark, which means that second dragon's going to spawn soon.
Yeah, Medic, this is what we call a sad top laner game, where top laners don't really get to play League of Legends. You'll notice that both top laners right now are sitting at 60 CS at 10 minutes. Now, I'm not going to say that that was their fault, because it definitely wasn't, but a lot of action has happened towards the top side of the map.
Whippo missed one there.
Yeah, he did. That was his fault.
That was 100% his fault.
Well,
Come
his
on,
wave
mate.
is also going to slowly build and push back.
Got that one?
The benefactors of the top lane are struggling have been both junglers. You'll notice that Selfmade already level 9. Selfmade is actually the highest level in the game matched to Lawson. Like, that is insane. What? He's already picked up a needlessly large rod. All right, Selfmade, I see you. I'm really curious as to what he does with this itemization. Will he go for the straight death cap, or will he go for something like the Spellbinder, maybe get that extra bit of movement speed? Right now, he's hovering around the bot lane. He has his eyes on Hansama.
Hansama has cleanse, has flash, Selfmade dives in. Hansama has no chance.
I see that you cannot flash or cleanse the damage.
Oh, yeah, that's every solo queue player has experienced that once before.
Okay.
Literally everyone.
TP top, TP top.
Larson's looking for the flank position here on Whippo. Whippo does have to flash. The Emperor's Divide is available for Larson as he tries to chase out the Urgot. Going in, going forward. Whippo still trading. Vander stepped way too far forward here as Reckless took down the tower and takes down Vander's life. Whippo will pay for it in the top lane as Finn just needs a one last slice or dice. He's actually trying to wait for Larson to get the kill. Arcane Comet misses and Finn takes it in the end.
That was awkward, but in any case, that is 1 kill for 1. It was a good ultimate from Inspired to interrupt the TP from Nemesis so that he could not join that top lane fight. But curious as to what Vander was doing in the bot lane. Yeah. Maybe when we get a replay, we can see exactly what was happening there, because that is a big mistake, and Reckless and Hylissang are now only getting further ahead as Fnatic secured their first trade again.
I'm gonna call it a whoopsies. It was kind of awkward.
I mean, we've seen a few whoopsies from the bot lane from Rogue so far in this game.
I'll give Hansama the pass though. He was like, I'm gonna get hit by the Ash arrow. I just gotta flash it, gotta cleanse it. I'm ready.
The Evelyn play definitely not his fault. Finn now looking for a play topside. Selfmade is here.
Gonna land that first bit of damage, but the stun comes out immediately on Selfmade. He can't survive. He's not tanky enough. He has a needlessly large rod. He doesn't have any resistances. And the body, the corpse of Evelyn lies on the ground as the Fear Beyond Death comes out. Nemesis chasing up towards the top lane. Haven't really talked about the mid lane too much this game because they haven't really been involved. But here comes Nemesis. Finn gonna dice and slice his way back, but he will fall. Crocodile shoes are going to be made tonight.
You know, I think that pip was personal. Really don't think the observers like, because they've experienced enough Evelyn in their time. But that was a really good chain CC coming out from Rogue, locking down Selfmade, preventing him the opportunity to use that ultimate. And notice that Inspired is actually caught up in experience now. Level 9 to level 9, they needed to slow that Evelyn down, and they've done a great job of doing that. But Fnatic still largely in control. They were able to get that kill onto Finn.
Oh, the
They're
arrow!
Still about 2.5k gold up, and now they have the right set on Hansama. As you notice there, Frost, the arrow does not quite connect onto Hansama.
Okay, I'm a big Ashe player. I get very excited. Not so much about EU Ashe. Very excited about Reckless Ashe, however. So I'm just like, I'm all about these arrows and these times. What I was about to do, though, is really compliment Rogue. Outside of kind of running it down bottom that they did, they've been really good on their reset timers and making sure that they're kind of wasting a lot of Fnatic's like setup time. Because there's been multiple instances, like what Reckless was trying to set up there, where you see Selfmade running towards someone and then connecting it with the arrow, that they haven't really gotten to use the Ashe-Evelyn combos effectively. And that's because Rogue usually don't put themselves in danger. They very much are like, did we get what we want on the map? If not, just back. Now they're finding Nemesis.
Popped up with the Glacial Prism, pops the culling, of course, was buffed on 10-16, but here comes Selfmade, here comes the rest of Fnatic. Finn and Inspired have overstepped. There's one, there's two. Hylissang takes one, and Nemesis gets the second.
You're welcome, Fnatic fans. I just single-handedly Rogue or caster cursed Rogue right there.
That was really
cool. They're so good at playing defense.
Oh, Hook now lands on Evander, forced to flash out. Ultimate, a little late there from Hylissang, but you know what? Fnatic aren't going to be too upset about that one. What I think was really impressive with what Nemesis did was Nemesis assumed he was safe because his team was on the bot side of the map. They were pushing into the enemy jungle. Might not have time as Larssen and Whipper in a 1v1.
Empress Divider's going to knock Whipper away. Fear Beyond Death flashed away there by Larssen.
Self-made though.
Yeah, Whipper used it because he knows that Self-made's on his way. Larssen trying to use his tower or not. Run to the tower, Larssen.
Spike comes out, he dodges away. Whipper's going to take a lot of damage from the Sundisk, and the TP target is there for Rogue. Self-made and Whipper will just retreat. However, it looks like there might be a little bit of a collapse as Vander's on his way up. Instead, just going to go for the Rift Tower. I do just want to mention, like, Fnatic have slowly been ticking over the kills, slowly been getting advantages in this game. They are 4,300 gold up at the 15-minute mark. Like, traditionally, they are 29 gold up at the 15-minute mark across the regular season. This is a very different look for Fnatic.
Listen, they're having a good game. They're playing a lot of hit-and-run League of Legends. You got Evelyn. You have no idea where she's going to pop up. Reckless can be really safe. He's basically just, like, parked himself here in the mid lane, and obviously, if he has Thresh behind him with the Dark Passage, he can contest with that mid priority, whereas Rogue have gone into full give Larssen every single piece of farm, so much so that he was actually farming enemy Croak camp. And at this point, Rogue are like, okay, we have fallen behind, we need to slow things down, we got great scaling, get Larssen out into every free minion wave, and then just start funneling him into 2 to 3 items, and then we'll take our chance again.
So, I kind of want to come back to something that we three were talking about before this cast, which is how do you deal with Larssen, right? Because for those that don't know, Larssen's statistically the best mid laner in the league. He was our second All-Pro, I believe, just behind Caps. You know, no shame, losing to Caps. But this man has had a fantastic split and has grown a lot as a player. And we questioned how do they deal with him when it feels like there's such a big mid differential between Nemesis and Larssen. Self-made, Evelyn, that's how you deal with him. Because when G2 were able to take down Rogue, what
just the invisible pressure
did was on that Kha'Zix, every single time he would dive on top of Larssen and split him off from his team. You don't need to split him off, you just need Self-made to be strong enough to one-shot him and then just run away. So if you can just execute Larssen in every single fight, I think that is going to be Self-made's plan. And when we talk about the star carries of both these teams, I think that it's fair to say you kind of look at Self-made based on the split, you look at Larssen, and I think that this is going to be a battle of those star players, especially here in Game 1.
It's already going that way, and what I love is Self-made going down this pure AP route as well. He's going Rabbit on second item because you have 3 physical damage dealers on the rest of your team. You've got an Urgot, you've got a Lucian, and an Ashe. So you can see Larssen saying, well, I kind of need some armor. I kind of need some way of stopping this physical damage going through, and so he can't itemize against Self-made. Whippo here flashes away from the Glacial Prison, and should just be able to walk back underneath his tower. The chase is still on him. Actually, with the hook coming out, that will be a very dead Urgot.
I mean, while all this is happening, though, Whippo's probably in comms like, this is fine. They just traded me for the second mid tower.
Also, Drake also went over in favor of Fnatic. I like Fnatic are playing the map very well right now, punishing any play that Rogue tried to make. And this is a 6k gold lead, 17 minutes into the game. You know, a lot of Fnatic fans were like, the Fnatic playoff buff, it's going to happen, you gotta believe, and maybe we're starting to see it here for Fnatic right now. You know, I said Rogue should be the clear favorites. They ended first at the end of the regular season. They beat Fnatic twice during the regular season, but Fnatic seem to have found their form coming into Game 1.
I think the question is, you know, does Self-made get to play Eve again after this? Like, will Rogue, like, how many iterations of this Fnatic do you have as you continue into the best of 5 series? I mean, and can Fnatic close on this?
That was going to be my question, because, like, I've seen Fnatic with leads like this before, Frosk, and, like, the Baron is where my big question mark comes round, because especially with this comp, like, when you have 280 carries, you do take Baron relatively quickly, but you don't have a dedicated tank. Thresh can soak it up. Maybe Whippo can also soak it up. But I think that Baron is going to be a big point of contention. Maybe Fnatic will try to snowball a victory so that they don't need it, but that's what I'm still keeping my eyes on.
I just feel like right now, Fnatic are playing better as individuals. Like, if you know Rogue are a great team, just never play them as a team. This is very much everyone's diving in, small skirmishes everywhere, and then just attacking the map collectively, while Rogue are really struggling to get bundled together to have a strong 5v5. Now, obviously, Rogue still have time to do that. Because the Dragons are split, it's not like Fnatic got a stacking or a Drake run there, so there's no threat of the Soul or the Elder just yet. And the Baron just about to spawn in a single minute. So Rogue may get their chance to finally become that death ball that their composition will really thrive in, and can Fnatic continue to create chaos across the map?
I think that's just traditionally been Rogue's style across the course of this split. I do want to just bring to everyone's attention
the reason that we keep talking about Larssen as this, team fight god, his ability to carry on the Azir. He wins most of the games he plays on this champ. Like, he's won 9 of the 11 games he's played because when it comes to team fights, when it comes to positioning, when it comes to outputting the DPS, he is the man you can rely on. The question is, will he be given that opportunity in these fights versus Fnatic?
And here's the thing, like, I'm not a huge stats fan because I feel like if you're on the team that finished first, you probably have great stats no matter what the champion is. But they finished first because of Larssen. Like, that's the big thing that I really want to underline. If there is a superstar on Rogue, it's Larssen in the making. Otherwise, Rogue are a great team that are more than the sum of their parts.
I've actually just realized a pseudo buff to Rogue here. It's Cloud Soul. You know what that means? More of those sweepers, more of the scrying blooms. You know what that means? They can spot Selfmade more. Because if you pop it, it spots the Eve even if she's in stealth. That's actually super cool. It's like it's not often that you see Cloud Soul actually have an impact on the game.
Fair.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, because I thought Scryer's Bloom was the Ocean Soul one. That's why I was processing in my head, but it was it's the health one.
You couldn't see it. Venius and I were exchanging different.
I was thinking, I was like,
okay, guys.
This is what we do.
I'll do it in color caster terms.
Yeah.
You see the little vision planter boy? Like, when you hit that, you then see the emblem.
The sight things. No, you're right. That's a great point, Medic. I like that. Thanks.
Everyone at home understood me. Thanks, guys.
I mean, so the downside for Rogue is Evelyn now runs faster.
That is true. That is true.
And I'm just saying, like, Evelyn was already scary. The fact that she can now run even faster, no bueno. No. Selfmade.
Pros and some cons.
Yeah. Speaking of Selfmade, looking for the pick, does have the Rabadon's death cap. 3-1-3, level 12. Having a pretty stellar game. Of course, Nemesis kind of like silently sitting at level 14, been pretty much playing a side lane. No one can match him on a side lane, which is something where Fnatic can basically just play all 3 lanes at once. If they want, right now they're playing more of a 4-1, as Nemesis knows that no one's on his side of the map, so he's playing a little bit more defensively, as Fnatic's looking to get good vision around Baron.
Here's the thing, as soon as that Drake pops, if you have multiple members of Fnatic pulling Rogue to them, Nemesis can actually just walk to the Drake and take it himself. In fact, I think that's what he's going to do.
So I just want to highlight, if we can very quickly hover over Nemesis, what he's doing on the minimap is he will wait for his team to like push into one wave, and then he will try and sneak in behind teams as they then approach the wave to clear it out, so that he can catch stragglers as they go to get that last minute CS. And I think the Rogue is playing around it very patiently, very smartly, and they recognize we have to be super careful. Unless we're getting a full-on 5v5 team fight, we can't afford to just aimlessly walk out of our base like so many solo queue teams would and fall prey to this Evelyn.
And no one knows that better than Inspired, who has basically been on bodyguard duty for Han Sama for the longest time. Now, he has moved away from his AD carry for the time being because he was helping get deep wards over Baron, including the Baron Gate ward. And that's because the Soul is now spawning in 5 minutes. Baron is now up. Rogue, no, they have run out of time. Like, you have maybe 5 to 7 minutes to funnel as much farm as possible onto Larssen, and then you have to gear up and find that big 5v5. That is Rogue's next move.
And even if you're trying to funnel Larssen as you have been for the last few minutes, you can see Nemesis, Reckless, both have more CS than him. Both are sitting at 2 items, almost both at their infinity edges as well. These two are going to hit like trucks. It's not only Selfmade you have to look for now as the arrow goes wide on Vander, he flashes it. It's not only Selfmade you have to worry about. You have to worry about these unchecked AD carries just shredding through your front line.
Right now, Fnatic's fetting up around the Baron. The ultimate going to be used from Han Sama. Fnatic actually looking for a pick. I think one of the biggest things that Rogue have been put behind on is actually the center stacks. Han Sama's only at 39 stacks right now, which is really delaying some of the center power that she gets. As Fnatic are going to rush this one now.
They're going to shred it.
Yep.
You have 2 AD carries and Urgot and Evelyn. This is going to be gone before Inspired can get anywhere near it. The teleport's going to come out, but Rogue, yeah, just too little too late. Glacial Prism.
This is 5v5.
There's the depth charge. Reckless going to flash to the back of the pit, but here comes Larssen. In goes the Emperor. Down he goes straight away. His bodyguards did nothing for him as Reckless goes on a killing spree. Han Sama's going to take him down, though. Vander chased away. He's dead. Only Han Sama and Inspired survive.
And huge power move for Fnatic. You already talked about how much they were going to shred through the Baron. The teleport now coming up behind them as they are on the hunt. that was a 5v5 window that Rogue had, but they got there too late, didn't have the correct positioning, lost the big team fight, and lost the Baron.
With those death timers, Fnatic is very likely going to secure themselves an inhibitor. They're looking to push in top. The TP is going to come through from Whippo after his reset. I think it would be dangerous for Fnatic to try and end the game right now. I think they should just, okay, they're going to play even safe. They're not even going to risk an inhibitor. They're just going to take the tower, reset, disengage. But they played that fight extremely well. And Larssen, it felt like he was in a position where he felt like he had to carry.
Yeah.
He dived into the pit. He was like, let's kill Ashe. Maybe with her dead and with Nemesis split off, we can win. But you saw what Selfmade is able to do to this Azir. The moment he was in range, he just one-shot him, absolutely obliterated. And of that, it was a one-team fight for Fnatic.
Rogue have one last chance, one last fight. You have to think in 2 minutes around that Cloud Soul. Larssen has just completed his Rabadon's death cap, so he does do a lot of damage on this Azir, but once again, you have to look at the other side of the coin, and you have 2 Infinity Edges complete. You've got a Rabadon's and the jungle item on Selfmade. He's building up towards his next item. Like, it's no longer just a single carry threat for Fnatic, and with a 9,000 gold lead, Fnatic anyone would be hard-pressed to say they're not going to win, because, wow, okay, that was unexpected. Selfmade gets 1, he's looking for 2, the Charm's going to go out on Banda. Here comes Reckless and TP coming in. Fnatic aren't going to give them their final chance. With a minute on the clock, they can look to end the game right here, right now. 3v5 in favor of Fnatic. The culling goes wide, but Rogue are forced away from their Nexus towers. And in 25 minutes, Fnatic are looking to close this one out. Finn dives onto the backline, but he is done for. Inspired, pulled back into the jaws of death. Whippo happily accepts the kill. And the Fnatic buff, well, it seems to be well and truly alive as they take down Rogue in game 1.
That's the thing. It's only game 1.
Yeah.
But I think you can feel it. Everyone's like, oh no. Oh no, they're going to do it again.
I mean, what's really... So I think there are a couple things. Number one, Fnatic, great to see them going back to... I'm going to call them comfort picks in that we see, like... We see the Urgot from the top lane from Whippo. We see the Evelynn for Selfmade. It's not something that they typically play on stage, but they played it very well. I think we saw great individual performance, but also Rogue, like the 2v2 bot lane, uncharacteristically poor. Finn got punished multiple times, and Larssen, he was put in this position where he felt like he had to carry, and then those team fights, or that one team fight that Rogue only got around the Baron, he just wasn't able to execute. So I feel like Rogue need to shake off the rust a little bit, you know, because we know they have the mechanical prowess to go toe-to-toe with Fnatic, but Fnatic definitely came to play in game 1.
I feel like it's problem solving 3 things. Solving the Azir problem, punishing Finn, and getting priority in bot lane. That was like what Fnatic did, and I think that's what they'll continue to do for the series.
Well, after the break, the analysts are going to tell us all about that game 1, so don't you go anywhere. That's how you do it, Frost.
I couldn't do it.
Here's a reminder that I'm still here. At least recognize that I'm top tier. Respect from the fans, it's all they cheer. Fnatic is the name that you will fear. 200 years to close out a game. I thought for a second OG was your name. You do like objectives, you don't like to fight. Wanna bore us to death, or is it just spite?
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk, where the Fnatic playoff buff is activated. They start the series with a convincing win. Wrong again next to me.
Look, I said they needed to prove it, and they proved it in Game 1. I'm back on the hype train.
Okay, a lot to talk about here in Picks and Bans. Let's pull up the draft order. First up, praise where praise is due. Kadriel said it. The Evelyn is going to come out, and immediately it does. And what did it mean for the Fnatic comp?
Yeah, I mean, they pick Ashe Lucian in the 1-2, so they need some AP damage in the jungle for sure. The Lucian was just a blind pick, so that's something they definitely planned. And then the Evelyn comes out on 3. I think both these junglers are insanely good Evelyn players, so I was really expecting it after the buffs. But I think Rogue's comp overall, if you look at it, it's such a good team comp. You know, team is the key word. They fit so well together, and they have really good spikes in early, really good spikes in late.
Yeah, effectively Rogue drafted for that holistic 5v5, whereas Fnatic were drafting purely for like their lane matchups, right? So with an Ashe, with a Lucian, you're securing yourself push advantage so that Evelyn can freely farm, and so she can pick up Scuttle Crabs and fast track her way towards level 6. If you look at in the full 5v5, it makes less sense, but when it comes down to 1v1, 2v2, and those smaller skirmishes, that's where you have a huge lead.
Would you say that is then a good adaptation to what they've learned from themselves in the last couple of weeks? Because we talked in the pregame about how it's all kind of every man for himself and go in and pick what you like and whatever. But in this case, the 3 pushing lanes really benefits Evelyn as well. So it seems like they figured something out there to me.
Yeah, I think this is sort of exactly the type of style we were expecting to see from Fnatic, and executed to pretty much the best way you can, funneling early kills onto the Evelyn, getting 2v2 kills in bottom lane. So this is what we've seen from Fnatic by large, and all the players stepped up too, which is critical to a comp like this, because if a few players don't pop off in lane, then all of a sudden you're going to get outscaled.
Yeah, I think that's like Shox mentioned. I think this is the good thing about their comp. They have 3 pushing lanes and an Evelyn, so it's really hard for Inspire to punish the Evelyn, and the fact that she can full clear and get a double clear in the early game is just so good for her.
Yeah, talk me through Evelyn then. In a normal situation, what is your early game plan?
So Evelyn just basically wants to full clear and then full clear again, get to 6 as fast as possible. But if you watch on this replay here, I think that Finn and Inspired are looking for a dive here. I'm not sure if they saw Selfmade, but they instantly turn on him. I think Finn could have flashed a lot earlier, but he uses his W on Urgot, which is really crucial. But he does flash on him now. If he had the W, Selfmade would be dead. I think that Finn and Inspired were really split, but Selfmade kites him out really well. Hylissang comes in because of the bot waves being frozen, and yeah, Evelyn picks up a double kill at minute 4.
Yeah, I mean, because if they're instantly able to jump on Selfmade, he goes down, it's going to be a completely different story. Selfmade obviously then turns this, I mean, just look at the one-shots. Like, the champion so early on is able to come online, and like, that obviously is a much better performance of Evelyn than I think anyone is realistically supposed to see because of the 2 kills that they got in the top lane early. So I think if Rogue are coming into the next game, they're not necessarily thinking Evelyn was the problem, but there are very clear points in which they failed in the game.
Yeah, it did work out. Talk me through if Selfmade followed all the steps that you're used to in terms of runes and itemization.
Yeah, I think the Electrocute was really good. I think that his itemization was crazy. He went with the jungle item into Sork Shoes, so he had lots of Magic Pen, and then instantly into the Rabadons. As you can see, the runes there, I think Sudden Impact, all the runes are perfect. I mean, you could argue Futures Market could be a good pickup, but the fact that you get the double kill early is just fantastic. I mean, the Cosmic Insight comes in well, and then, like I said with the items, you got the Magic Pen from W, you got the Magic Pen from Boots, you got a Rabadons. What more do you need?
What more do you need? We saw, especially near the middle of the game there, he would just one-shot everyone. But now I want to kind of look at the middle of this game, because obviously this was going to snowball out of control from the side of Fnatic. But you did see that Rogue, they tried to pick up their objectives where they could. What could they have done?
Well, I mean, honestly, they were down like 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 gold. Like, it was really tough for them. So they had to sort of draw the line because there was a Dragon Soul coming up. Fnatic were threatening around the Baron. So Rogue decided to say, hey, we actually need to contest Fnatic around this Baron. But I think the problem for Rogue is that it ended up being split up into a couple of fights, I think, with like Finn 1v1ing Nemesis towards the top end.
Yeah, I think a big problem for Rogue this game was mid-prio. I think that Reckless and Hylissang always had mid-prio. They tried to make a play top, they're always collapsing first. They tried to make a play on Nemesis bots. Hylissang and Reckless always collapsing first. So they made plays over side with no mid-prio, which wasn't really what they needed. They needed team fights, 5v5s, but they were always outnumbered on their own plays.
Well, it seems like it's a bit out of character for Rogue, I would say. And I know, I mean, this is the first game of a series which is so important, and Fnatic really blew them away. And they made some also poor choices, I think, in that first double kill in the top lane. Things I do not necessarily think we're going to keep seeing.
Yeah, so the thing with Rogue is usually the way their games pan out is like early game goes well for them, they build up a big lead, and then mid game after the first outer ring of turrets go down, that's where things stall out, and they usually wait until Larssen gets 3 items before they really go for those big team fights. But because Fnatic got out to an early lead, I feel like Rogue almost felt sort of rushed. They were starting to get beaten. Vander kept getting caught out by Hylissang, and that was a big problem for them.
It definitely was. Let's take a look at the Baron then. Fnatic realizing, hey, we can burst this down quite easily, and then gearing up for the fight, which didn't work out too well.
Never mind.
Oh,
Watch
never mind.
Selfmade one-shot Hansama again.
Yeah, I think the Evelyn was a big problem in this game, just watching at the one-shots, but I don't think that Rogue should read into it too much. I don't think they should think that Evelyn is the problem that they were facing throughout the entire game. I think just individual mistakes and execution was the main problem. I think that Inspired could be the one picking up the Evelyn as well, but Selfmade does look really strong in this Evelyn, so it's something to be concerned about. I'm not sure if it's ban-worthy just yet, but yeah, Rogue, they need to wake up and step up.
They're totally gonna panic ban it. Like,
you think so?
I don't know. I mean, this is one of those things where you're like, we just don't want to deal with it anymore. I do also want to kind of okay, Rogue, Jitters, maybe not the best play, but great play out of the individuals of Fnatic. And I think, especially in the context of how we've been speaking about them, some members really showed up in this game.
The major performer was Hylissang, all the way from bot lane right at the start of the game, because we talked about the top lane double kills, but it was actually Hylissang who started off, and they got that 2v2 kill against Vander. Then his hooks were a big problem for Vander later on, continually catching him out, burning his flash, getting kills. It really did snowball, and his roaming paid off big time.
Yeah, I think Vander made a big mistake in the early double kill, the solo kill in bot. I think Hylissang, they got the first blood. Hylissang, saw him in the top play. He just arrived a little bit late. He was around the map. He used the mid prow so well. Reckless pushed in. Hylissang was always hovering to the sides, which needed help. And I really think he played super well when it comes to just helping his team. And Reckless did a pretty good job as well.
Yeah, I think the duo as a whole is really solid. One thing I did love was seeing Hylissang find windows where he sort of desynced his reset with Vander on the other side so that he could find these free roams that Vander was just sitting in bot lane and couldn't really match out. And it's those types of plays that make Hylissang such a great player when he's able to find those kills in mid lane or top lane.
Yeah, exactly. And if you get that Hylissang for 3 games in a row, you're probably going to win a series, but it's never sure if that is what's going to happen. So what do we think now with Rogue going on blue side in game 2 for Fnatic? Expecting some things to get banned out or it's switched up, or do you think they're going to go for a general similar style of getting a pick for self-made that can get the team ahead, pushing lanes and push it through like that?
Yeah, I think blue side is definitely the strongest side on the meta, because blue side is 3 target bans. You can essentially ban out whatever you want, whenever you want. So, like you said, they could ban out the Evelynn target ban. I think that banning out Nemesis or banning out Bwipo could be useful. Maybe even force Reckless on an uncomfortable AD carry if they ban out AD carries. But I expect them to first pick a really strong AD carry like the Senna they did this game, or even a Kalista if it's open. But I think that just shutting down some of these individual champions that Fnatic are pulling out is a good start.
Yeah, I think one thing we could see too is a little bit of a departure if Inspired wanted to go something like the Set that has maybe a little bit more early playmaking on his own with the Azir, because in this draft, the Sejuani, because in this draft, I don't feel like Inspired has a ton of options early on. Like, it's usually just going to be scaling, and I think playing around top lane was the one window to do that. So I feel like Inspired, he could go back to the Sejuani. I wouldn't have a problem with that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him try another tank.
It's quite a tricky one when I look at it from Rogue's perspective, I gotta say, because you guys said it as well when the draft came out. This is a great draft. This is a great team fighting draft, and I would be afraid if Rogue just, go for a complete departure right now. I don't think they will, but it is a bit of a mind game there coming out of that Fnatic.
Yeah, I definitely don't want them to read into it too much. I think their drafts are good. Their play is a bit off, I think, in terms of individual performance. You saw the top jungle misplayed on the double kill for self-made. Vander misplayed in the early kill in bot. I think Larson was holding his own up against Nemesis. He was struggling a bit, getting pushed in here and there, but I don't want him to read into it too much. Don't ban out too many things. Don't be too scared to keep what you're doing. Keep with the comps, and I think that a comp like this, anything similar is really good. Just a team fight comp, something they're comfortable with, and just don't let the game snowball too hard.
Don't let it snowball too hard. It's easier said than done. We just said it. We just saw it on the Evelynn as well. Ender, again, you were forced to change your prediction because you said 3-0 for Rogue.
Come on.
What can you give me?
I mean, I actually really liked what I was seeing from Fnatic overall. Before the series started, I said Fnatic haven't proven that they can play at this level to me yet. So seeing this in game 1, it was a good sign. I still think I'm leaning towards Rogue overall, but I could see this going the distance to 5 games.
All right, let's see. Fnatic, they kick things off with a dominating win, so we'll see if they can go 2-0 when we return.
Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Manger le truc, je sens les pipots. Oh yeah.
Tu ne vas pas me manquer, toi qui croyais me connaître. T'es rempli de charabia, tu ne sauras plus rien du moi. Je ne peux pas supporter, t'as osé me comparer. T'inquiète pas, je vais tout niquer, c'est la putain de la qui va se négliger. Je vais pas me négliger. Si c'est fini, c'est la vie, vie. Bientôt j'aurai tout zappé. Oui. Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Manger le truc, je sens les pipots. Oh yeah. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Je suis tombé la première. tes délires de vice. Si tu penses assurer, c'est bon. Tu peux déposer ton CV par mail. Mais qui va se négliger? Je vais pas me négliger. Si c'est fini, c'est la vie, vie. Bientôt j'aurai tout zappé, chérie, oui. Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait? Je suis pas très mytho. Moi j'ai le truc, je sens les pipeaux. Oh yeah. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Je suis tombée la première, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Je suis tombée la première, merde. Chacal t'a bien Kuma, mais j'avoue que c'est mort. Toi tu fous la merde, tu veux que j'avoue mes torts, lol. Mais à qui tu vas la faire? Moi j'ai le mental, ouais, à qui tu vas la faire? Retour à la réalité. Moi je retourne à la réalité. Ouais, j'ai le mental. À qui tu vas la faire? À qui tu vas la faire? Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait? Je suis pas très mytho. Moi j'ai le truc, je sens les pipeaux. Oh yeah. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Je suis tombée la première, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Je suis tombée la première, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Tombée la première, merde. Je suis un nouveau jour, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC playoffs. Rogue got dismantled by Fnatic in game 1 of this best of 5, and we are here to tell you all about it and to get into game 2. I'm Medic, this is Frost, that's Vedi. And Frost, you look like you have something to say.
I think just kind of continuing the conversation that Ender, Cadril, and Shox were having on the analyst desk, that the issue didn't seem to be in the composition that Rogue had put together. This was a fairly stock standard Rogue composition, the thing that took them to first place, but it was execution issues, you know, things snowballing out of control, giving away the 2 early kills, Vandal running in and dying 1v1 in the lane phase, and so I don't expect Rogue to actually change much, although I do hope that they take away the Lucian. Because the thing about Lucian is that it also empowers AP junglers to be played.
Great point for us.
Because a huge issue is your damage profile and difference in mid-jungle position. So if you get rid of Lucian, suddenly you can't just play an Evelynn because you have 2 AP there. It makes it super easy to itemize against.
Yep, I would ban Lucian. I think Nemesis is the problem. I think that you've got to stop him dead in his tracks. You can't just allow him to go even with Larssen. Larssen needs to be put in a position of success if we're all going to find a win against a Fnatic that's performing right now. Like in an ideal world, you want Nemesis on the carry and you want Selfmade on like the tank junglers. But we'll see what Rogue decide to do. They're going to keep up with the Ezreal ban. We saw quite a few Ezreal bans yesterday from G2 as well. Clearly, something going on behind the scenes when it comes to this Ezreal pickup. Aphelios and Caitlyn going to continue to be taken off the board. Ooh, Hecarim and Evelynn going to be banned away. Okay, fair enough. Like, I don't agree with this personally. I think that while Evelynn was strong, I think execution errors were ultimately what fell short for Rogue when actually playing into the Evelynn. So we'll see. I think Fnatic just lock in the Lucian again here.
I think what's so interesting about Rogue is that they just know what they're going to play. Everyone knows what they're going to play, and they don't even like try to hide it. Like, what is the purpose of getting the counter pick if we never blind pick GP every single time?
Our top laner can pick the top lane champion, and he will pick the one he has played the most.
He plays Orange, GP, Renee. I don't know what you want.
I do actually really like that school of discussion, because it's this idea of Fnatic have this wealth of experience in playoffs, in best of 5s, where they have had a lot of opportunities to try out different styles, and Rogue have only really played this singular style for the entirety of the split.
But this is what always costs teams when they get to best of 5s, especially when you come from a best of 1 format. It happens in every region. If you are a very simple team where you have one style and you play it really well, you're too one-dimensional. You walk into a best of 5 and you get blown up. So the question was, Would Rogue be able to handle the Evelyn? They decided to panic ban it, as Shock said. So what else do Fnatic have? Does their composition fall apart now that they don't have Eve, or do they have another AP jungler available?
At the moment, Fnatic have locked in Reckless's most played. The Senna alongside a Thresh once again for Hirasang. Kalista is picked up for Hans Summer. We did wonder about this in Game 1, whether it would be a pivotal part of these drafts.
I think that it's definitely a big pickup for Hans Summer. I much prefer it when Hans Summer's on the Lucians, the aggressive champions, or the Dravens. I mean, of course, he hasn't played Draven in a long time now, but Kalista is a champion I think he has a lot of success on. Bit of a shout out to old school Ignar there with the Blitzcrank lock-in. Of course, going to be paired up with Vanna in the bot lane. Very strong 2 versus 2, a lot of pick potential. I think Fnatic will lock in the Lucian here.
One of the big differences between Blitzcrank and Nautilus, of course, is the speed at which they can throw their hook. Obviously, Nautilus has an issue where in the wind-up animation, Thresh usually beats him there. Maybe that's why Vander decided to pivot, as well as the silence that Blitzcrank offers can be exceptionally powerful.
I mean, it's really cool, but it's the first time Vander has ever played it competitively. Like, he has never played this in a regular season, in a playoff, ever. It's the first time we have ever seen him on Blitzcrank.
Well, it's basically
a
like
very long career.
Yeah, exactly, right?
This guy's played so many games.
To Worlds, and he hasn't played Blitzcrank. I'm really looking forward to it. The Ornn was locked in for Whippo in the top lane. We assume, of course, can be flexed into the mid, and we see Trundle banned away by Fnatic.
I would like to see a Lucian ban. I'm going to keep saying it because I really think that Lucian for Nemesis is really good. And I think it's a champion that he's going to keep having success on. And I know that there are AP junglers that are still viable and available. And Rogue aren't banning those AP junglers right now.
And the thing is while the Lucian's still available, it means that Fnatic don't have to ban the Azir because they feel that they have the answer into it. Now, obviously, if Lucian does get banned and the Azir comes out, you also then have to deal with Nemesis's Kog'Maw that he showcased against SK Gaming in Fnatic's last game of the split. So we know that they've got plans, and they're looking at Larson like, look, Lilia ban, we gave you, take the bird, you know you want it.
But then Rogue are also saying, okay, we're not going to let Selfmade have anything he can hard carry on. They're going to get rid of the Kha'Zix, get rid of the Lee Sin, get rid of the Evelyn, get rid of the Hecarim. Even the Lilia getting removed by Fnatic really closes that pool up. And the only thing I can really think for Selfmade now is perhaps a Graves pick from the jungle.
You're not thinking AP champions, Medic. You need to be thinking AP.
That is true.
So, AP champions that are popular in Europe, Echo jungle.
Yeah.
Maybe Diana jungle.
Gragas?
The most popular.
It's going to be an AP
Karthus
jungler.
jungle.
Oh, Karthus. Okay. So there is.
That's why, so I understand why they wouldn't want to lock in Lucian first rotation, because if you do, then it guarantees an AP jungler, and Rogue could have banned it out. But they didn't ban the Lucian, which meant that they could lock the Lucian. They did it last game. You know that Rogue is going to pick Azir into this. Like, Frost is saying, Rogue is a little predictable when it comes to drafting. They did the Azir last game. They're going to do the Azir again. And then this is going to give Fnatic the option to, I think, just lock in the Karthus.
The only option I'm thinking of is perhaps instead of the Azir, you go for something like the Rise, which we saw Larson actually have a really good performance on last time they played Fnatic. Okay, it's going to be look, Velius, all I'm saying is I wanted to give some options, and I assumed Rogue might adapt after they got their butts handed to them in Game 1.
Like, here's the thing.
Oh, Talia's another one, actually.
They love playing with push priority with Larson. Obviously, that's a bit difficult when Zoe and Lucian exist. But the thing is like, Inspired has played tank junglers with push priority basically the entire time. And I know he can play carry. Everyone remembers how powerful and big his Olaf is. But I'm just saying, Selfman got left off all pro.
Yes, he did.
And Inspired played with mid priority on the best team and tank junglers. Ooh, I'm not salty about it. There's the card.
And again, I think that when you look at Rogue's comp in isolation, you're like, okay, cool. I see what it's trying to do. You do actually have a very strong 2v2 AD carry support combo with the Kalista and the Blitzcrank. They can make a lot of stuff happen with this. They also, I think, early on actually have a pretty strong matchup with the Gangplank, and you can actually play towards the bot side of the map. The thing is, Larson's not on a roaming champion. I don't think you're going to guarantee priority against the Lucian, which means that playing around bot side of the map is a lot harder because that mid-pro you're not going to be able to guarantee. Meanwhile, unless you get bot lane ahead, Fnatic's going to keep scaling up. They have Senna, they have Karthus, they have Ornn. This is so strong, and I think that Fnatic are looking good coming into Game 2.
And we're on to the Rift for Game 2 of Rogue versus Fnatic. Reminder, if Fnatic or Rogue win here, if Rogue win, Mad Lions is going to Worlds. If Fnatic wins, Fnatic is going to Worlds, and we are continuing in playoffs. So the stakes have been set, and I just have to ask this question, Vedius. Do you think if Fnatic go 2-0 up with the Lucian finally gets banned?
I don't know. Again, like, what I want to preface is the reason why we talked so much about the Lucian in draft is because
it unlocks the jungler.
But Nemesis as a player this split has been under huge debate. Fans have been asking for him to be benched, like, and you can see just, like, in isolation, the stats, he's not been performing well, especially relatively speaking to Larssen. So one of the big things that we, as casters, were looking at was, how do you deal with this mid discrepancy? Like, Larssen plays every champion that Nemesis plays, but he just plays them better than he does. So how do you deal with that? How do you handle it? And now he's got a pick, which works perfectly for him. The Lucian is very safe, it's independent, he can be strong in lane, he doesn't need jungle protection because he's got so much mobility. You can put him in a side lane, he offers value in team fights. Like, this is perfect. Yep. And then it also allows self-mates to play carry junglers like the Evelynn in game 1, and now we're seeing the Karthus in game 2. So I think that while Nemesis is not a true carry, he played really well in game 1, and I think that he can just be self-sufficient, and that's exactly what Fnatic need to allow the other stars to shine.
It was about trying to problem solve the Azir. You knew it was coming. What was Nemesis going to have available to him? And the Lucian pick has come out. Now, reminder, if the Lucian does get pinched away from him, he still has that Kog'Maw as well. So Fnatic came ready to rumble in the draft phase against Rogue, and Rogue may be being punished for how predictable they are. But they think it was execution-based, and they're running back another 5v5 comp.
And there were definitely a lot of execution errors from them in the first game. We saw, Hans Summer and Vander getting caught out in the bottom lane. We saw some positional errors from Rogue, and Fnatic, with their experience, with their pedigree, were able to capitalize on those and pick off the players from Rogue. Now we see Rogue have the push in the bottom lane. They're looking for some damage on this turret. Last time, it was the other way. Rekkles and Hylissang were pushing back onto Hans Summer and Vander, and both the junglers actually started on the bottom side and have worked their way up to the top side of the map.
Now, obviously, very different goals for both these junglers. Like Eve on Karthus, you want your 2 full clears, you want to rush level 6 as quickly as possible. Level 4 is kind of the big ganking window. If Karthus does want to turn towards one of his lanes and ganks, he has access to Wall of Pain, whereas Inspired on this set is really going to be more of a gank-heavy jungler.
Hylissang gonna get hooked here. Last in base will root up one. The Ignite goes down, and Vander actually taking a lot of damage, but the Rend from Hans Summer puts some DPS back to Hylissang as well.
So you can see that every time Vander lands a hook, Hans Summer's pretty much safe, sitting behind his support, and is able to dish out a lot of damage. That's going to put Hylissang in a very difficult position, and I think that Thresh Senna, not quite the same 2v2 power that a Thresh Ashe has. Damn it. No.
It wasn't me!
That's not what I meant. You guys know, I meant to say Ashe. And so they're going to get bullied around a little bit more.
It is in Europe. It is fair.
All right. So
look at this nice guy. Inspired. Thank you, Observer. Zoom in again. Gets the minion wave for him, pulls it off, freezes
Endo
it
would
for
have taken
Larssen.
that camp in a heartbeat.
Yeah, Endo would have taken all of those.
I mean, but also, Selfmade would have taken that wave as well.
The super important thing is, though, it means Larssen doesn't burn his teleport to get back into the lane and still gets all of that CS, whereas Nemesis has now burnt his TP, and it means we could see Rogue trying to use Larssen to get around the map.
But what's really interesting is yesterday, for those that were able to watch Caps versus Humanoid, when Caps froze the wave there, Humanoid couldn't approach and shove it out. But a Lucian can, because Lucian's so safe in terms of his mobility and wave clear that even if an Inspired shows up, he's actually not that afraid of dying.
Also, pop the Telestrator, Betty. Hit that control ward and hit the other river ward on the bottom. Boop and boop. No, the other one. Jesus.
It's an extra ward. We've highlighted them all, but as you were about to mention, Frost, I assume this gives you so much safety in the mid lane.
Exactly, and it's rightfully so. And immediately the pivot from Nemesis was, the wave got frozen on me. And I think it was actually Karthus as he walked by, dropped the ward for him, or Lucian put it there. And then as soon as Nemesis had push and the ability to move, he immediately planted a very deep control ward. So he knows that the target's on his back, and that set will be visiting his lane. And look at the respect that Nemesis is giving.
I do want to bring attention to the fact that Finn has burnt his flash in the top lane. Now, I'm not sure how that's happened. Bwipo, not yet level 6, didn't burn a flash of his own, but Finn burned both his flash and his teleport. So I assume perhaps he overstepped, he was caught out, he was knocked up, and thus had to try and get away. But it does give quite an obvious avenue to gank here for Selfmade if he ever wants to try and get that Karthus in and try and get those kills rolling.
I mean, at this point, I think it is safe, like you're saying, you know, if he wants to do it. But Karthus is like, there's no reason to do this. He got his 2 full clears. He's now level 5. He's going to be walking back into his jungle and just power farming for 6. As I think the observers are showing us how he missed his flash.
Yep.
He was too close to the wall. Bad back timer. Or bad back placement.
Yeah, it could have just gone back to his turret, right? And then he backs pretty easily there. Bwipo with the awareness to be able to step forward. He's now going to TP in, has hit level 6, and slaps Finn with the hammer.
Thank you very much again, observers, for helping us highlight that. But I also now want to highlight level 6. Wait, GP just uses ult top. Never mind.
But you can highlight it still.
My point is now mute. Medic, take it away.
So what I'd love to say here is, you know, with that cannon barrage, you can influence the other side of the map. But
I was going to say they should be looking for a play bot right now.
But the
Finn
thing
has
is
decided against it.
Wait, I got it. No,
Okay.
it will be back up as soon as Han Sama is actually level 6 with Vander, and then they can make a play. Use it there to get the wave reset.
Oh, right now, Selfmade trying to take away the dragon as he's forced away. Inspired's going to be able to get this one. Hans Summer, the first to answer from the bottom lane, so Inspired secures the first dragon of the game. We saw Rogue do that in game 1 as well, and we all know how that match ended for them.
Okay, so I'm still looking at when the GP ultimate's going to come back off cooldown. I really want to see Rogue make a play towards the bot side of the map because you need to get this Kalista going. When we look at scaling, you're playing against a Karthus, you're playing against a Senna. Bwipo's just going to act as that front line and engage, and I think around these neutral objectives, Fnatic have just such a strong team fight comp that unless Rogue get that early advantage, it's going to be harder for them to win out in the 5v5s later on.
But I think what's about to happen, however, is that Rogue are going to shove this wave in. They're then going to reset and start walking topside because Selfmade's going to clear his bot side camps. The blue buff will be spawning, and they want to give it to this man who's now found Nemesis.
Nemesis was just shoved back there, but you can see how much more mobile this Lucian is. He dashes in, he gets some damage off the press the attack procs, and then becomes so much harder for Larssen to trade in. He's even had to go for a Seeker's Arm Guard first on the Azir this game to try and mitigate some of that DPS.
Just respecting it. We just talked about it. The Herald is going to be spawning, and here comes the rotation from Rogue. They've got more members up here, but Finn caught out early.
Has no flash from that back earlier on, and the lay waste will find the kill. Selfmade very happy to gobble that one up.
Beautiful execution from Bwipo, and he did all the work there, but now Vander's looking for Selfmade.
Oh, the Crux is going to get in the way. Turn off the Defile. He flashes away. Selfmade doesn't manage to dodge the hook, and Vander actually not yet level 6, but the Ignite going down, Dawning Shadow coming out. The shield will not be enough.
First time Blitzcrank doesn't matter.
Yeah, well done by Vander there, gets the punish, and here's the rotation that you were talking about, Frost. But Nemesis acting as interference. The fact that Rogue got that kill onto Selfmade is definitely valuable. Gonna put that Karthus down a little bit, another hook lands.
River has no flash and has no way to get away from this. The Ren should just be enough, even with the Requiem coming down. Hans Summer just needs one more spear. Larssen did die though, as I think Nemesis and Hylissang tried to catch him out in the mid lane.
First time Blitzcrank doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, Vander keeps landing hook after hook in this bot lane. They are finding these advantages in the early game, but Rogue is also losing things elsewhere on the map. Great hook from Hylissang as Larssen tries to help his team, but a great lantern from Hilly brings Nemesis over the wall, and then the Karthus ultimate comes through to get that execution. That's 2 kills now, sitting on top of Selfmade in the early game, similar to last game. So Fnatic's carry is getting gold in the early game. Hans Sama's doing the same. The question is, which team is going to continue to accelerate their start?
Right now you can see it's about 200 gold lead for Hans Summer in the bottom lane. About 1,000 for this Karthus. Selfmade been farming up a storm. He has 2 kills. He's in a really strong spot. And I look on the side of Rogue and I see, you know, Larssen's flash isn't up. Vander's flash isn't up. Perhaps there are some opportunities for Selfmade to get on into these lanes, or he could just farm up until he gets the Requiem back, which is probably a little bit more likely.
I'm pretty sure he's just going to continue to
Look,
power.
I like action for Skurin, okay?
Hey, when is ours ultimate? You get loads of action, that's for sure. Vander looking for the hook.
Oh, I love it! Special, the cannon barrage into the face breaker. Reckless going to be the first target here as he goes down. Rogue might try and chase Hylissang out of this one as well. Hilly doesn't have flash, doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's going to try and delay Rogue for as long as possible. But actually, they might try and give this kill over to Larssen. Facebreaker comes back, Larssen slides in, and he will secure the 4th kill of the game for Rogue.
And this is exactly what I wanted to be seeing from Rogue. getting those kills onto the 2v2 in the, well, now top side of the map. And it's just Vander utilizing that level 6 mark with the Gangplank ultimate. It's a little later than I expected, but you know what? It does not matter. They know there's no flash. And Hylissang, Reckless clicks the lantern at just the wrong time. Both get dragged into melee range. And, you know, the rest is history.
The 2-for-1 special, of course, the trick there is obviously aiming for the Thresh, because then you make sure that you're going to get one.
Look, everyone, like, I remember Hylissang hitting a hook onto Upset, I believe, or was Crown Shot, and everyone praised him because he aimed for the Thresh when Crown Shot took the lantern to him and he catches Crown Shot. It's super easy as Blitzcrank in that situation.
Don't undermine it, man.
No, it's super easy.
This guy's never played Blitzcrank before. Like, he's doing a really good job.
just aim for the Thresh, always. Because if they don't take the lantern, you get the Thresh. And if they do take the lantern, you get them both. And it's so easy to get catches in those situations. Of course, credit to Vander. A new player.
That doesn't sound like you want to give credit to Vander. I'm just saying, Medic. He's going to land another one.
No, he's not.
First time Blitzcrank gets on.
It's okay, guys.
You get 2 hooks a game.
Just want to clarify, if you've just joined us, Vander has not had a single professional Blitzcrank game in his entire career.
That's a long.
And Vander's been playing for a while. He played on the original Roccat back in the day, so he's been around a while. So it's a little surprise to us, but he's having a great Blitzcrank performance so far. Been involved in 3 of the 4 kills. But kind of looking back into the state of the map right now, second rate going to be started off by Fnatic. Nemesis using his priority in the mid lane to rotate down bot. Looks like they have their eyes set on Finn.
They're going to use the Call of the Forge God. Finn has to flash away. The Cullen coming out as well. And Finn with the oranges is just not okay. Nemesis secures the kill, almost dies for it.
I'm going to be frank. Finn is getting bullied in this series so far. He did not have a great first game. He is definitely not having a great second game. And if there is going to be fragility in Rogue's champion pools, it is definitely on their top laner. Finn, known as being that weak side top laner, has really only shown a very limited champion pool. Hasn't gotten to really flex his signature Aurelia or pull out things like the Alawi again.
I will also say that I really like what Fnatic did there, because they actually rotated their duo, who was sitting top lane, down into mid lane, so that they could actually catch the wave and keep pressure, so that as Nemesis rotated bots to set up the play, Rogue actually couldn't punish in the mid lane, and they just traded top, which was going to go down anyway. So
a shift.
Fnatic kind of maximizing the amount of gold they could get in that window, while Rogue continued to funnel more gold onto Hansa.
2-0-0. Blade of the Ruin King complete. Whippo's going to land the knock-up. Hook comes out as well. Whippo's been silenced, but Rogue can't really get much more out of his dive.
Actually super well done by Whippo to make sure that he cleared the wave with his charge as he pushed back towards his tower and make sure that he could get away from that dive despite not having ultimate. That said, Hansama is continuing his march through collecting all of these plates. He picked up all the plates on the top side, now on the bot side, continuing to put those in his back pocket.
Nemesis doing the same on the top side though. The cannon barrage will stop him. He only got 1 out of the 5 available. Hansama should be able to get 4 of these, which means he will be sitting at a 2,000 gold lead.
This is, if you're a Kalista player, what I like to call the happy place, because you've already got your Blade of the Ruin King at 13 minutes. The plates are only just about to drop, which means Hansama's going to secure another tower. Well played by Whippo. Ooh, the hook doesn't come through from Vander. This tower, ooh, Finn, no, this could be dangerous. Ooh, good barrels.
Hylissang flashes in with a play, TP's going to come in, but there's the Requiem, and Selfmade didn't even connect with it. Hylissang, though, will die as Larssen teleported in for a kill of his own.
Okay, I'm saying they're continuing to punish Finn, but Larssen is picking up more and more of these kills, only sitting 2-1 right now, but that's 2 kills that were now fed over into Larssen. He's always going to be the big carry for Rogue.
I think it's worth it, though, because you get the Larssen teleport out. You can also push in mid lane. I'm surprised Reckless didn't go for that tower there. Perhaps he was a little nervous because he wasn't sure where all of the Rogue members were, but Selfmade also went bot lane to make sure that Rogue could not get that tower. So it feels like that Fnatic's lane assignments right now, very on point, very aware of what Rogue is trying to do, and they're trying to mitigate this early game snowball that Rogue have worked so hard to build for Hansama.
They have a gold lead getting up to the 15-minute mark as well. About 700 or so in Fnatic's advantage, and with the series already being 1-0 for them, they are looking for a quick second win. Hook lands onto Larssen. Hylissang has been on point. The Emperor's Device going to knock back 2. Dawning Shadow will keep Hylissang alive. And that was a good little shuffle away from Larssen. But Fnatic is showing, and Hylissang is showing. They have come to play.
Yeah, and it's, again, not just Rogue being predictable in their drafts, but being predictable in their movement.
Oh! Vander looking clean on the Blitzcrank right now.
anything you can do, I can do better. It's Hook City in the bottom lane.
But the thing is Rogue was still predictable. They were caught out with great vision control from Fnatic, and also the fact that they'll always rotate towards that second Herald, and they were caught out. Now, because Vander does make then the outplay on the back half of that, they trade the mid tower for this Herald, which means it should just be neutralized mid tower for mid tower as soon as this Herald is procced.
We'll have a look across where these two teams stand in terms of items. Double Mana Mune stacking up for Fnatic. Nemesis has 1. He's actually sitting on the most CS in the game, a 2-0-1 scoreline. Is getting up towards that Essence Reaver as well. He's having a great series. When you think about how bad he has been for the rest of the split, like, I was talking to Stats, they were saying it's a top 3 mid laner in Larson versus a bottom 3 mid laner in Nemesis, and it really doesn't look like that right now.
One might say that perhaps he's having a great Lucian performance, and that Lucian is a great pick for him, and it seems that Fnatic came prepared. I feel like that they have figured out exactly how to set up Nemesis best for success, and as you said, I think he's having a great game. He could easily win this 1 versus 1. It's a 2v1 though, so I'm not sure he can win that. Vander's gonna not spot him.
Why would you curse him like that?
He's good, he's cool.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's chilling. Now, let's draw attention to the vision that Rogue currently have around the top side of the map. They're stealing away the red buff. They have all these wards all around the top side of the map, properly set up for the Baron area. The Baron's not going to be the objective, though. It looks like Nemesis is.
Nemesis wasn't stunned up there by the base breaker, and so inspired to use the showstopper to try and bring him back to the team. Couldn't do it. Tower will be taken, though, still by Hans Summer. Has farmed up pretty well on this Ballista. Fnatic going to answer with an Ocean Dragon in the bot side of the map. Will be their second dragon of the game. And Ocean Soul, very beneficial for teams that are, putting out consistent DPS. Form of Illusion, perhaps.
I do want to pop over to Hansama, though. We've already talked about how many plates that he's gotten. He's just pushed down another tower. He now has 2 completed items. Now, the thing is, while Azir is considered a scaling champion, he still is quite successful on 2 items and then just progressively gets better. Now, he did have to take a pivot towards the Seeker's Arm Guard, which has delayed his power spike a little bit here. But this is the window. This is the pocket. And when I talk about Kalista, we were talking about this at lunch, I kind of view her as like the Olaf of AD carries, and that she falls off pretty hard because she's not really going to get this much stronger, maybe another item, and then that's kind of it. But you need to be a good Kalista team, not just a good Kalista player. And when you pick Kalista, your team has to be good enough that when Hansama is strong, when this champion is ready to go, you need to also be ready to pull the trigger, which is why I think we have certain teams, G2 Mad Lions, who are good early game teams that have been successful with this champion, whereas other teams have not.
But I will say that Rogue right now have 4 towers in their favor. The gold is dead even, and I think right now they're utilizing the Kalista very well. The question is, how do they play these mid-game fights? Because they don't have, they don't have the Drake advantage. They're actually behind the Drakes. You notice that the Lucian is still starting to ramp up, and my biggest concern when it comes to Kalista is actually threatening the carries. When you play against the Senna later on, depending on how many stacks that she has, I'm going to get a quick check-in from our observers in a second on what that stacks are. It's very difficult to play at that range disadvantage. Now, of course, you're going to have Lucian dashing in. We're currently at 30 stacks, so Senna's still ramping up over time. But when you're playing against champions like the Karthus, things like the Ornn, these are very difficult champions to get around when you're in these team fights. And that's my biggest concern for Hansam and how he's going to execute.
I think the benefit that she's going to have here, or Kalista in this composition, is that you don't necessarily need to rely on her damage to continue to ramp because you have Gangplank and Azir, so you're protected there, and it really just provides a hard engage for you. You drop the Gangplank ultimate, and then you just toss in Vander. He silences everyone, and it's kind of like that makeshift Malphite ult. And so, even though her damage theoretically will fall off, I think Rogue have enough answers in their composition that that won't necessarily matter. And her only job then is kiting around the backside, picking up stragglers, slowing people down, and providing utility through that engage.
Right now, Rogue are trying to gain control of the bottom side of the map. Nemesis has been here quite a while as he continued just to push up the lanes, but now he's going towards top side. And it actually looks like both teams are kind of agreeing on a split map right now. Rogue have total control of this bottom side jungle, but Fnatic are just like, well, okay, we'll force mid. We can just shove it down here, and you're not really going to be able to answer too quickly. Larson is on his way, but he's the only player in the mid right now for Rogue.
I mean, Rogue were hunting Fnatic there, and Fnatic just doing a good job to zone them out of the mid lane, and then will probably take some chip damage.
Hansama has been left in the bottom lane to take the turret, and Wibbo knows it. Gonna use the Call of the Forge God. Hinasang misses the hook just wide, but the tower still goes down for Fnatic. Hook from Vander only connects onto a minion. Rogue will lose the tower, but they'll get one in the bottom lane.
So I will say I'm a little surprised. So what Rogue did there was they set up a bunch of vision around this area of the map. And typically you see this play when you're looking to make a play for something like the Drake. But of course the Drake isn't going to be spawning for, you know, another minute and 30 seconds. So when they actually did this, I was curious as to what the game plan was, because it gave very easy access for Fnatic to just go straight down the mid lane. But their actual game plan was to give even more gold to Kalista and actually make a play towards the bot tower. So they actually just trade objectives on the map. And I think that Rogue believes that when they have Larson, their wave clear is strong enough that after losing that mid tier 2, they still have the Azir passive, they still have Larson's wave clear, and they're actually taking that tower in the bot side of the map just opens up the map more for Rogue, and it makes it easier for them to control the state of the map and gain control around that bot side later on when they're playing for the Drake that spawns in a minute's time.
I mean, I see what you're saying.
I mean, I'm trying to think. Like,
I feel like Rogue actually just, well, Fnatic played it well, and Rogue were trying to find an engage, didn't, and then had to pivot. Like, I think Rogue answered well to what Fnatic were doing to at least trade. And
this is what I'm saying.
It doesn't necessarily hurt them as bad, but I do not think that that was the intended plan where they're like, we let them push down mid.
But they set up all the vision in bot side of the map. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, surely, but it was like 2.5 minutes before the Drake spawns, you know what I mean? So I'm like, surely they're doing this for something, right?
It was for the Trinity Force and the Infinity Edge. They were trying to create
But why would Fnatic ever face check that? That's kind of what my question is.
But guys, there's a fight about to happen. Let's go back to the action as the teleport came in from Finn. Cannon Barrage still available, but as the Dragon is spawning in 16 seconds, you have to feel that Rogue will want to take this fight. Rabadon's Death Cap alongside the Nash's Tooth. Runan's Blade of the Ruin King complete for Hans Summer, and here go Rogue stepping forward. Bripper's going to be the front line for Fnatic. The hook lands, but only onto the Ornn. The Showstopper coming out as well, and Bripper's down to half HP. Facebreaker's going to pull him back. There's the Requiem being used. Nemesis diving forward. Dawning Shadow not enough to kill Inspired, and Rogue's still very healthy here. Selfmade is on the Dragon, though. He's looking to secure it before Rogue can get in. Actually, it looks like Fnatic might have done a good enough job to keep Rogue away.
So I thought that after Fnatic used all of their ultimates...
They're going for Baron.
Oh, okay. I understand the pivot now from Rogue. It is a little dangerous, of course.
It's super dangerous.
Because they only have Vander to tank it up. Set is on the way, and Fnatic have a beeline right now.
Oh, but they're going to stop it.
So I was surprised because I thought that looking at the health in that replay, Rogue could have gone for the re-engage. I think the problem they had was that they already used Hans Summer's ultimate earlier on, before the fight even started. And there was no clear or easy way for them. They're actually starting up again. All right, fair enough.
No, they're not.
This is a good example, though, because I agree with you. There's some indecision in the calls.
It feels like it.
And unfortunately, they're making the wrong calls. Like, I like the idea, but it's not panning out in terms of its execution. You know, maybe if Finn's barrels connect, because he was the one member that didn't rotate over, Inspired reset himself to get more health, was sprinting towards the Baron, then maybe that's a very different call if he's able to chunk out Fnatic on Baron, and if Fnatic can't as easily then immediately rotate to contest. But that was very much like, okay, leave it, let's do Baron. Oh, Baron didn't work out. Okay, back to mid, reset. And now Rogue have actually just lost a bunch of time, and Fnatic are sitting closer to Soul Point on a comp that will outscale that Kalista. And again, you still have the Gangplank. They now have him having that Essence Reaver, that Trinity Force, creating that safe lane that he's been farming in. Finn is no longer in a weak position, but Hans Sama is going to start falling off in terms of his damage output, and it's going to be more about that utility and the cleanup again.
For the moment, still only 2 items on Hans Summer. Looks like Death's Dance next. Finn has completed his Essence Reaver alongside the Triforce, but Selfmade continues to scale up. Last time we checked, he was 2,000 gold ahead on this Karthus. He has a Liandry's. He's now got a Blasting Wand and an Amplifying Tome. Also, Nemesis is on 3 items. Reckless has got an Executioner's Calling to help with some of the healing that's coming out from Rogue. I mean, there's not a huge amount of healing. Reckless.
And the ornaments have come through.
Yeah, what's this Executioner's Calling for?
From Reckless?
Yeah.
I think it's mainly for...
Plank and Death Dance?
I think it's mainly for Hans Summer.
I'll say it's a cheap item, and so he can reduce some of the healing while still having utility for his team.
I think it's primarily for Hans Summer.
Okay.
That would be my estimation.
He also can very easily spread it around on everyone.
But that's true, yeah.
So,
Piercing Shadow can do it.
I have just been informed that Reckless was at about 45 stacks the last time we just checked in. So yeah, I feel like 60 stacks, that's the point at which Senna gets like really online. Do you remember when she used to be able to easily get like 120 stacks?
I played her support for a while. It was a lot of fun. Outranging turrets and just being like, hey, I've got a rapid.
Yeah, but now I would say that around 60 stacks is where I consider Senna to be really online and where she gets very, very scary. So Reckless getting very close to that mark. And once Fnatic do hit that, that's where I start to have alarm bells and start to get a little bit worried for Rogue. Rogue right now, still very strong. Death cap completed on Larson. Handsome is sitting at 3 items. If Rogue try and force a fight right now, there's a very real world where they can win it. It all comes down to execution.
And they have a window of what they're going to decide to do. Do Rogue decide that they were trying to find a pick, maybe immediately rotate that into a Baron, which is kind of what they were previously hunting for. And now they've gone back into their lanes, will probably grab as much gold as possible, and then try to reset for this Drake. Again, the Ocean Soul spawning in 142 for Fnatic here. But it almost feels a little bit desperate for Rogue and kind of how they've looked at the map. Now standing in brushes, just trying to catch people out.
And I think this is the thing, like we've said it about Rogue a few times.
Your turn, Vander.
They've constantly played a specific style this split, right? And Hansam actually isn't in the best of shapes here because Fnatic are all on their way up towards the top side. He's going to jump across the wall and just back away near the Crux. He'll be fine, but yeah, if we know the style Rogue play, if we have understanding of it across the course of the split.
They're caught.
Then what was the game plan?
They were trying to find a pick on the wave.
They were looking for Nemesis.
When they had an opportunity to find a pick, they could have stolen red buff. Like,
it's like they're clearly talking to each other, but there's a full conversation happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot.
Like when you're talking to your mom and you're just like trying to hang up the phone.
I guess, like, from my perspective, when they had Hansam as strong as he did, I'm just surprised Rogue didn't put more focus on the Drakes. And I've just been like, fight.
Would you say that she's the Olaf of ADC?
But yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, if we know that that's what Rogue should be doing, then Fnatic obviously know it as well, and develop strategies to stop Rogue from being able to do it.
So, no, I think Fnatic's approach this game has just been, oh, wait, what's Rogue doing? Okay, I guess we'll just take this then. I honestly think that's what because like Fnatic have not had to do a huge amount this game. They've been free to scale up. They've had so much control over the side lane with Nemesis on his Lucian. Senna's been slowly scaling up, ramping up, and like while Reckless and Hylissang were punished hard in the early game 2 versus 2, like for the last 10 minutes we haven't really seen much. So I think Fnatic, while at a gold deficit, is sitting very comfortable, and this next fight is going to be what pretty much I think determines the game.
This is big bait though.
All of the Forge God coming out from Whippo. Dragon's going to be secured already. Hylissang flashes forward, is hooked in. The silence comes out, but here comes the Requiem as well. Shut down already onto Larson. He is dead. Hansama pulls back with a face call. Vander jumps back in, and Hansama now gets one shut down, but he's gone down. Finn jumping into the fight as well. It's a 4v3 in favor of Fnatic. They find another. Whippo going in. Reckless goes down, but Finn will fall. And it's an ace for Fnatic.
And it's a clean 5 for 2 in favor of Fnatic. And while they did not get the Ocean Soul, they've won the team fight. And when you have the Karthus still alive, they can very easily convert this into a Baron. And you get to see there the power of Fnatic's 5v5.
Now they do, they will burn it very quickly, especially with Born. Here's the thing though, like the teleports are there for Larson about 12 seconds. Taking another look at this fight, you know, Rogue decide that the Ocean Soul is the most important thing to secure, so they're not all on board when the initial fight happens, and Larson is shut down at the very beginning of it. If that Azir hadn't gotten picked off, maybe this goes a different way, but this was such a critical fight for them to lose at this window.
I mean, I kind of have to come back to the execution thing again for Rogue, where Larson had his flash up. He doesn't flash away from the knockup where the Ornn hits him, and that chain CC is what ultimately got him killed. Finn's positioning, he was stuck behind the Dragon Pit and wasn't able to get involved in the fight. Like, everything just kind of went the way of Fnatic, and now they've got themselves the Baron buff, and they're looking to go 2-up in this series.
Right, what you were talking about right before that fight was just the fact that Fnatic really haven't had to do anything this game. They've just kind of been answering what Rogue have been doing. And that's what fans have been wanting from Fnatic this entire split. It was always the question of, what are you doing? Don't do anything, just scale.
Wasn't it Quick Shot that was like, why? Yeah. And in every post-match thread, you'd see that repeated. I mean, like, well, you don't have to ask those questions for Fnatic right now. They're just kind of taking things as they come and just responding to everything that Rogue has been doing. And like, I'm just kind of a little disappointed because I was really excited for Rogue at the beginning of the series. I said that on paper, Rogue should be the clear favorites. They look super clean, they had an answer, and they had an easy way to deal with Fnatic consistently throughout the split, and I feel like we haven't seen it. So I'm hoping that if Fnatic win this game, we get to see a little bit more of the Rogue that did 2-0 Fnatic during the regular season, but if they don't show up, if they don't get their head in the game, Fnatic is going to get a 3-0 clean sweep.
And it's not just that, it's the fact that Rogue have a spot at Worlds. And I wanted this playoffs to be a defining moment for them to show that they can battle with the best. And losing to Fnatic, who today are playing very well, but only had a 50% win rate in the regular season, does not fill me with confidence about this team. It fills me with a little bit of dread that once again, we're going to see a team with some promising players just falter when it comes to the international stage.
It's the fact that we don't just want consistency from Rogue now, we want greatness. And that's what winning these best of fives was supposed to be. Now, it's not over yet, but we're still waiting for the highs and the adjustments from Rogue.
And of course, they will have another opportunity next week if they lose this. If Fnatic win today, Rogue will play up against the winner of Schalke and Mad Lions next week to see if they can get on into the final week of action. Bwipo here stepping forward in the mid lane as three members of Fnatic barrel down in bot lane. Cannon Barrage will come out, self-made, down to about half HP already, but Hylissang with a really good zoning hook there. Vander's going to step forward, but his hook goes wide, and Bwipo brings the ram in from the side. Dawning Shadow alongside the Requiem forces all of Rogue to retreat, and Fnatic will just knock down the front door.
A huge overreach there from Vander that Fnatic rightfully punished and could now look to just close out the game. Missing some key ultimates here. Larson, can he hold them off?
Got to do something. The cannon, the barrels are going to do a lot of damage. Bwipo pulled back with the face break, and he's taken down. The shutdown going down means that Fnatic might just retreat for the moment. Hylissang, the hook just goes wide. The Fnatic will accept the inhibitor, accept a single Nexus tower, and accept a 4,000 gold lead with Ocean Soul only 50 seconds away.
And I think it's worth highlighting that, you know, we have been a bit of a Debbie Downer on Rogue this game, but Fnatic, there's very little to criticize with how they've been playing this game. You know, Bwipo, a couple deaths in the early game, and same for Rekkles and Hylissang, but they played the mid game cleanly. I really like their lane assignments. I like how they've moved around the map. They had a really good focus and control around these neutral objectives, and the way they've been playing these fights have been clean. So game one, it felt like sheer dominance individually from Fnatic. Game two, it feels slow, controlled, patient play, and I think that if you are a Fnatic fan, you're optimistic seeing this, because they don't just have to win by dominating you in the solo lanes. You know that they can play you through smart map play and punishing those mistakes.
But there's a Fnatic special. Deep teleport, take it away, Medic.
It's Bwipo and Nemesis coming in behind. Selfmade does not have the Requiem. Nemesis and Bwipo just trying to hide in the back as Vander goes in with a face call, and that's the Fnatic special as well as Hylissang gets caught out by his lonesome. Call of the Forge God is going to isolate Rogue off towards the side. Vander down to a sliver of HP and just gets taken out by Selfmade. Finn chased away by Rekkles. There's another. Nemesis gets the kill. Selfmade goes down as well. The shutdown for Larson as he tries to dodge away. Puts up the Emperor's Divide and just about survives, but the Dawning Shadow is on its way up for Rekkles, and the gun connects. Double for Rekkles. The sensational play from Fnatic as they take down 4, and they can actually just knock in this bottom inhibitor wave and take down the Nexus.
It was slow, it was controlled, it was almost picture perfect from Fnatic, and then at the very end, they also then remind you, hey, we still got that Fnatic flare with 2 deep teleports to close out this game and look for the 3-0 sweep over Rogue.
Another dominant performance from Fnatic as they go 2-0 over Rogue.
Clean stuff in the final fight. It was a little worrying for Fnatic as they lost Hylissang extremely quickly, but they were able to turn it around in convincing fashion. Hansama, the last man standing, and Fnatic looking very clean, looking very promising here in this best of 5.
They really are, and you can actually see they are playing in the Level Studios here in Berlin. We've seen them from their gaming house for the rest of the split, but perhaps a change of venue, a change of scenery is really helping them when it comes into playoffs.
Changing up that mental when you're going into the game, but this looks like a completely invigorated beast, and now the question goes like, Rogue thought it was an execution error. They ran back a very similar composition. What adjustments do they make this time around? Do they try to stop the Lucian for Nemesis?
Yes.
Do they get a carry jungler instead of a tank jungler for Inspired? What is it going to be?
I really think they need to open up Larson a little bit more. Let's see him roam. That's what worked so well for them when they played against them before, and just get Nemesis off the Lucian, because he is too good on that champion right now.
Ban Lucian is what we say here on the desk, but we'll soon get some insight from the analysts as Fnatic are on match point.
Seven towers, what banner? We look like a gem. They only know you because of TSM. No hope in this series, boy, you should abstain. Starting to think you're a sucker for pain. Starting to think that it's over in lane. Now I just know you ain't winning a game.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it.
Woo!
What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
Je vais pas me négliger. Si c'est fini, c'est la vie, bientôt j'aurai tout zappé. Oui, jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Moi j'ai le truc, je sens les pipeaux, oh yeah. Ils m'ont dit bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde. Ils m'ont dit bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs, where Fnatic are on a tear here in this series and just one win away from a shot at G2 Esports. I mean, why does it always end up like this? Who knows? Well, it's because of the Fnatic playoff buff, apparently. Again, a win on the board. Let's take a look at the picks and bans and if anything changed in their approach, because it looks like from the side of Fnatic, similar approach. Get that AP jungler for Selfmade, get a tank in the top lane and AD in the mid lane, and that's it.
Yeah, stylistically, the draft was going to be very similar for Fnatic. I think they latched onto something really good in game one. Now, the changes came for Rogue. They obviously started switching it up, banning a lot of these scaling junglers like the Hecarim and the Evelynn. But as we saw, there are still other picks that Selfmade has up his sleeve.
Yeah, it looks to me like Lucian is the catalyst for all these AP junglers. It seems that, I mean, I'm not sure what else Nemesis can play mid that's AD, but the Karthus, the Evelynn, there's quite a few AP junglers open. The Lilia was also banned out. But I like Rogue's adaptation. They were running the Senna Nautilus, and now they're running the Kalista Blitzcrank. It's a lot more agency, a lot more push, a lot more playmaking. So you saw them really take over the map.
And I like, we were thinking about, okay, what are they going to do? Are they going to completely throw their plans overboard? They did ban the Evelynn, but they still came with a pretty much a Rogue comp with a bit of a different flair. So we could expect maybe this game is going to go better. And honestly, the early game went better. Fnatic didn't snowball, and Vander really kept his team in the game.
Yeah, I think the big difference was Vander, because there were still some missteps around top lane where Selfmade was able to get early kills, but Vander's Blitzcrank was on fire, roaming around. He like solo kills Selfmade underneath his tier 2 tower, and it was his Blitzcrank, I feel like, roaming around with Hansama as well, that enabled them to actually jump out and keep this game very competitive early.
Yeah, and Hylissang has no sums from the previous fight, so Vander identifies that. He sneaks up on Hylissang, just hooks him straight there. Reckless takes the Lantern, not the best of ideas there, and then they both get stunned together here from Inspired's Flash, which was played really well, the GP ult on top of that, and yeah, when they both die, Hansama is so fed.
And this is exactly what Rogue want to be doing. You obviously have the power 2v2 you can play around, but there's a GP on the other side of the map, and I feel like it could have even come a little bit earlier in the game for Rogue, but right at level 6, I think Finn ended up using his ultimate on the minion wave, and maybe if they have some more playmaking around that, that could have been really good for them.
Another solo kill by Vander.
And it's great to see that Vander was popping off in Hansama as well, but you guys were bringing up, well, it seems like they are the only two players that are keeping this team afloat right now, because the other laners are just completely pissing it away.
Yeah, well, I mean, Finn was really struggling in top lane. Like, he dropped down a lot of CS early on, which is a little bit surprising. Mid lane, I think, is the expected story. Larson even took some good trades in the early laning phase, but against the Lucian, it's going to be pretty hard to work with. I do think one thing that is holding them back a bit could be the set pick into something like the Karthus and a lot of these ranged champions, because it feels so hard to get anything done past, like, the laning phase on this set. Whenever you go into a team fight, they're just going to be able to, like, walk away and kite you.
Yeah, if you watch Inspired in the game, he's trying to make things happen. The top play does work eventually, but he was always 2 levels behind. Selfmade was kind of AFK farming, picking up kills with his ultimate randomly. But like you said, this just felt like the solo lanes were on the back foot. You know, Finn had to flash away level 5. He had to use his GP ult for his own lane. He had to TP back. And Larson did pick up 1 or 2 kills here when he ran away from his lane. He killed, I believe it was Hylissang after the top play, and then he killed Bwipo after the top dive and stuff like this. But he got the kills, but it always felt like he was on the back foot.
And then the Drake fight happens. Kate will walk me through this, because this is just so uncharacteristic from Rogue and fantastically played by Fnatic.
Well, it's the Dragon Soul for Fnatic, so they have to rush it down before Selfmade gets in the pit. Good decision making, but Larson gets hit by the Ornult, which is huge, because then Hylissang flashes in, just lands the hook onto Larson, and as soon as Larson dies, the fight's kind of over. Hansama tries his best to do as much as he can. Finzi already split off, so essentially it's just a 2v5, 3v5 going on there. Hansama does all he can. Finn comes in late and just kind of flashes in and dies. Not really a fan. But yeah, it just felt like they were super split.
It's so strange for Rogue, because they're such a strong team-fighting team. Throughout the whole regular season, they were probably our best team-fighting team in the LEC. But they seem very uncoordinated today, whether it's like in game 1, the 2v2 playing around top lane, player to player, or there where Finn's on the bottom side. Like, there's a lot of split decision-making, and I feel like maybe the pressure could be getting to them, because this is not the same type of team that I'm used to seeing.
And that's a tricky one, right? Because when it comes down to, oh, the Evelynn beat us and we can ban it out, yeah, whatever. But now it comes down to, you have 2 games in a row where you know that you can do better as a team, I think, as Rogue, but it's not working out. That seems a hard one to troubleshoot for the coaching staff.
Just feels like their consistency is inconsistent all of a sudden. It feels like the team fights, every single team fight, they're split. That one, Larson gets caught. The next one, when they're trying to fight for the Ocean Soul, I believe they get a pick onto Hylissang, but then the carries run to mid-wave, the tanks run to Dragon, they're split up again, and the 4v5 happens and they lose that one as well. So it feels like they need to communicate more, they need to get back on the same page, and their drafts are still good, I think, they just need to bring out the team fights better.
I mean, they are running into a strong Fnatic. I think we have to highlight also Nemesis on this Lucian pick, a different look for him and for the team, and damn if he's not making it work.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking great for him. A player that struggled all season finally found that pick that can really work for him, and I think it enables him in so many different ways, because it's not just like a scaling pick, it's a champion that enables him to dominate in the lane, or at least come out with an advantage. It's a very strong skirmishing champion as well, so I feel like it does give Nemesis a lot of tools to win at most stages of the game.
We are going to check out also the picks and bans after the break. Fnatic is 1 game away from the World Championship, but it's do or die for Rogue in Game 3, so be sure to join us at the analyst desk for picks and bans in just a second. Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk. We'll be covering picks and bans, but Fnatic, they're on match point against Rogue. A win will secure them a spot at Worlds 2020 and a spot in round 2 of the playoffs. We're going to talk a lot about the draft, but first we got a very telling tweet from Vander, who tweeted this live just a couple of minutes ago. Okay, guys, but how do we draft? That's not giving me a lot of confidence. I don't know about you.
I wonder if it's how do we draft against Fnatic or how do we draft ourselves. I'm not sure which one the answer is.
Okay, yeah, it could be. So let's see if we can help them out a little bit.
From scrolling through the thread, there was a lot of ban Lucian. I kind of agree because we don't know if Nemesis has another AD mid lane champion that he can fall back on. And if he goes for Lucian again, it opens up those AP picks.
I think it could be Tristana. I think
that's true.
Tristana is a good champion with AB champions, so if the Lucian does get banned out, maybe Tristana comes out. I don't think there's many other AD champions unless you want to go towards assassins like Zed, Kiana, Yasuo, stuff like this. So definitely stay with the marksman. So I think either Tristana or I'm not really sure.
So there's definitely options. So you do put yourself in between a rock and a hard place if you're going to think, oh, are we going to ban that Lucian out? That might open up a couple of things for Selfmade as well. We looked at what could be kind of the key picks in this series, and they're all Fnatic picks just because they have been the innovators this series so far.
Yeah, and I think we already covered the Lucian. The other one for me is looking at the Evelynn, who's not spelled properly there, but it's close enough. But I feel like it's not just necessarily the Evelynn pick by herself, because I think that we're going to see Rogue probably ban that champion again, but it's almost Selfmade's entire champion pool right now, because when he's going to these strong scaling junglers, it doesn't feel like Inspired is willing to match him in those scaling picks. So if Fnatic continue to have really strong early games, like I think we've seen from them 2 games in a row, they almost default outscale, at least in the jungle position, and Selfmade does so much damage.
Yeah, I think the Fnatic's general consensus of the comp is generally a bit off meta. I think when Evelyn's out, the Karthus is not really being seen that much anymore, but I like the way they're drafting. I think that if Rogue kind of shut out the Evelynn, is the Karthus, can you deal with it? I think Rogue style is pretty good, but Fnatic's kind of put all their cards on the table here. It's like, you ban Evelynn, we're going to pick Karthus. What happens if you ban both? Are they going to pick something like Echo?
Maybe. They heard you, by the way. They fixed the spelling.
Thank you.
Calling people out every day. This guy, unbelievable. Can't even get a prediction.
Sorry,
right?
It's her name. If you spelled Ender wrong, I'd be upset.
All right, Indy. In any case, as we go into picks and bans, something, Cadril, that I want to remind you of. You said in the break, you want to see Finn on a tank. Put him on tank duty.
I feel like when he's playing these carries, I'm not sure if it's miscommunication or misplay, but the Renekton didn't look so hot. The GP, he was making so many mistakes in lane. I think get him on a Sion, get him on an Ornn, get him on a Cho'Gath, get him in team fights. You need some beef in that front line. We've seen the Thresh and the Nautilus and the set in the Nautilus and the set in the Blitzcrank, but it's not enough. You need more beef, I think.
I also think, like, if you're getting beef in the top lane, that opens up some spice in the jungle for Inspired.
Does he have spice? Oh, I'm getting hungry. Let's get a fantastic draft here. Hopefully,
we
as we get
to cook it up.
Possibly the final game of the series, but we'll see if Rogue can fight back. They are again on the blue side, so we'll have some opportunities of their own. Do you think we're going to see the same level of bank?
Well, yeah, Rogue has blue side, so they've got target bans, which is super important. Are they going to target the Lucian this time instead of the Evelynn, or are they going to target the Evelynn and the Karthus? Because it doesn't make much sense to just run it back and ban the Evelynn, and then you know Karthus is open. So I would like to see them ban either the Lucian, but keep the good bans of the Ezreal. I think the Ezreal ban is pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to actually ask about that too, because they've done it twice in a row now, and they're going to ban the Shen this time. I'm interested here in what Rogue actually decide to go for, because it doesn't feel like they're the team that can hard pivot a different direction in terms of like overall team style. Like, we know they're always going to be geared toward the team fight in the game, but I still think the best idea is, again, put Finn on a tank, hard play around that bottom side of the map.
I think that if they don't ban Hecarim and I don't first pick it, I think Fnatic can run something like Hecarim or Orianna. I think this is just a good run back for them. They don't have to just tunnel vision on this AD AP kind of comp. You can always go for something like Hecarim or Orianna with an Ornn or something like a Cho'Gath in there. I think that that's a pretty good comp, so I'm interested to see if they're going to ban the Hecarim or they're going to ban the Lucian or are they going to ban the Ezreal.
Fnatic keep removing all these AD carries. It feels kind of bad for Ansama, but like, yeah, there's the Lucian ban. And this is really nice, because what Rogue are basically saying is they're like, Nemesis, you don't have another AD mid laner. Like, maybe they're not thinking of the Tristana. Maybe that's not even in Nemesis' wheelhouse, because if you take this Lucian, we're not going to see a team run an AP jungler or a hard carry AP jungler and an AP mid. That's kind of trolling.
Yeah, that's kind of trolling. You don't want to run AP mid, AP jungle, especially when it's a carry jungle. So yeah, I think Fnatic has 2 options here. They either run back a normal comp like they have to the regular split, something like a Hecarim or Orianna. Okay, that's why they left the Ezreal open. Or they just run back the Evelynn and they just say, well, you ban Lucian, here's Tristana.
We'll see what happens. You said you want to see Finn on the tank duty, so we'll see what he ends up with. Just a bit of hovers here, and we'll see what he locks in just a second.
I do like Fnatic. They switched their last ban over to the... Don't like that.
Not a fan.
Switched it over to the Yuumi, thinking that with Ezreal left open, that pairing would be really nasty. But as soon as Yuumi's gone, I feel like Ezreal priority does drop a little bit, even though it does work well with other champions.
Yeah, the Ezreal priority drops a little bit with the Yuumi ban. It's still sort of playable. I think it's a really strong champ, but are they going to default to the Senna? That's the big question. They have the Senna, they have the Kalista, they have the Ezreal. It's their first choice. I think Rogue's probably going to run back the Kalista if it's open, because it works so well for them in the last game. So if they lock in something like Senna Nautilus here, Senna Tam, whatever it is, I think that Rogue's going to answer with Kalista.
I still just love this Senna pick, especially because the one staple of Rogue is that they're usually going to be playing melee champions top, jungle, and support, right? And when you have all these melee champions, Senna like increases so much in value. Hansama in the last game you saw, even on the Kalista, shorter range ADC, started to struggle later on into the game when a lot of Fnatic's champions started to outrange her. So this is something I think Rogue need to be mindful of going further into this draft.
Yeah, I think Rogue have a few options here. They have the Ashe, they have the Kalista, really good champs. They have the Ezreal even as well. They've got the Tam Kench, they've got things like the Blitzcrank if they want to run it back. It's not the best into Nautilus, but Braum could be a good pick here for them as well. Something with team fights, a little bit of engage to follow up on the Gangplank ult end. I'm just interested to see what the Fnatic third picks here. Are they going to third pick top lane, or are they going to just bust out the Evelynn like they did last time? Say to Rogue, well, what were you going to ban out, and then just pull something out on the 4 pick as in terms of an AD mid?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it? From the side of Fnatic, I also like the Nautilus as a substitution for the Thresh that got banned out. Similar strat behind it, and we've seen also being very influential yesterday. But now we see that third pick, the last one for the first round, for Rogue. What is it going to be?
I like the Akali hover. I would love that to be locked in, but
I like the hover, but when it's like
it's Larson.
Yeah, I'm like Ezreal Azir is like the mid ADC power that Rogue have gone for so many times in this split. Gives you a lot of different options in terms of scaling here. Now you're thinking of the Evelynn for self-made. I feel like you don't go for that now as Fnatic with the option for Rogue to get 2 bans against Nemesis mid champion pool. So I think you just match the Azir here.
Well, he's going to go for the Kog'Maw.
Oh, nice.
That's a pretty good matchup. You have the good poke coming out from Kog'Maw. I mean, Rogue left support till 4-5, so I imagine Fnatic might try to ban them out, but I'm sure they're confident they've got like Taric, Braum, Alistar, things like this, so they're absolutely fine on the support. But I'm just curious to see what junglers get picked here, because Sett is still up, you've got the Sejuani, the Hecarim's still up, so there's probably going to be a lot of jungle bans here, and I'm thinking Fnatic's going to pick the strongest one, probably on 4, unless they just want to counter-pick jungle if most of them are banned out.
I mean, I think you're totally free to counter-pick jungle, because you already see the Gangplank up on the top side of the map. Like, Bwipo can run whatever he wants into that. You go for the Ornn again, give the really strong scaling options to Fnatic. I would expect that Rogue banned that away after seeing that taken off the board, but we've also seen Bwipo go for the Cho'Gath in this matchup up against the GP2, which I think would be totally fine.
But I like the turn here. They're banning out Engage, which is really good. They have the GP, ban out the counters. The other counter I can think of really is the Cho'Gath, which Bwipo's been playing with pretty good success. But they could ban out champions like Sion as well, but we'll see what Fnatic bans here second. Are they going to keep banning supports, or are they going to look to ban out something like the Sett?
Yeah, I actually think the Bard ban from Fnatic is really, really smart. It gives like powerful 2v2 laning for Hansama and Vander, and also that ultimate when you think poke champion in the mid lane for Nemesis, that ulti can be really strong at catching out players on top of the GP ult for that long range engage.
I also like it from the side of Fnatic. They're saying, we're not afraid of what you're going to pull out in the jungle. We'll have something for it, but we are kind of afraid of what Vander could do after that Blitz performance, so we're going to try and limit him in what he can go for.
Yeah, completely agree. So there's the Cho'Gath ban. So I'm interested to see what Bwipo's got here. Is he going to pick the Urgot again? It's not too bad of a matchup. I remember he really likes that matchup. Is he going to go for something like the Renekton? It's not the greatest, but is he going to pick a carry is the question, or is he just going to default to something like the Sion?
I'm thinking,
special.
Yeah, I feel like Bwipo would probably go towards a tank here if Selfmade's trying to play carry. But it's really telling who gets picked for here on 4, what this style is going to be. Because if it's Bwipo, it's probably a tank. If it's Selfmade, then Bwipo is going to look for the carry option.
Yeah, I like the choice. It's good engage. Give some beef to the Kog'Maw Senna because they're quite long-range carries. Having something with engage to follow up with Nautilus is really good. But yeah, like we said, banning out support's not going to do too much. There's quite a lot open for the side of Rogue, the Braum, the Alistar. Taric, even such like that, all 3 of them are offered right there.
I feel like Taric really is not the best here, because right now Fnatic have a lot of tools like poke from really far away and like not actually full commit to a fight.
Okay, they go for the Sett jungle, so they're still thinking about support, it seems. They're hovering supports, looks like they're still thinking about it. But Pantheon will be quite aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, with Pantheon, it gives you a lot of globals. You can try to force fights post level 6 in the mid game, which I kind of like, trying to force fights before Nemesis reaches his item breakpoints on the Kog'Maw, because I feel like Kog'Maw does go through some dips in the game, but with the Braum lock in, I'm really concerned for Rogue's engage options here against the Kog'Maw and the Sentinel. Like, they can literally just play super late fights, never commit into it until Rogue are all half HP.
Yeah, Rogue has like a front-to-back comp here. They don't have much engage. They're hoping the Sion goes in first. Azir and Ezreal should be able to free hit, maybe use the settle to disengage, but they can go for a carry jungle here. Evelynn would be fine, but they have got the AP Kog'Maw mid, but something like a Kha'Zix fits into this comp really well. Even things like the Nocturne, stuff like this, a farming jungler fits in really well unless he wants to match with something like a Sejuani or something, but they're going to go back to the Evelynn.
Back to the Evelynn, and I gotta say, it just spells to me the same thing that we've seen now for 2 games in a row. It's Fnatic in their comfort zone with a couple of adaptations, but Rogue still going for the same thing. What are they gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Rogue don't have a lot of great options. This game, the early game is actually really weird because I don't feel like either team has a ton of playmaking, and Inspired would ideally like to play around some of these lanes, but is probably just going to default to focusing on early objectives for his team. I feel like this is a draft that Fnatic really won, and I'm not convinced that Rogue are going to have what it takes to keep us in this series.
I still think Rogue's draft is pretty good. They have incredibly good scaling on both their carries, really good scaling on GP. If Sett can get some early dragons, it's super useful, and I think Kog'Maw and Senna might struggle in teamfights with the GP ult on top of them. They might not be able to do too much damage, and I think Sion can get burst down quite quickly with the carries on 2 to 3 items.
Yeah, I think our worry comes from the fact that, well, Rogue hasn't been able to do that much in the early game, especially not in game 1. Slightly better in game 2. We'll see what happens. Rogue with their backs against the wall in this game 3.
And on to Summoner's Rift we go for what could be the final game of this week of LEC Summer Playoffs.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I kind of got to say it, I'm not a fan of Rogue's draft. I feel like that they've kind of stuck with what they know, and I get it, but like, I feel like that Fnatic's comp just has an answer to everything. I feel like it scales better. I think it matches them in the lane. Like, Reckless and Hylissang should have prio in this 2 versus 2. Nemesis should be able to match and outscale with the poke. They have backline access and threat with Selfmade, and Fnatic also have a stronger frontline. And also, even with the Gangplank ultimate, when you would typically say you want to play through bot, Ezreal Braum is not an easy bot lane play that you can look to play through, and the Azir doesn't give you a lot of roaming options either. So I feel like that it's more on Fnatic to make a bunch of mistakes in order for Rogue to actually try and find advantages in this game.
Also, when you consider this Kog'Maw, Kadril was talking about how the Gangplank ultimate could be pretty influential against low mobility carries like this Kog'Maw, as we do see a delayed invade. But Kog can actually really safely hit anyone he wants to once he has access to level 16. Even if a Gangplank ultimate goes down, it's almost impossible to zone that champion out of a fight come late game.
Right now, Selfmade has given up the fight over this blue buff. Hylissang just made it reset, and actually Selfmade could come around the corner here after he takes the first wolf. Here comes Hylissang as well. Inspired does have the smite. Vander here to defend. Ignite goes down onto Inspired. Selfmade gets it, and Inspired has to flash away. Now Vander caught out. He has to use the heal. And this has gone from bad to worse for Rogue.
That's absolute disaster. Selfmade just like, thanks for the leash. Huge credit to Hilly as well. Again, it's so important for Evelynn to get through those 2 first clears to get to the level 6. And now Ezreal also taking extra added damage.
Reckless is level 2. Last Embrace is going to catch out Vander. Now Vander does still have the flash. Reckless still has his only heal in case anything goes any further. Like, this is a diabolically bad start for Rogue.
Oh, and now Selfmade is making his way bot as well. Remember,
but wait, there's
lots
more.
Of flashes, but only level 1.
And Summer only level 1.
The minion.
Allure goes down. Last Embrace going to land as well. And Reckless continues to force Rogue out of lane. Hans Summer and Vander have burnt their flashes. Hans Summer's going to use the TP to get back into lane. But right now, Fnatic are just smacking Rogue around.
So,
teleport.
Oh, Inspired's here as well, but Inspired doesn't have flash. Oh, Hylissang flashes hooks the wall. The last Embrace doesn't land. Inspired will have the Haymaker here, but Selfmade's going to put some damage down. The Haymaker could do a lot of work here. And Rogue, Vander trying to get away. Hylissang on the front line, Inspired falls. Hylissang goes down as well, but now Selfmade with the doubles. It's healed up by the piercing Shadowhunt. Summer will get the kill. Reckless will answer. A double to the center. Fnatic find 3 kills in the bottom lane.
And everything is going right for Fnatic. Everything is going wrong for Rogue. And it all starts with the invade. Selfmade with the 5-head clears his wolves because he sees that blue buff gets reset. That gives him level 2. That gives him more damage on his smite. That allows him to steal it away. That also forces the flash out from Inspired, who, after only clearing his red buff, comes towards the bot side of the map to try and punish Reckless and Hylissang, but he doesn't realize Selfmade is still here. Yes, the flash hook does not quite pan out for Hylissang, but Inspired, nice little sidestep so that he doesn't get taunted, but it doesn't matter. While initially this play looks very promising for them, Vander's still only level 1. Fnatic have such a huge level advantage here that they're able to quickly kill 2 members, and while Handsummer does what he can to try and get a kill back, at the end of the day, Reckless gets himself a double and a double buff to boot.
It's just disaster, because then the reset comes through, Selfmade immediately walks into his topside camps. He's not feeling too hurt by this, whereas Inspired, he gave up so much to try to get into Avalanche jungle and disrupt him, but you already talked about, going to the wolf camp and Selfmade getting the edge off of that. It could not have gone worse for Rogue, and now they need to recover.
Look at the items already, right? So Kog'Maw freely got on the tier, right? So somewhat expected, as you would in the mid lane, but now he's going to come back, start stacking that up very early on into the game. Senna grabs the pickaxe plus the cull to the cull on Handsummer. There is a pickaxe difference already in mid. Oh, but they're going for the play.
Reckless does still have flash, going to use it to get away. Hylissang had roamed up towards the mid lane, something we traditionally see from him, and you mentioned in the last game, Vedius, and Reckless was left just a little bit on his lonesome self.
To be fair, Hylissang is normally level 4 when he does that, not level 2.
A roam's a roam, Vedi, okay?
Yeah.
The call of the mid lane as a support is always very strong.
To be fair, I quite like that from Reckless because, in my opinion, I think that if you have flash in a position like that, you should be willing to say to your support, I think the roam is worth it if I lose my flash. And I think that that's what the communication was there. So yes, Reckless loses his flash, but I don't think it's the end of the world. The wave is stacking underneath this tower. He's going to be able to clear that one out, and it's going to slowly push in their favor. And Evelyn is likely going to be pathing towards the bot side of the map. Anyway, Fnatic can even look for an early Infernal Drake if they want.
And you can see the response from Rogue right now is they're going to try to hard force this. So Vander's gone through this brushes with the sweeper. He knows that he can get Inspired into the alcove or into these brushes, and they're just now looking for the wave to slowly push back to them and Vander to connect with the Winter's Bite.
Observers, can we just do a vision toggle as Inspired tries to get into this bush? I just want to watch to see if he can sneak through. Vander's going to step forward. The Hex Flash coming out from Inspired as well. Going to use that Nimbus Cloak to try and get in, but the Curse of the Black Mist is going to keep him safe. And now in the top lane, Whippo is 6. Whippo is 6. They're trading back in the bottom lane. Inspired has been ignited, but Finn really has nowhere to go. Does have the flash. The chase is on. Whippo with the decimating smash will take his man down in the top lane.
And Finn has been so exposed this series. Not just weak side top lane or weak series top laner right now. Whippo is abusing this boy up here, and it is time and time again that he's finding these solo kills, and you just can't afford to have that happen against Whippo.
And while that's happening, Reckless and Hylissang survive the gang combat. They even force Inspired out, and Fnatic seems to be in full control already here in Game 3.
And reminder that, Inspired went down there. You said he was forced out. Meanwhile, Evelyn's just hard farming, just continuing to get farther and farther ahead.
It's basically a 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic 7 minutes into the game. Like, this is just destructive. You can see as well, level differentials. Nemesis only a little bit ahead of Larson, but Whippo is almost a half level ahead of Finn. Selfmade to Inspired is basically a whole level.
Look at Selfmade. He's just about to tick over to level 6. He's going to clear the blue buff. Well, actually, he might hand that one over to Nemesis. We'll see. Is he an Ender type of jungler?
No.
Or is he...
He's a Selfmade type of jungler right there.
Listen, what's more valuable? Evelyn ultimate or Kog'Maw ultimate?
Oh, I think he's going to give it over. Never mind, never mind.
Are we watching the same guy?
Yeah.
Like, did you watch the regular season?
I'm just like, he's playing Kog'Maw mid lane, a very mad
You were literally in Game 3 of FPX versus GT, like, I think they got a chance!
All right, let's have a look at this. So, of course, Whippo already level 6, applies the slow.
Did he just... Did he take his hands off the keyboard?
That looks like an AFK walk into lane sort of thing.
He was taking a drink of water. Someone checked for a spill.
Like when
Look, even the observers zooming in and out, they're like, I don't know what's going on right now.
Like, I think that, it speaks to the way Rogue have performed over this best of 5 series, right? Like, they've looked indecisive, they have made mistakes that we wouldn't have seen from them in the regular season, and they are getting slapped around by Fnatic, who, coming into this playoffs, were the clear underdogs in this matchup, but now are showing why they are so feared when it comes to playoff performances.
Selfmade is in mid lane.
And Larssen almost goes down. Selfmade can't quite get the damage down onto Larssen.
Okay.
Did still have the last caress, but Larssen, with the Emperor's Divide, was able to keep him at arm's bay.
He's going in again, though.
Here we go. And he's going out again. It's so difficult for Larssen.
It is, yeah.
I think the mentality, though, was still to just get Larsen's flash, which he didn't get.
Oh, ultimate! They're just like, Larssen, we hate you, and we're not going to let you play.
It's like when someone spawn camps you in any FPS, it's just like, hey, there are 5 enemies who only want to kill me. Can the rest of my team do something, please? Well, right now, Finn can't, and the bot lane can't.
Why that play was actually really important is because now it guarantees numbers advantage here on the Rift Herald. Fnatic have swapped their bot lane up towards top side. The flash in from Hilly.
Looks for the hook here. Inspired has to flash away, and Fnatic like, okay, that's all we really needed. Makes it a very easy Rift Herald for us to take. We already have the first dragon. We already have a 2,000 gold lead. We have a Manamune stacking up on Reckless. We have the tier stacking up on Nemesis, and Fnatic have a very easy way to develop this game and to take any chances away from Rogue.
Yeah, and reminder that both these compositions have scaling, so it's not like there was pressure on Fnatic to get control over the early game and find a snowball. Just a nice little gift-wrapped package from Rogue for them as they threaten the dive onto Finn and then just deny all of this CS away from this Gangplank. This poor guy is starved out. Sapphire Crystal and Cole on Gangplank. That's embarrassing.
It's going to come down. Everything basically misses. Reckless here underneath the tower. Booker's going to fall, and yeah, that's just bad from Fnatic. Let's be honest. They give up 2 kills.
They wanted it. That didn't pan out at all.
I love the way Whippo charges in and just looks to his... This is why you look left and right before crossing the street, because if Whippo had looked left, he would have noticed Bando was on his way.
The hook went one way, the Sion ultimate went another one.
Hang on. Selfmade is in lane.
All right, Reckless just going to play a little bit past
the Q hit.
Hansama hits the Q out of Selfmade.
Hansama, his spidey senses were tingling.
Oh, Whippo, round 2? No, he's teleporting bot lane.
Yeah, he's being bot.
All right, things have been a little bit crazy over the last few minutes. Let's just reassess where we are in terms of game state. Whippo is really strong. Reckless now 2-0-2 with the Manamune and the Cull on its way. You can see Selfmade topping the gold charts as well, and Hansama and Larssen just struggling alongside Finn to get into this game.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I think that, again, we need to praise Fnatic's individual prowess. One of the biggest problems they've had this split is different people show up on different days. It's gone from Nemesis to Bwipo to Hylissang to Selfmade. Reckless has been the only consistent performer, but now it feels like all of Fnatic is playing at their highest level right now, and individually they're looking to pop off. And Selfmade!
So the reason he was so confident doing that was he saw the oranges had just been used by the Gangplank, so he knew he could get that extra damage in. Now with the Rift Herald coming in as well, Fnatic will get the first tower of the game at about the 12-minute mark.
So the reason why they're doing this for the Sion, a Selfmade looks for to be as obnoxious as possible, is so that it opens Bwipo up to roam. His ultimate's going to be back up soon. He can look to reset. He can look to go mid. But now that Sion doesn't have to sit in lane and they can push this wave all the way out, they can look for plays. Larssen going to be forced to disengage, but keep an eye on Selfmade roaming in through the mid lane.
Selfmade's coming up. Hylissang hits the wall with the hook, has been very on point if he has been aiming to be a PvE support in the last couple of games.
But there's the roam that Vedis is talking about. Whippo is now also into the mid lane, and Larssen, as he's taking this blue buff, is actually zoned away from Selfmade, though he might not know it.
And Spide's so afraid to clear his own jungle because he's like, I don't know if I'm alone, and you're not.
No, there's always someone hiding. Selfmade unable to burst Inspired through the Haymaker, but forces him out of the jungle.
And meanwhile, while all of this is happening, Reckless and Nemesis getting free time on this mid lane tower, picking up more plates. Now, I guarantee that Finn is going to try to hold that wave on his side of the lane for as long as physically possible. But while he's doing that, it means that Fnatic will have the numbers advantage elsewhere on the map.
Selfmade with the allure there onto Hansama, looking for the charm. Two-shot barrage is going to come out. Tow it down to just a plate and a half remaining here in the mid lane. Bwipo pushing in the top, and as you say, Finn just trying to slowly get this CS. Didn't hold the wave quite perfectly there, and he's actually going to unfreeze it as he puts the barrels down and tries to get the push off. Mountain Drake has spawned, and Fnatic will go for it. Second Dragon of the game for them. First time this series we have seen them secure both of those early objectives.
Fnatic Fnatic are looking clean right now. They're looking to make this a quick 3-0, and of course, reminder that if Fnatic win hit, they will lock a spot at the World Championship. They will guarantee top 3 in the LEC as well, and they will go up against G2 Esports next week in an epic best of 5, whereas Rogue will move down into the lower bracket. They will be seeded one step further than Mad Lions because they have the higher seed, and Mad will be going up against Schalke, the team that is very quickly racing for that spot at Worlds. So Mad and Schalke, and again, that depends on the outcome here. Rogue still with a chance. The goal deficit is not dramatic, but again, I said this at the beginning of the game, I feel like Fnatic's comp outscales. I think that Fnatic's comp is going to be very difficult to deal with, and I think it's on Fnatic to make mistakes here for Rogue to be able to really claw this goal advantage back.
And you just, you really feel like we're seeing a resurgence of Fnatic. I'm not going to call it like a full, they're back to their former glory. I'm not going to say they're back to the Fnatic we saw at Athens last year. We saw take G2 to 10 games over 2 best-of-5 series, but we are seeing so much more out of them. We're seeing more decisiveness. We're seeing much stronger early games. Like, in the regular season, they averaged 29 gold ahead at 15 minutes. In this series, it's been at least 1,000 to 2,000 gold in every single game.
I think the concern that I have, though, is that we still don't necessarily know the strength of Fnatic. I think that they got to leverage their drafting advantage that they had over Finn, especially up into the top lane. The fact that I don't know, the blue side bans didn't seem to mean that much for Rogue, whereas against Odoamne, Orome, and Wonders, like the other top laners left, like you don't just get to abuse as hard as you want.
Nemesis has to flash away here in the top lane as Larssen slides in. Finn with the TP is going to join the fray. The Emperor's Divide comes out and Submade is having none of this.
Ooh.
Almost gets to go. Larssen just dodges out from the Dawning Shadow. Rogue get their 5th kill of the game.
The hope still alive there for Rogue, and Larssen doesn't pick up the kill, but oh no.
Is he going to do it?
Done.
Like, he's at a level disadvantage. He does have Runic Echoes and a needlessly large rod. He tries to get the damage down.
Forces the flash.
Flash from Finn.
Oh, you don't blame him, right?
I think Finn flashed a little preemptively there. I don't know if he was going to instantly get put at the execution threshold range, but yeah, what I would say, for us to comment on your earlier point, I think that if you're looking at this from the perspective of the Fnatic fan, they haven't showed everything that they're capable of yet, right? And so like there's still a lot of questions around Fnatic and what they are capable of. And I think that only makes things more exciting as they go through the rest of the playoffs, because what is the ceiling of Fnatic right now? Because we've seen their ceiling before and we know that it is very high, but it seems that versus Rogue, they haven't had to showcase everything just yet.
I think it is also fair to compliment Fnatic that execution errors seem to be cleaned up. We talked about this last time, where they were forcing fights. They didn't need to force. They weren't playing around their compositions, win conditions. That seems to be very clean right now. So even though there's still some questions on some champions, some matchups, things like that, I think Fnatic fans can at least rest easy in this series that even if you lose here, you will get another shot. And likewise, you're in a position to 3-0. And your team is no longer just running it down and inting when they don't need to.
Yeah, it definitely helps when they're not face planting into every available opponent. There is a ward behind Nemesis that he didn't catch with his sweeper, and Larssen has teleport if he wants to join a party up here, but instead he's just going to be farming in the bottom lane. It's what we've seen Rogue do in the last couple of games, try and get as much CS onto Larssen as possible. But while they do that, Fnatic have accrued, that's the word I was looking for, a 3,500 gold lead, their second Rift Herald of the game, and there's a minute before the Ocean Dragon comes up. Hillasan goes a little bit too deep here, has to flash away. Piercing Shadow will heal him up. The Facebreaker coming out from Inspired, but he might go down as the Haymaker is not enough to survive through the last caress of Evelyn.
Just trying to force way too hard there, especially without needed information. The thing is that Rogue's lanes have collapsed, and when their lanes collapse, they lost the early game so hard that it doesn't matter how powerful Larssen gets on this Azir. The game's over before he gets to do anything.
So I feel a little sorry for Bwipo here, because he was coming in for a mighty flank. The rest of his team was just like, hey, Bwipo, vision control in the blue side jungle is very vital for us right now.
Yeah, man. You just can't get the top laners this day and age, honestly. Honestly. What are we watching right now, Bwipo? Yeah, of course, he was looking for that flank there. He got punished quite hard by Rogue. They will be able to get a little bit of gold in their back pocket, but still, 4K is the goal difference. 4 towers to 0 in favor of Fnatic. They have 2 Drakes. Even though Drake is spawning in 20 seconds, even if Bwipo can't make it in time, he has teleport as well. Fnatic just clean, controlled play right now, and it feels like that they are punishing everything that Rogue tried to do. So very clean stuff coming out from Fnatic.
Death cap completed for Selfmade though. Now also
18
level 11.
minutes.
He's level 11 on Evelyn with a death cap.
18 minutes.
Look, I'm just going to say, this Selfmade guy's pretty good. Probably should have been
Not
in the
all
All-Pro.
Remember, it is based on regular season.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. True Shot Barrage comes out here. The Smite connects as Selfmade secures the Dragon. Larson was able to take it in the top lane. And it is good to see Fnatic back on form, you know, playing well once again. It's good to see G2 up there as well. But I will say I'm a little disappointed so far across the course of playoffs in Mad Lions, in Rogue. I was hoping this would be the split where we really saw them start to challenge. The TP comes in the mid lane, and Rogue are looking to do exactly that. Hillsang once again has stepped a little bit too TP's down. Whipple comes in with the TP as well, and he's immediately shuffled back. They're left alone by the rest of his team. And Whipple and Hillsang have tossed a coin, and it came up tails.
I was going to say, that's the Fnatic I remember.
I was going to say, I mean, like, it wouldn't be Fnatic if we didn't have a bit of Hilly and Whippo, you know, running it down. I will say that I think the Rogue are punishing them well, and you know, we've been talking about this game. The only way I see Rogue really being able to reclaim control is if Fnatic makes mistakes, and right now, Whippo and Hillsang keep getting caught out.
Now, the Dragon Soul is going to be available for Fnatic in 4 minutes, so there's still quite a timer on Rogue that they're kind of running out of chances here since both compositions do scale very well. And oh, that was his life flashing before his eyes right there. But a bit of a breather. I think one of the biggest issues is that Larson is sitting with 4 assists, and Finn has been the big beneficiary of all of these kills. And yes, that does help this game plan kind of climb out of the hole that he was put himself into. But to be very frank, in terms of impact and in terms of player that when your back is to the wall and who I want all my gold on, I don't want it on Finn. I definitely want it on Larson. So, Finn, balls in your court, buddy.
And Larson has even gone for the Banshee's Veil second item here to try and, you know, stop
Survive.
Selfmade from bursting him, stop the damage coming out from Nemesis, but it's so easy to proc the Banshee's Veil because you have living artillery. Like, you have this ability just to hit him with one long range.
Bye, Hand Summer. Bye, Hand Summer.
I blinked. I blinked and I missed it.
Hex Drink is like... I'm sorry, what? You know that meme? You know the guy that he's kind of looking and he does the blink thing? That was Hexstringer right there. It was just...
Summer's the dog in the middle of the flaming room. This is fine.
Oh my word, wow.
It's like, I used E, Hexdrinker, and Flash, and I still died.
Yeah. Should have taken Cleanse.
Every AD carry in solo queue right now is like, all right, I've got a new ban on my list. It's like...
Oh, Fnatic. Beautiful stuff once again from Selfmade, showing us just how impactful he can be on this Evelyn. And we did after game 1 say, hey, Rogue, just ban the Lucian, just get rid of it.
I mean, yeah, turns out I was wrong. You also need to ban the Evelyn.
Like, you gotta ban Lucian, you gotta ban Evelyn, because Fnatic are turning up the tempo. 5 turrets to 2, 3,000 gold lead, and now have 2 minutes left on the Ocean Dragon.
At the beginning of the day, we talked about how this was going to be a series of faith for both teams. Faith in Rogue that they could finally be one of these great teams that Europe could be proud of. Not just our first place consistent team, but someone that you were excited to send to Worlds. Whereas on the other side, the Fnatic faithful being rewarded. Can this team actually have the playoff buff? The answer is absolutely. Oh my God.
Yep. You know, I was a bit of a doubter. I expected Rogue to come in strong, and right now Fnatic are turning up. TP flank comes in from Nemesis.
It's the dog versus the bird, and currently the bird is winning as the Emperor's Divide will stop Whippo in his tracks as well. And Larson did have to burn Flash, and Emperor's Divide to get out of that, but is able to survive.
That was as anticlimactic as Mad versus G2.
Or was this series?
Wow, you guys are brutal today. All right, fair enough. I'm just going to move us along. Fnatic still sitting with a convincing lead right now, sitting with about a 2k gold advantage. The Ocean Drake spawning in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. And with so much excellent vision control, this gives me a great opportunity to use my tool. You can see great wards all over here. That's likely that this Rift Scuttler is also going to be taken down. And Fnatic right now denying all vision, which means that Rogue, if they want to get themselves a Drake, are going to have to face check an Evelyn. And I don't know if you guys have been watching. I don't want to face check an Evelyn.
They also don't really have great champions for face checking. You basically have to send Inspired in there, and you're behind him, you're like, okay, buddy, it's all you.
It's like, listen, we get it. You're our smite, you're important, but we're here for moral support. I mean, you could use Ezreal Qs to check, and to be fair, Rogue have been able to claw back some of that vision, but it's those flanking TP wards you got to be careful of. Of course, Bwipo and Nemesis no TPs, so not that threatening, to be fair. But right now, both teams contesting for that midway.
Yeah, Selfmade's actually on the top side of this. Fnatic might just go straight to the Baron. They have a Cog, they have a Senna, they have a lot of damage.
Absolutely what they're doing, but the same problem still exists. Rogue needs to blind face check.
True Barrage going to come out. We'll catch Reckless and Nemesis, but that Baron is already down, and you can see Rogue don't even know how low it is, nor do I. 8,000 HP left on it. As Fnatic now might just disengage. They can look for the unstoppable onslaught. Bwipo can charge his way into the fight, but Rogue have just been able to disengage it. What did Fnatic get out of that? Well, they got the True Shot Barrage, not too much more. Bwipo now stepping forward. The Pain Train finds its home, hits on Inspired. The Showstopper coming up to the back of the line as Reckless is caught out by himself, but on the front line is Hylissang. Reckless should be able to take down Inspired. One more auto attack will be enough, and now Bwipo trying to get across the wall. Hunt Summer, Finn and Larson on the
Watch
chase.
Selfmade, watch Selfmade.
Damage available still for Rogue as Larson shuffles forward, but we're going to get pushed back. And that's another kill, but here comes Selfmade. Looking for Larson. Just needs that last caress. Nemesis will take the kill in the end, and Nemesis continues to rain down hell upon Rogue. Hunt Summer and Finn have got to do something very special because the Ocean Soul is on the menu for Fnatic. Selfmade still able to get in there, still able to use that passive. You can see it's so hard for Hunt Summer and Finn to do anything, but the TP is going to come in from Rogue. It's Braum going to join the fray, but this is an Ocean Soul. And Rogue, you got to do something about it. Hunt Summer has TP as well. Good back. The True Shot Barrage coming out. Vander, do you have the smite? He's trying to shift over to it. He's just used the heal. The smite will be available. Selfmade won't go down, but it's stolen as Hunt Summer secures the Ocean Dragon. Vander takes the kill on Selfmade.
An absolutely hero play there from Rogue. Now they are starting to get cleaned up on the back half.
Yeah, Reckless turning it back with the last embrace, but now he's
teleport
too far forward. Is Inspired, comes in with the smite, and Reckless goes down. Hylissang's joined the fray now, and Bwipo has the flank position, but Nemesis isn't there, isn't available to help out his teammate. Bwipo's going to try and get away. The Winter's Bite doesn't quite connect as Larson now stepping forward. Does have the Emperor's Divide if he wants to go any further, and it looks like Rogue will just back away in the end. They got the Ocean Dragon. That's all they really wanted.
And that was it, though. That was going to be the climax there for Fnatic. If they had won that fight, immediately the series was going to end. Rogue barely survived with their lives and with the lives of this series. They managed to outmaneuver it. They survived the mid-game or the mid-lane fight, and then also steal away the Dragon Soul to buy Larson some more time to find another strong fight. Absolutely hero play from Hunt Summer to get that steal.
I think what was crazy about that fight was the positioning of Rogue. This wall that you're seeing Hylissang walk past right now made it very difficult for Selfmade to get a clean flank onto the back line, and that meant that Larson and Hunt Summer could actually just focus on a front-to-back team fight. Once they killed Bwipo, things got a little bit easier for them, but then Fnatic chased them down, of course. So a very close back and forth, 12 kills to 11. Finn still very strong on this gangplank, working towards the Leandries, and a lot of summoner spells have now been burnt, so Rogue still in this fight.
And also there's the fact that Selfmade no longer just has the massive level advantage that he's had for majority of this game. Since we've all been grouped up and it's more about these 5v5s, he no longer has the same just raw damage outburst. I'm very nervous.
Yeah. I think we all are as Reckless steps forward, takes a little bit of a chunk from the Mystic shot. Vander on the front line, Showstopper coming back. Reckless down to half HP. The Dawning Shadow's going to shield him up, but Vander and Healy had the flank here. Inspired forced away. Larson stepping forward though, and Selfmade isn't going to be able to get into this fight quite yet. Nemesis and Bwipo trying to defend, but Bwipo goes down once again, left alone by his team. He's going to try and get some zombie form damage down, but Fnatic only have 3 members left alive. And as Bwipo falls, Rogue are clawing their way back into this game. Fnatic trying to do a traditional Fnatic thing as they hide in the bush, and Hunt Summer taken out by Selfmade, chased down with the Whiplash, and now Larson's the next on the menu as the Living Artillery's going to come down. Finn with the barrels trying to put Nemesis in his place, but for the moment, Rogue will back away, and I don't think Fnatic are going to turn their eyes to the Baron quite yet.
All right, we've gotten quite a lot of ARAMs so far in this game, and I think that a lot of these teams they've kind of moved past setting up around these objectives and they're just looking for these fights in mid lane, but Rogue are doing a great job of just playing things front to back. They're trying to use the strong range that they do have with Azir and Ezreal to just chip away at the front line and then hopefully be able to collapse on the rest of Fnatic. But the problem is, every time Rogue try to then chase down the Kog'Maw or the Senna, Evelynn is lying in wait. The second you overstep, there's the risk of you getting executed, and Kog'Maw does such a great job of just keeping you at arm's length.
Rogue are a team that have so strong fundamentals that they'll always go back to mid lane priority. And again, everyone knows that. It's like the bread and butter of League of Legends. And so constantly, Fnatic are just challenging them on trying to force mid-priority, getting these engagements and seeing who that they can pick off, what flashes they can get to make it easier the next time they look for these fights. I think that teams need to get more creative about playing these side lanes, which you are starting to see to some extent, or they're just trying to neutralize the side waves, pick up some of the free farm. But this is what I want to see. Use the power of the Evelynn, the pressure that she provides over the map, and find a pick instead of just going for that mid-priority contest to see who can move into one of the objectives, the Drake or the Baron first.
Well, we know what the next objective will be. It's a minute before the Ocean Soul, so let's take stock of where we are. 2,000 gold between the two teams. Flashes up. Only Larson and Finn Vanderlack theirs. Fnatic only have a flash on Reckless. Hylissang's is up soon, though, and so is Whippo, so they can use that in the next Dragon fight. Item-wise, we're sitting at 3-item AD carry for the Ezreal, 4-item AD carry for Reckless as he finishes his Mortal Reminder, 3 items on Nemesis, only 2.5, and now 3 as the Rabadons is complete on Larson.
Yeah, that was the big thing. The fact that Larson now has that death cap available to him, as well as the Maw completed for Ezreal. Maybe Hansama doesn't get deleted from a fight this time around.
I will quickly note, a lot of people ask us about Liandry's on Gangplank. The tick damage is so powerful with your ultimate. You have a lot of shots coming out quickly, so you can stack up the madness. It's pretty common these days and can do a lot of work in team fights.
Notice that
Kog'Maw 16.
Both teams right now posturing around mid. Ooh, that's a lot of damage onto Whippo. Hylissang goes in.
Larson has to get away from the depth charge. True Shot Barrage coming out. Selfmade still hanging on the edges.
And you were just talking about the Liandry's on Gangplank. The fact that Finn, level 16 now, still holding on to his ultimate, saving it for this dragon fight, as the level 16 Kog'Maw is still chunking them. Finn needs to be picture perfect with this Gangplank ultimate to maximize the damage and to dissuade Kog'Maw and Senna in the back lines, because their range at this point is absurd.
Finn's looking for flank position. Finn's trying to get all the way behind them here as Vander takes down to about half HP. The Liandry's is taking the cannon barrage, going to hit onto Reckless, hit onto Nemesis, and here comes the showstopper as well. Selfmade has to use the ult to try and survive in the pit, and is stolen away once again. Inspired gets it. He pays for it with Finn's alive, but Fnatic lose one, lose the dragon for the second time in a row, and Rogue are able to get out.
Ends up being a 1-for-1, and Rogue is still relevant in this game. They are making Fnatic work for that 3-0, and they want to showcase that they can still go to-toe with Fnatic. We've seen a couple of mistakes from Fnatic that Rogue have been able to punish, and I think that was a great flank from Finn. He was able to split up the Fnatic squad with his ultimate, and they were able to secure that Drake.
It was the fact that Rogue have finally gotten to the late game stage. They finally gotten to the point where everyone has their core itemization where it's turned on, and you can see one of the big strengths of Rogue is still their team fighting. So Fnatic in these first 2 games really beat Rogue and snowballed and beat them around the map in the early game. And yes, Rogue do normally also have a strong early game, but you needed to get here, and we finally did.
I think one of the biggest things was that Kog'Maw didn't have blue buff. And because of how often you spam your abilities, blue buff is really important, especially in these extended fights. So Fnatic couldn't properly utilize the poke of the Kog to its maximum extent because Nemesis had to be really cautious about how he was using his mana. I think in the upcoming fight, that's also something to note, considering he will likely have the death cap as well. Because the scary thing about Kog'Maw is, like, Azir kind of gets to a point where he's definitely very strong, and on many AP champions they get, you know, stronger the more AP that they build, but Kog'Maw, I feel like that every new item he ascends to an entirely new level of power because of how well or how much damage his ultimate can do and how well he scales with levels. So I feel like the next Drake fight, the next Baron fight, the next fight, Nemesis is the player to watch because he could do a lot of damage if it weren't for Vander's shield there. Just look at this.
It's the tick damage from the Liandry's as well. It just slowly works you down. Hylissang on the wrong side of the wall right now, but should be able to get back to the rest of his teammates as Rogue just try and clear out some of the vision. Fnatic setting up around the Baron. If they win this fight, you have to feel they win this game, they win this series, and they win a position in Worlds. Rogue trying to stop them in their tracks, trying to start the reverse sweep happening, but for now, Fnatic have already started up the Baron, 8,000 HP on it. Selfmade was caught out, he was spotted. Hansama jumping forward. Could flash the wall, decides against it, hits another Mystic shot though, and Selfmade is down to 200 HP. If Whippo realizes, probably don't want to stick on that Baron too much longer, you don't have a smite. Selfmade Oh, he snuck all the way around. On Summer, he's behind him. Depth charge coming out, but there's the arcane shifts across the wall. Selfmade still trying to get in. Dawning Shadow, there's the charm. Selfmade dives into the back line. And quickly, 3 players from Rogue are deleted. Last caress from Selfmade alongside the damage from Reckless will make it 4. And Rogue, they tried as they might, but you cannot stop Fnatic.
And Hansama tried to be the hero right there. He went over the wall. He was trying to find Selfmade. Thought, do I flash? Do I not flash? He waited for the E, and then the nerf really bit him in the ass there. He had to flash back against the wall. Selfmade saw his moment and ripped him apart in the same way that Fnatic have ripped Rogue apart.
Finn's TP was cancelled by Hillisang, and you have to think he's not going to have enough time to get back here. In fact, even stopping his base. Fnatic, you can never count them out. They outlast Rogue, and they book a rematch with G2 next week.
Convincing series from Fnatic, a commanding 3-0 Game 3. Definitely a little bit shaky. Rogue showcased a lot more in their ability to fight and punish some of the mistakes from Fnatic, but at the end of the day, Fnatic, they were able to outplay, they were able to outscale, and they were able to outdo Rogue, and they will lock their spot at the World Championship.
Death, taxes, Fnatic at Worlds, Fnatic and G2 in a best of 5.
And that's the famous saying, it's the LEC, everyone beats everyone, and in the end, Fnatic at least get to final. Not much anymore.
They haven't gone there yet.
That's true, that's true. They are top 3, definitely. It does mean that Mad will play up against Schalke in our first game of next week, I believe, to see if they can make it to Worlds. But one of those 2 teams, either Mad or Schalke, will not be going to Worlds this year.
Mad sweating right now.
Yep. Probably panting a lot. That's how cats sweat, right? Through that.
And I do think that Rogue, while disappointing in this series, like, you're also going up against a Fnatic that showcased a lot, and I think that Rogue have to go back to the drawing board. There are clearly draft questions that have to be answered because it feels like that they are predictable, you can plan around it, their playstyle is linear, and unless they find ways of changing this, teams in a best-of-5 series will continue to adapt and will continue to shut them down.
I just feel like, while I agree, they're also predictable in draft because they have limitations in their effective champion pools. And that is something that you can't solve. You know what I mean? Like, if they could play anything, then the draft becomes much easier to solve. But if you can't solve the draft because your players cannot play things to certain levels that you need them to play, Rogue can't fix that in time.
Or maybe not in time, but hopefully they can at least bring something new to the table. However, for this series, your key player of the game votes are at LEC on Twitter. Selfmade, Nemesis, and Reckless. I'm pretty sure I know who you're all going to vote for. And we're actually going to hear from him soon. Before Reckless joins us in PGL, we'll hear from Selfmade. Stay tuned.
and welcome back to day 3 of the LEC Summer Playoff as Fnatic defeat Rogue here and will face G2 Esports next week. And I have Selfmade with me to talk about this series. Thank you for joining me and congrats on winning this one.
Thank you.
I gotta say, coming in today, I had no idea what to expect from this series. I thought it was going to be a storm from both sides or an even series, but I mean, you obviously did your homework. So talk me through the preparation and work to be ready and on point today.
I mean, basically our preparation was that we decide I'm gonna play carry junglers, and that's pretty much it. That was the whole prep.
All right. Other than that, I mean, what did you think about Rogue here today against you? Anything they could have done better, according to you?
I mean, of course they could have done many things better. You know, I think both teams played really boosted. I think the level of the series was bad from both sides, but I think we just had much better prep and we had much easier drafts to execute, I would say. We weren't under like big pressure to do things early game, and that's why we won. But that's usually how it is on stage games. People are playing less aggressive, right? Like you could see in first game and second game. But then in third game, it felt like, you know, they were 0-2 down. They had nothing to lose, so they decided to choose us level 1, which failed pretty hard. And then the game just turned into typical European scrim.
I want to follow up on what you just said right now about both teams playing bad. What did you do wrong here with Fnatic? And I mean, is there anything you can learn from this series to make it better next time?
Well, personally, I don't think I did that many mistakes individually, but as a team, we had many int moments, and for sure, you can always learn something from every game, right? But like right now, I don't really think about any specific things that we can take from these games.
Okay.
So no, right now, we just won series 3-0. Now we're gonna relax, and most likely on Monday we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, you can, and you were mentioning your own performance. I get that as an Evelyn main, because that's what I heard. You must be pretty happy to have been able to play the champions twice in this series, and your whole performance got you the player of the series here from the community. So anything you want to tell me about this, or maybe thank the fan?
I mean, for sure I'm gonna thank the fans, right, for voting for me, but I would give it to Reckless. And actually, no, I would give it to Nemesis. I think he played all 3 games so much better than he played whole split, let's say, right? He really stepped up, and he was a completely different player than we've seen the whole split. So I would give it to Nemesis. And yeah, talking about like playing carry junglers, I'm just piloting the champions, you know? It's up to the whole team to actually set me up for a success. So...
Well.
But yeah, I'll take those, you know.
You can take these, of course, but nice praise for all your teammates here. Anything special after this series, maybe, that you won? What does it mean?
Wait, what do you mean, anything special?
Worlds?
Ah, that's cool.
That's it?
I mean, yeah, we just made it to Worlds, you know, but making it to Worlds and then actually making it further to Worlds is a different story, right?
All right.
So this is like the third step, but, you know, at the same time, next week we play G2, so might be another 0-3, you never know.
I will take the humbleness for now. Thank you very much, Selfmade, and we'll see you next week against G2. Hopefully you will do your best here, and we will take a short break, and we'll come back in a few minutes for PGL with these 2 beautiful people and Reckless.
Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Manger le truc, je sens les pipeaux. Oh yeah.
Tu ne vas pas me manquer, toi qui croyais me connaître. T'es rempli de charabia, tu ne sauras plus rien du moi. Je ne peux pas supporter, t'as osé me comparer. T'inquiète pas, je vais tout niquer, c'est la putain de la... Qui va se négliger, je vais pas me négliger. Si c'est fini, c'est la vie, vie. Bientôt j'aurai tout zappé, chérie, oui. Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Manger le truc, je sens les pipeaux. Oh yeah. Ils m'ont rendu bête. J'suis tombé là première, merde, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête, bête, bête. J'suis tombé la première, merde, merde. Si t'as les critères, ça me va. J'suis pas dans les délires de vice. Si tu penses assurer, c'est bon. Tu peux déposer ton CV par mail. Mais qui va se négliger? J'vais pas me négliger. Si c'est fini, c'est la vie, vie. Bientôt j'aurai tout zappé, chérie, oui, oui. Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait? J'suis pas très mytho. Moi j'ai le truc, je sens les pipeaux, les pipeaux. Oh yeah. Ils m'ont rendu bête, bête, bête. J'suis tombé la première, merde, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête, bête, bête. J'suis tombé la première, merde, merde. Chacal t'a bien Kuma, mais j'avoue que c'est mort. Toi tu fous la merde, tu veux que j'avoue mes torts, lol. Mais à qui tu vas la faire? Moi j'ai le mental, ouais, à qui tu vas la faire? Retour à la réalité. Moi je retourne à la réalité. Ouais j'ai le mental. À qui tu vas la faire? À qui tu vas la faire? Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait? Je suis pas très mytho. Moi j'ai le truc, je sens les pipeaux, les pipeaux. Oh yeah. Ils m'ont rendu bête, bête, bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête, bête, bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête, bête, bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde, merde. Je suis un nouveau jour, merde, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête, 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 bête.
Welcome everybody to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Shox and I'm joined by K-Dro and Fnatic's Reckless. Hello, Martin.
Hello.
Hi. Congratulations on the fantastic victory today and also making Worlds. Yeah, you must be incredibly relieved that Fnatic had such a good showing today.
Thank you. And yes, I am very much relieved of our games today. I feel like my team did so well. I don't know how to put it in any different way. I just think everyone played really well. So it's super exciting to see that we can still do it, you know, at the end of everything, even if we've had a tough split and so on and so on.
And Selfmade said in his interview it was all down to just putting him on carry junglers. What do you have to say to that? Was that the main thing you went into the game there with?
So actually, this is something we took away from our game against you guys in week 8. On the Saturday, we played you guys, and going into that game, we thought our best chances of winning would be to play a carry jungle. And that also were to be our first game where we kind of felt like we were a good team. So ever since then, we've been running this narrative for ourselves that carry jungle is our best chances of winning. And I think you could clearly see today that Selfmade is a very good jungler when he's on a carry. So I think we're hitting the spot right on.
So Excel helps you in the series. I'm happy.
Yeah, Excel helped Fnatic rivals, but also helping each other. Well, Reckless, if you will allow me to ask, because we talked a couple of weeks ago, and then you were saying, well, we're having trouble figuring out what exactly we should play. But it isn't really the most complicated of solutions, right? Because Selfmade has always been a carry jungler. So it seems odd to me that it took so long. So were there other things that also just fell into place this week?
I think it sounds like an easy fix, but when the meta, like now we're a bit more favored, I guess, because now the meta is a bit more for carry jungle, but when the entirety of the split is just tank jungler, and if tank jungler is banned, another tank jungler, it's hard to go against that, especially when you're not winning your games. It's hard to break apart from the pack that's winning all their games playing this way, so I think it's actually not such an easy fix, and it was kind of actually like a last resort for us, because when we played Excel in that Saturday game, we really needed that win, and we thought if everything's on the line, like it was in that game and like it was today, this was our best chances of winning. So I don't think it was an easy fix, actually. I think it took some like some talks between all of us to get here. And if anything, I'm just happy that we all like stood strong during this process and didn't give up, because I feel like, yeah, it was a really tough split, like I said earlier. So in many cases we might have given up, but I'm just happy to see that we didn't.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning to underplay the change, not at all. But also, as you bring up the fact that, you know, the Hecarim buffs and Lilia being introduced into the meta, that obviously opens up a bit of opportunities in that regard as well. I also want to ask about the training room, because we saw that you guys were in a different environment. And then Sam Matthews said on Twitter that you've been practicing there and it was kind of better to simulate the live environment. Can you tell us something about that room?
So I hope he doesn't hate me, but we haven't been practicing here.
Oh.
We came here today at 12. It's our first time.
I heard that from someone, I don't know.
So in a way, it's that way. Like, we wanted to come here to break our cycle of working at the same place, playing stage at the same place, because at some point it's hard to get like that go in yourself when you need to perform at your best, and you need to have that, like, I don't know how to put it, but like extra focus in yourself when you play these games. So we thought that, like, even if it's just on the day, if we can change the location, then it might feel more like an event or like we're in the studio. So
yeah,
it was just for today.
I can see what you say. I'm pro player, so when it comes to changing environments and different sort of scenarios, it makes you try hard more and like gives you more of a wake up call. Is that something you felt?
Yeah, for sure. I think just the fact that we come in and we have to like unpack our gear and set up our computers, just that fact is already putting you in a place where you feel like today is different. Today is like a day you need to do something different on. So I'm personally very fond of the idea of doing something like this, but it's not something we've done the entire week. We actually came here first today.
Yeah, but it kind of sounds like a no-brainer, because even if just going somewhere on the day that you're playing and that change of that environment, also something that had us a bit puzzled is why you are sitting in the support position and Hilly was sitting in the marksman position.
So this is a much simpler answer. He likes his computer on the right side. I don't mind. So he needed to take the right spot in our table, because the tables are for two. So the computer is on the left and on the right, and we want to sit next to each other, so we just had to change for the computer. Yeah. But we were memeing during the day about it being me, like the support for the team and Hilly the carry for the team. And I think in some ways there's some truth behind this.
Yeah, a lot of
like, I feel like I'm a very supportive AD carry, and he is in many ways actually one of our main carries. So
I mean,
it makes sense that way too.
I mean, it makes sense as well. And the conspiracy theories, which I feel like, what's going to happen here? We are going to talk to Vander for a second. You stick around, and we're going to ask you to react to that as well. But we'd love to get some insight from Vander and Rogue. Still going to Worlds, but a bit of a setback here. Let's see what he had to say.
Thank you, Shax, and thank you, actually, Vander, for joining me here. Things didn't go your way today, but I mean, the journey doesn't stop here for Rogue. So is there anything you learned from the series today that will help you next time?
Well, it's still a bit early to say what we have to learn and what we have to take away from it. I just have some first thoughts, right? We didn't really think much about the games. I just think in general we expected Fnatic to run those like carry jungle style, and we didn't really manage to stop it. Yeah, we kind of had an idea how to do it, but it didn't really work out in the end. And I think the biggest problem is that we didn't really play like we used to. I saw some comments that we did everything exactly like we usually do. Maybe some champions were like always like the Azir mid, right? But I think in general we just really stopped today, and we made fat every game when he plays those carry jungles, and then it's really hard to.
All right, I think you're lagging a bit there. We're going to try and fix this issue. I'm going to send it back to Shox for now for us to solve the issue. I'll be right back with you, Vander. Take it away, Shox.
All right, here we go. Nothing going well for Rogue today. Also, the internet cutting out for that interview, sadly. Yeah, Reckless, what's your vision on the whole Rogue situation? Number one, going into playoffs, and they already had doubters, right? The people who said, even in the teams, we're not afraid of Rogue. It must be a mental blow for them. Do you think they will recover in time for the rest of playoffs?
I think if they can be humble and realize that the meta is not in their favor anymore, and they need to do some changes in their team, then they're going to be more than fine because they are actually a good team and they have good players. But I think it's a bit like I've been there myself before. Like you go into playoffs and you're first seed, you've won a lot of games, you've beaten the best team. So in a way, you don't feel like you have to change anything. You feel like you can just do what you did the entire split and you're going to win because, well, you finished first and the other team finished fourth and they were struggling the entire time. So it's hard to be humble enough, I think, to realize that like maybe the meta is not right or maybe we have to change some stuff because for us, we come in with like a complete fresh start. They don't really have an idea of what we're going to do. I guess in this case, Vander said they sort of knew we were going to do carry jungle, but even then, it's like we know exactly what they're going to do and they don't know precisely what we're going to do.
I actually had a question in terms of meta there. You said it seems that the Asian regions really like carry junglers, and Europe hasn't really liked it for the past couple of weeks, like the Nidalee, the Lilia, the Evelynn, all this stuff. LPL, LCK are always playing these carry junglers. Did you guys get any inspiration from that, or was that just on the fly when you said playing against us?
So I think it was partly our win against you and also partly just the patch. I feel like the patch made it just much easier to play carry jungle than before. I feel like before Volibear and Sett were too oppressive and even some champions like on mid and ADC were too strong. So it made sense to play for them. But now I feel like if you can get an Eve in a good position like we did today or a Karthus like we did today, then in a way they can be stronger than your carries or they can be your main carry. So I feel like, yeah, it was partly actually our game against you and partly the patch.
Okay.
How do you feel about your flexibility as a marksman in the meta as it is now? Of course, Caitlyn is always getting banned out. Senna is just so incredibly powerful, and it almost seems like you almost have to go for that or a couple of other picks. But how do you feel about what you can pull out?
Pretty good, I would say. I think today was nice for me because I got to show that I play Ashe. I feel like I haven't played Ashe in a long time.
Years.
I'm sure you ran some statistic on this, but it's probably been a couple of years, yeah. So that's super nice. And I don't really feel too uncomfortable with the meta. It's not really my like old school AD carry meta, but I never really felt like I had. I mean, okay, for sure now I'm gonna get contradicted on Reddit because it's like a running meme that I don't play the meta, but I feel like I've never really had problems with the meta. It's just I really like my old school AD carries, so sometimes I think they're stronger than they are, or I just really want them to be meta, so I try to like brute force it. But I think at some point as well, like in games like this, I just accept that like, okay, the meta is this way. I'm gonna play the meta, and if it really comes down to it, I still have them on the side as like my old school.
I mean,
babies.
listen, if people say that your champion pool is limited or whatever, they've not been paying attention because you've, in the last couple of years, always been pulling out. You even played the Jhin like a couple of weeks ago, and you seem to always do in the end what's important for the team. Those titles and that world final doesn't lie, Reckless. So I think you don't have to worry about that one. We are going to check out if we can talk to Vander again. We've done some work on the connection. I've actually just done it, and let's see if it works and if Vander can talk to us.
Thanks again, Shucks. I think it's working now. And Vander, thank you for your patience here. Are you still with me?
That's okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome.
Hopefully it's not lagging anymore.
Awesome. Yeah, fingers crossed here. I just want to follow up on what you were saying about the fact that this time around, Rogue couldn't play the way you guys used to. And I want to know, does it have something to do with best of 5 here? Because that was a good test for you. The fact that it's the first time you're going to play a series as a team here in playoff. And yeah, how did it impact the Rogue playstyle as we know it?
Well, we played 2 best of 5s in spring. We won one, we lost one to Origin as well. Some experience in this as a team as well. I'm not sure if this is because of best of 5. I just think we played worse than we usually do today. It was just a bad day. I think also Fnatic played better than they usually did this split at least, right? Because they are known to be a good team. But yeah, they kind of didn't do it this split so far. But yeah, they showed up. We didn't play too well with a lot of mistakes, and we kind of ran those comms that if kind of that's how I feel that if the enemy jungle gets fed, we don't have many tools to deal with it, and we'll just like you'll outscale our carries, and then pretty much what Reckless said, right? That the jungle was just unstoppable.
Right. Hopefully you will be able to learn things about this series, and I apologize about forgetting about the series in spring. Obviously, that's important here. One last question I want to ask you. You will get to face who wins between Schalke 04 or Mad Lions here. Who would be the most fitting opponent for Rogue now in playoffs?
Well, I think coming to playoffs, I thought the two best teams are us and G2. I guess Fnatic proved me wrong today, and they are here, and they want to win against G2 tomorrow. I don't really care who we play between Schalke and Mad Lions. I think those two teams, I mean, they play for Worlds, right? So they kinda gonna do their best next week, and we're gonna see, and hopefully we'll prepare better this time.
Well, I wish you the best of preparation for next week, and thank you very much for agreeing for this interview here today. I'll see you next week.
No problem. Thank you.
And back to you, Shox.
Thank you very much, Laure. Great from Vander to talk to us. Kadril, what are your holistic thoughts about Rogue after what you've seen today?
I just think that there was a bit of inconsistency in their grouping and team fights. They were split a lot. I think that their solo laners had kind of bad days. I'm not sure if Nemesis really stepped it up with the Lucian picks, and he was just going even against Larsen and playing really well and getting CS advantages. But Finn was also having a really bad day. I think Bwipo was solo killing him, getting his flash every single lane phase. And Inspired and Hans were really trying their best with Vander to make plays happen. They were drafting the Kalista, the Blitzcrank, trying to make things happen. But these early game champs just kind of fell off as the later game sort of came around, and yeah, they were just really split in fights. Hopefully next week they can step it up.
Yeah, hopefully indeed. Final note on this series. Reckless Selfmade also said he thought that the play was questionable from both teams. So from Rogue and from Fnatic. But from where we were sitting, it looked pretty good, especially if we looked at the last couple of weeks. So what do you think?
I think we played really well, actually. I made the game hard in game 2. By dying top lane. I think it was like level 7 or level 8. I had a bad wave, and I called my jungler to come help me, and I didn't wait for him to be there yet. Like basically, it's a classic case of my jungler is pushing away from me, my wave is pushing away from me, and I need my jungler, but jungle is doing his camps, and then we just need to time each other, and we didn't do that properly. So game 2 was just super hard, but I think we still did really well in that game, and in game 1, obviously, we did super well. So I would say, if anything, then game 3 would be the game where we kind of dropped the ball, but it's easy to do when you're 2-0 up and you're feeling like you can touch your ticket to Worlds. It's so easy to forget about the game and start thinking about the future. Like basically to stop thinking about the present and start thinking about the future. So I feel like that kind of happened to us, where we were taking the win out in advance, and then we started making some mistakes, and they got like 2 Drakes on us or something like that. So I could see game 3 not being the cleanest, but otherwise I feel like we played really well.
Maybe he's just, he's hard on the team. He wants it to be even better. So tell me then, back at Worlds, I mean, they can't keep you away from there, it seems. How are you feeling about this Worlds 2020 for Fnatic and for Reckless?
It's been a tough summer, but I feel like we played well in spring, and we always managed to find these like solutions to our problems. It's somewhat of a famous thing for Fnatic, I guess, to like band-aid fix all your issues, but in a way I feel like we always just make it work. So I have pretty good hopes for Worlds. I feel like it's gonna be good for us as well to have this break in between, and now with the meta as well going a bit more towards carry jungle, and with Oscar being such a good jungler, or Selfmade being such a good jungler, I feel like we can actually come into Worlds being one of the stronger teams. So I have good hopes for it.
And speaking of strong teams, who do you think will be one of the strongest teams at Worlds, looking at the LPL, the LCK, and even the LCS if you have to?
So from what I've seen, I would say Damwon look like so much better than the other LCK teams. Because DRX were looking good in the beginning, but now towards the end they've kind of dropped the ball. And they're the second seed, I think, going into playoffs. So to me, Damwon just looks like they are like too good over there. And same thing I got kind of from top Esports. Now they're gonna play their finals. I think, is it next week maybe? Because other semifinals was today, where JDG beat. Oh, I shouldn't say this. Sorry.
We've already spoiled it earlier.
Either way. Okay, you spoiled it. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, JDG beat LGD earlier, I think. And JDD are actually very similar to us. We're talking about it before our game today, but they also play carry jungle style, with Kanavi being their main guy in the team. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can do anything to top Esports. But to me, it would be Damwon and top Esports that look to be like the best teams right now.
If you look at like more than one team, because I get the same feeling that you can really see like those teams seem just in a different stratosphere, let's say. But in general, is your feeling that we're going to see like a back to what we're used to seeing in terms of LPL and LCK being kind of the strongest and LEC trailing a little behind? I know it's super hard to say, but that's kind of the question for this Worlds, right?
I don't think so. I feel like if anything, G2 is always going to be there, you know. And as I said, I actually have like good feelings for this Worlds. If the meta keeps on going like this way for us, it's perfect. Honestly, I feel like it hits just right for our players. So I don't think there'll be like a gap or anything, if that's what you mean. I feel like that's an old thing that's probably not going to come back anytime soon.
Okay. Well, that makes me happy, but, you know, we'll see what happens. So let's take a look at the bracket because you can never avoid it. It means that Fnatic will face G2 in the next round. Rogue will go up against the winner of Mad and Schalke 04, and Mad and Schalke will, of course, be playing for Worlds qualification in that direct match, which is pretty crazy. First up, Fnatic, G2, and Rogue all locked at Worlds 2020. But yeah, Reckless, you get another shot at G2. This time, you might get two, actually, also. So what are you feeling for this best of 5 versus G2 in summer?
I feel like it's going to be a banger once again. And it's just great every time, honestly. Like, I know people want me to feel like there's extra pressure or something, but I just enjoy it a lot. It's super nice to have like this rivalry between and all these best of 5s to play. It's like in a way just a strong memory on when I get older. Like I look back at last year and sure we lost both best of 5s, but it was insane to be a part of. So my hopes are we get something similar this time.
I mean, you bring the best out in each other in those best of 5s usually. Spring, maybe not as much, so you have a shot at redemption here. Kadril, you can give your unfiltered opinion. I know Reckless is right there, but what do you think about this best of 5?
Well, just going back to what Vander said, they knew that they would be playing carry junglers, so they tried to abuse it. They couldn't find the winning formula against their playstyle, so I'll be interested to see what G2 does. They're a lot more diverse. They have so many different things up their sleeves. They're so good at playing different playstyles, so it might be a bit different to old Fnatic G2 series, where it's sort of tank junglers. This might be a full-on scrap between Jankos and Selfmade, so it's all up in the air for me.
Oh, that would be so cool too. About the brackets, can I get a little prediction of Mad versus Schalke? Who's going to make it to Worlds, Reckless?
Schalke.
Schalke. Oh, you're also on the hype train.
I actually think they're really good, and they have found some sort of identity for their team that works really well. I thought actually going to playoffs that they might not have it in them, because it looked like to me they just played like 2 champs on every role, and they were like kind of lucky to get them every game. But then they showed now in their game against SK that they actually have more champions to play, and they still look really good. So to me, it's actually a very clear favorite.
So if they beat Mad and then, yeah, perhaps they beat Rogue. I mean, are we talking?
Very possible.
Yeah, I mean, a Schalke possibility in the finals, but that would be at the cost of you maybe, or G2. So interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh, Kadril,
it can happen. I'm not gonna like be selfish here and say that we are better than them, because I actually don't know. It's hard to say. We played them now twice in the split, and both times they kind of shit on us. And when you look at them play, like they are very much a team, maybe even more of a team than we are, or than Rogue was today, or even G2 were during the split. So it's not so far-fetched, I think, to say that they can be like a favorite for this playoffs.
Yeah, I agree with Reckless there. I think Schalke has come together really well as a team, and it's not only one member stepping up. It's like Abadage carries games, Gilius carries games, Neon carries games, Odoamne carries games. So versus Mad Lions, I'm a bit worried for Mad Lions, honestly. I think Schalke might be able to take the last world spot, but Mad Lions did have a few games against G2 where they showed some signs of greatness. Just, yeah, G2 was a bit too good.
They were indeed. We're going to sign off in just a second. I would like to take a little selfie with you, Reckless, and with Kadril, of course. We got the news, of course, that you guys won't be coming back to the studio for the rest of the playoffs and the production update. That's sad, but at least we can take some selfies. So that'll keep us over until then. All right, let us position this. Yeah, all right. Wait, yes, perfect.
Yeah, I got you.
You got it indeed. Great stuff. Thank you so much, Reckless. Congratulations. Fantastic series.
Thank you so much.
No problem. See you next week.
Don't forget Champions League.
We're going to sign off for now in the LEC, but across the Atlantic. TSM versus Golden Guardians is starting in a couple of hours. There's some football about as well. And tomorrow, the European Masters group stage starts here in the LEC studios. You can catch all of the action from 6 p.m. CEST with Vodafone Giants facing off against Misfits Premier. We'll be back next Friday for more playoffs. See you then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I did not come to play, I came to dominate. 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 Dominate.
And now he's hovering around the bot lane. He has his eyes on Hans Summer.
Hans Summer has cleansed, has flashed up, he dives in. Hans Summer has no chance. Fnatic would anyone would be hard-pressed to say they're not going to win because, wow, okay, that was unexpected. Innocent flashes forward, is hooked in, the silence comes out, but here comes the Requiem as well. Shut down already onto Larson, he is dead. Hans Summer pulls back with a base call, Vander jumps back in, and Hans Summer now gets one shot down, but he's gone down. Finn jumping into the fight as well, it's a 4v3 in favor of Fnatic. They find another, football going in. Reckless goes down, but Finn will fall. The cannon rush gonna hit onto Reckless, hit onto Nemesis, and here comes the showstopper as well. Selfmade has to use the ult to try and survive in the pit, and is stolen away once again. Inspired gets it. He pays for it with Finn's alive, but there's the arcane shift across the wall. Selfmade still trying to get in. Dawning Shadow, there's the charm. Selfmade dives into the back line, and quickly 3 players from Rogue are deleted. Fnatic, you can never count them out.
Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Manger le truc, je sens les pipeaux. Les pipeaux, oh yeah.
Tu ne vas pas me manquer, toi qui croyais me connaître. T'es rempli de charabia, tu ne sauras plus rien du moi. Je ne peux pas supporter, t'as osé me comparer. T'inquiète pas, je vais tout niquer, c'est la putain de la. Mais qui va se négliger? Je vais pas me négliger. Si c'est fini, c'est la vie, vie. Bientôt j'aurai tout zappé. Oui. Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait, je suis pas très mytho. Manger le truc, je sens les pipeaux. Oh yeah. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde. Si t'as les critères, ça me va. Je suis pas dans les délires de vice. Tu penses assurer, c'est bon. Tu peux déposer ton CV par mail. Mais qui va se négliger? Je vais pas me négliger. Si c'est fini, c'est la vie. Bientôt j'aurai tout zappé. Oui. Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait? Je suis pas très mytho. Manger le truc, je sens les pipeaux. Oh yeah. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde. Ils m'ont rendu bête. Je suis tombé la première, merde. Chacal t'a bien Kuma, mais j'avoue que c'est mort. Toi tu fous la merde, tu veux que j'avoue mes torts, lol. Mais à qui tu vas la faire? Moi j'ai le mental, ouais, à qui tu vas la faire? Retour à la réalité. Moi je retourne à la réalité. Ouais, j'ai le mental. À qui tu vas la faire? À qui tu vas la faire? Jolie nana, recherche joli Joe. Comment on fait? Je suis pas très mytho. Manger le truc, je sens les pipeaux. Oh